तो मेहनत के बल पर यह चुनाव हम जीतेंगे, ऐसा हमें विश्वास है। दिल्ली की जनता ने परिवर्तन के लिए वोट डाला 5 तारीख को, और यह चुनाव तो हम जीतेंगे ही, मगर इस चुनाव के बाद देश की राजनीति में एक बहुत बड़ा फर्क आएगा। देश की राजनीति में से बेईमानी, मक्कारी अब लोप होगी। आज दिल्ली से जाएंगे, कल पंजाब से भी जाएंगे, और देश की राजनीति में से जो ये मौका परिस्थिति का कीड़ा राजनीति के क्षितिज पे आया था, उसका अंत होगा।
अच्छा, संदीप दीक्षित जी का बाइट्स कई मीडिया हाउसेस में चल रही थी, हर जगह चल रही थी, जिसमें वो कह रहे हैं कि पोस्ट पोल अलायंस के बारे में सोचेंगे।
देखिए, संदीप दीक्षित ने अगर पोस्ट पोल अलायंस की कोई बात की है तो मैं सिर्फ इतना कहूंगा, उन्होंने अपनी और कांग्रेस की बची कुची क्रेडिबिलिटी भी खत्म कर ली। आप सोचिए, जो पार्टियां अभी कल तक एक दूसरे को गाली दे रही थी, सड़क छाप भाषा में गाली दे रही थी, अगर वो कोई पोस्ट पोल अलायंस करती हैं तो वो अब दोनों पार्टियों की क्रेडिबिलिटी पूरी तरीके से खत्म हो जाएगी।
प्रवीण जी, क्या लगता है आपको कि पोस्ट पोल प्री पोल अलायंस नहीं हुआ और पोस्ट पोल अलायंस के कितने चांसेस हैं, और अगर होता भी है पोस्ट पोल, क्या फायदा होगा?
देखिए, 2013 में जब ताजा एक दूसरे को गाली देके सत्ता में आए थे, तब इन्होंने अलायंस कर लिया था। ये अब भी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, मेरे को कोई आश्चर्य नहीं होगा। इन्होंने चंडीगढ़ में अभी मेयर का चुनाव भी अलायंस में लड़ा था, मुझे कोई आश्चर्य नहीं होगा अगर ये अलायंस कर ले। मगर अलायंस करने के लिए दूसरे दल के पास सीट तो होनी चाहिए। कांग्रेस तो सारी दुनिया को पता है बड़ा शून्य लेके आ रही है, तो अलायंस किस बात का होगा?
और जो एग्जिट पोल सजेस्ट कर रहे हैं कि आम आदमी पार्टी जीत सकती है, उसके बारे में क्या कहेंगे? देखिए,
एग्जिट पोल पे मैं बहुत ज्यादा विश्वास नहीं करता, और मेरा कॉन्फिडेंस जीत का एग्जिट पोल पे आधारित नहीं है। मेरा कॉन्फिडेंट मेरे नेतृत्व के साथ जब मैं लोगों के बीच जाता था तो उनकी आंखों में दिखाई देता था जनता की। बहुत ईमानदारी से कहूंगा कि मैं तो उन लोगों में से हूं जिसने 2013, 15, 20 सब विधानसभा चुनाव इसी प्रदेश कार्यालय में देखे। जनता के बीच में जब हम जाते थे 2015 और 20 में, तो लोगों की आंखों में हमारे लिए एक्सेप्टेंस नहीं दिखाई देती थी, आज एक्सेप्टेंस दिखाई देती है। आप दिल्ली में इस चुनाव प्रचार के दौरान एक ऑटो में बैठ जाइए, साइकिल रिक्शा में बैठ जाइए, हर व्यक्ति, हर मजदूर के मुंह से एक ही बात निकलती थी, बस अब और नहीं, बदलाव चाहिए।
1998 के बाद अब उम्मीद जगी है, बहुत लंबा इंतजार हो गया बीजेपी के लिए।
अगर विधानसभा वाले ढोल की बात आप करती हैं तो हमारे घर में तो 32 साल बाद ढोल बजे।
Right, in fact, that is my colleague Nivriti getting us the getting us in fact the latest. She's right outside the BJP office. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Deepak, who's joining me from the Congress office. Deepak, any activity outside the Congress office, and also has the Congress camp really reacted to the possibility of another disappointing performance?
Well, the scene in the Congress is one eerie calm. However, I would like to reiterate that things can only be better for the Congress. Considering that they didn't get a single seat the last time, their vote share can only increase. And should it, it'll make them a kingmaker should they cross that 5 to 10 seat mark. One must also understand that the present acrimony between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress is because both parties are vying for the same votes. Those are the votes that the BJP gets. You should understand that in 2014 and 13, in fact, when there was the whole Lokpal Andolan, it was the Congress and that vote bank that the AAP usurped at that point and made it its own. Since then, Aam Aadmi Party has built up quite a bit of loyalty amongst that segment. So presently what we're seeing is that all the Congress spokespersons are going to be appearing on a number of different media portals from their own homes. And should the Congress start to inch towards the 5-seat mark, we may expect an appearance here. So far, this is one place where it's only the media personnel like yours truly bringing you the latest updates to the Congress headquarters. Over to you.
Continue to stay with us. Let me quickly go across to my colleague Sakshi, who's right outside the BJP office. Sakshi, given the mixed exit polls, is there a sense of cautious optimism or outright confidence among BJP workers?
Definitely, Neha, it's outright confidence coming in from the BJP because they are not entirely depending on the exit polls. They have been exuding this kind of confidence from the very beginning. You know, if you were to compare the Sankalp Patras also, if you were to speak about the campaigning as well, the fiery one, of course, the allegations, the counter allegations coming into the picture as far as the Delhi's entire political dynamic is considered, we can only say that the BJP is extremely confident this time around that they are in fact going to put that full stop on that 27 years long exile. They are exuding confidence that the Delhiites are demanding a sort of a change this time. Also, if we could speak about the previous assembly elections and in the Lok Sabha also, because they bagged all 7 out of 7 seats here from the national capital, that also gives them a little bit of confidence of performing extremely well and performing a bit changed from the previous elections. If you could
Right, Sakshi, continue to stay with us. In fact, these are my colleagues getting us the latest from ground zero. Meanwhile, there are several reactions also coming in. Let's quickly cut across.
देखिए, ये जो चुनाव रहा है, ये कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा। हाँ। ये एक अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है। ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालका जी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल। देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा।
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहेगा।
क्या दुआ मांगी है वहाँ से?
देखिए, मैंने शुरुआत ही कालका जी मंदिर से माँ काली के दर्शन और आशीर्वाद से की थी, क्योंकि मेरा एक लक्ष्य है, उसका एक ही है मकसद, सेवा। और मैंने आज माँ से फिर वही कहा है कि मुझे लोगों की जो समस्याएं हैं वो आपके पास आते हैं, अपनी पीड़ा, अपना दर्द, अपनी समस्याएं लेकर, मुझे बस जरिया बना लो। सब देखते हैं माँ का क्या फैसला है, मैं तो बस जरिया बनने रही हूँ।
पार्टी की जीत के लिए कितनी आश्वस्त हैं?
देखिए, पार्टी ने खूब मेहनत की, हम सब ने खूब मेहनत की, जमीन पर रहे, लोगों में रहे, लोगों के मुद्दों पर पूरा चुनाव लड़ा है। अब दिल्ली जो फैसला करेगी सर माथे पर लेकर, जो आदेश हमारे लिए होगा उसको लेकर आगे बढ़ेंगे।
जो डबल इंजन की सरकार पूरे देश में चल रही है, उसी को देखते हुए दिल्ली ने भी मन बनाया है कि दिल्ली में भी डबल इंजन की सरकार चले, भ्रष्टाचार से मुक्ति मिले, अच्छी सड़कें बने, पानी, बिजली, सभी सुविधाएं हमें मिलनी चाहिए। जो हमारे मौलिक अधिकार है, फंडामेंटल राइट्स है, वो यहाँ पर नहीं मिल रहे थे। भ्रष्टाचार, झूठ की राजनीति चल रही थी। आज दिल्ली, उसका छुटकारा दिल्ली को मिल जाएगा। यही आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करने के लिए माता के दरबार में आए हैं और माता रानी दिल्ली वासियों के लिए भी आशीर्वाद दे रही है कि वह अच्छे वातावरण में जिएं, प्रदूषण से मुक्ति पाएं और विश्व में दिल्ली का नाम भी होना चाहिए। दिल्ली भारत का दिल है। दिल अभी तक वेंटिलेटर पर था, आज वेंटिलेटर से निकलकर स्वच्छ दिल्ली, स्वस्थ दिल्ली, सुरक्षित दिल्ली की ओर बढ़ेगा। एग्जिट पोल भी साबित होंगे, अच्छे होंगे और उससे कहीं ज़्यादा बहुमत से हम जीत के आएंगे। मुख्यमंत्री भारतीय जनता पार्टी का बनेगा। सरासर झूठ है। आप बताइए, जो विधायक चुना ही नहीं गया उसको कौन 15 करोड़ रुपया? पहले तो ऐसा कुछ होता ही नहीं है। केजरीवाल जब डरते हैं, घबराते हैं, हार निश्चित होती है, ऐसा झूठ का सहारा लेते हैं और उसकी जांच भी हो रही है। झूठ साफ निकलेगा और जो दोषी होगा उसको दंड भी मिलेगा।
चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और तमाम जो एग्जिट पोल्स हुआ करते हैं, जनरली आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट शेयर उसमें कम आता है। उसका कारण ये रहता है कि जो आम आदमी है, जो गरीब आदमी है, जो किसी का ड्राइवर है, जो किसी का रिक्शे वाला है, वो अपने बाबूजी से इतना डरता है कि अगर कहीं उसको देख लिया कि आम आदमी पार्टी का सपोर्टर है, कहीं बाबूजी नाराज ना हो जाए। जो पड़ोस में बाहुबली रहता है, वो जब टेढ़ी आंख से देखता है तो गरीब आदमी डर जाता है। वो कहता है यार ये पड़ोसी मेरा जीना नहीं देगा, तो अपनी बात कह नहीं पाता है। मगर पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर वो गरीब आदमी, वो कुचला हुआ दबा हुआ आदमी, जिसके लिए
आज बहुत ही अहम दिन है दिल्ली के लिए, और जिस दिन का सारे दिल्ली वासियों को इंतजार था, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हमको साथ में मिलेगा। उनके विजन को साथ लेकर दिल्ली में बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे काम करने हैं।
And I'm falling for you like crazy. Ah, boom, boom. Every heartbeat is only for you. Every breath, every moment with you. Shall we do it again? My heart goes boom.
Unlimited Love. Bookings open on 14th February.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people.
Matter is now more about faith of the millions of devotees than just political slugfest.
Does that mean that I can't get a job in Chennai, although I may be best suited for that particular job? They have more civic sense. They have more of civility than all these men. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
If it's a cancer, then what?
It's very distressing.
Anyone can have cancer.
Mentality है कि ये बीमारी मुझे नहीं हो सकती.
There's a thing called cancer is right inside me.
सबसे पहले जो होता है ना, डर जो होता है कि now it's the end of the world.
My life went upside down.
Stigma associated with it, which is very scary.
In our country, more than 14 lakh people get diagnosed with cancer every year. Out of that, more than 9 lakhs die every year because of cancer.
This and more. Streaming on News9 Plus. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
देखिए, ये जो चुनाव रहा है, कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा।
हाँ।
ये एक अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है। ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालका जी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल। देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे, और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा।
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहेगा।
आज बहुत ही अहम दिन है दिल्ली के लिए, और जिस दिन का सारे दिल्ली वासियों को इंतजार था, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हमको साथ में मिलेगा। उनके विजन को साथ लेकर दिल्ली में बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे काम करने हैं।
आपदा वालों को भगाना है। इस बार भाजपा सरकार बनाना है।
आपदा दिल्ली में नहीं आई, आपदा भाजपा में आई है।
जो बेईमान होता है वही अपने आप को सर्टिफिकेट देता है।
Good morning, and I am Kartikeya Sharma, and welcome to a special broadcast on Delhi elections.
Thanks very much for tuning in right here on News 9. Delhi, the power centre, is finally voted. Today is results day, and right here, expect the most accurate updates.
The counting of votes has begun. Delhi Assembly polls hold the key for Bharatiya Janata Party's future politics, because they have staked everything on what middle class should get. The result will also decide whether Kejriwal secures a fourth consecutive term, or if, as I said, BJP will return to power. Exit polls have predicted an edge, a decisive edge for Bharatiya Janata Party. However, AAP has dismissed these projections, asserting that it will retain power with Arvind Kejriwal set to return as Chief Minister for the fourth time. Let us take a couple of bites.
रहा है, कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा। हाँ। ये अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है। ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है, और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालका जी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे। आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल, देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे, और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं? अगर आप
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा।
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल, तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं, और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहेगा।
By our colleagues who are covering all the important constituencies, Shriya, Yash, Nivriti, Deepak Bhatana and Sakshi. All of us will go to them, ask them questions, Nabila, because they will give us the ground feel.
I know Shreya has been moving around parts of Delhi. Shreya, why don't you jump in quickly on the pulse that you see in Delhi? What's been the mood of the AAP and the BJP as per what you gather?
Very good morning to you, Nabila, and Kartikeya as well. It's been an interesting few days in the national capital, and despite the decisive edge that the exit poll seems to have given the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party their spirits still don't seem to be dampened. In fact, they are very sure that today, as in fact one of the Aam Aadmi Party leaders has said, today is the exact poll day, not the exit poll day. So the numbers will reveal the truth, and they seem to be very confident. In fact, interestingly, we even asked them about with regards to the fact that if indeed Aam Aadmi Party isn't able to secure numbers, and if we see that Congress ends up getting a few seats on the other side, will an alliance then be there in question? Will it even be considered? While Sandeep Dixit earlier in the day had said that, that is a decision that is to be given by the High Command, he's not denied it outrightly. But the Aam Aadmi Party leaders seem to be saying that no matter what, an alliance seems to be out of the question. Now, if indeed from what the polling day, February 5th, had to suggest, people out there, the voters out there who went out to exercise their democratic right were very clearly keen on change. That is what they have come out to say. They're not very happy with the way situation has panned
Give
out.
us a sense on whether Delhi has voted for change or whether this is going to be another run for the Aam Aadmi Party. We also have Yash, who's connected with us. Yash, you seem to be right outside the Aam Aadmi Party office. Is it jubilance that you see already? Signs of celebration? Have they rejected? We hear Arvind Kejriwal has wholeheartedly rejected the exit poll results.
Well, Nabila, absolutely. The Aam Aadmi Party has rejected these exit polls, and perhaps it's quite okay to reject these exit polls because most of them were projecting loss for the Aam Aadmi Party here in the national capital. We spoke to Shelley O'Brien also some time back, and she also said that these exit polls often get wrong and they know the ground reality on what issues the people in the national capital had voted. All the issues, they say, resonated well with the people, and that's why they are confident that they are going to clinch a 4th term here in the national capital. Well, I asked the Aam Aadmi Party leaders and workers also about what they think is going to happen on the key contest seat, on the high-stake battles like the Arvind Kejriwal versus Sandeep Dixit, Parvesh Verma, and what about Manish Sisodia, what about the other top candidates. They say all are going to win very comfortably, and perhaps this is what the Aam Aadmi Party has been saying from the very first day, that the elections in the national capital are perhaps the most important ones, because they say this time the people will be not just voting for the issues, but they are be voting to reject the hooliganism of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In fact, this entire election, we've seen how the campaigning panned out. First on the issues such as the civic issues were the center stage in the national capital, be it the Yamuna cleansing issue, be it the pollution in the national capital, or cleanliness at the large remain at the center stage. So this time around, the Aam Aadmi Party is absolutely sure that they are going to clinch the 4th term. But the exit polls suggest it differently. We all know the kind of edge the BJP has actually able to get this time around.
I think there's a bit of a lag because he's on live. Hey, yes, you need to stop. We need to go to other reporters as well. I know there's a bit of a lag. Sakshi, to you.
Sakshi is at the BJP office, yeah.
Yes.
Morning to you, Kartikeya and Nabila. Yes, a very good morning to both of you and to all the viewers of News9. I am currently reporting live from the BJP office here in the national capital. It's freezing. It's a super Saturday and a late winter morning, of course. But I do believe, and of course we all believe, that all the political leaders must be feeling the heat. It's the D-Day for them, of course. The BJP is exuding extreme confidence, and of course the exit polls have turned out in their favor. Why not? But apart from that, we are looking at the allegations, counter-allegations coming in despite of that fiery campaigning that we saw here in the national capital between this triangular contest of Congress, the BJP as well as the Aam Aadmi Party. Like our colleagues Shreya and Yash have already reported that the Aam Aadmi Party is completely rejecting what the exit polls have to say. But there were two who were in fact in their favor as well. It will be very interesting to see if this is going to be a neck-to-neck battle between both of them, or the BJP is going to finally end their 27-year long exile. If I could speak about the temperatures here in the office of the BJP, I can see the entire media fraternity aligned over here. We have got a couple of televisions tracking because the polling, the counting has already begun. We will start getting the early trends as well. The party workers have come in too. They are exceeding confidence. They are denying to talk about any other party. They are like, we are confident that we are coming back in the national capital after so many years.
Okay, thank you, Sakshi. Nifriti, quickly to you.
So, Kartikeya, I am also inside BJP office, and you let me get you a glimpse of BJP office right now. The ambience of BJP office, there is a great hustle and bustle. The media persons moving here and there, connected to their studios, live chats, doing live chats, and although there is hope amongst the BJP leaders present here, the workers present here, and you can sense some sort of confidence also that they are going to win in this election. But the competition this time around is tough. You cannot deny the fact that the competition is tough, and that is why the early distribution of jalebis and laddus and early beating of dhols until now is not there, as you can see, although the leaders are confident. But the competition is tough, so they are waiting for the trends to come in and get a sense of how the trends are going to be in first half of the day. Kartik.
We are joined by Savi Rodriguez, senior journalist, Professor K.G. Suresh, K.V. Prasad, Sunny Ahluwalia, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party, will be joining us. R.P. Singh, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, and Akhil Chaudhary, spokesperson Congress, joins us. Now, straight away to you, Akhil. I think all the exit polls have given clear margins either to AAP or Bharatiya Janata Party, majority to Bharatiya Janata Party. But Congress, I don't think in any exit poll gets more than 3 seats or 2 seats.
That's a stretch.
Well, that's a stretch. Akhil.
I think it's too early to comment on the results because let's wait and watch what happens, and we'll be, we'll get a clarity after 12 or 1 in the afternoon. But yeah, we have fought the elections very well. We have conveyed our ideology. We have conveyed our message to the people of Delhi. And we believe that when people were voting this time, they were thinking about the rule of the Congress party under the leadership of Sheila Dikshit ji 11 years back. And I think Congress party deserves Delhi and Delhi deserves Congress. That is what we try to convey to them. But let's see. We are hopeful that we'll get a fair amount of seats.
You said that Delhi has nostalgia when it comes to Sheila Dikshit and the effort she put to build Delhi's infrastructure. But what was missing in your campaign was clearly endorsing Sheila Dikshit. You did not fight your election endorsing Sheila Dikshit on what she did for Delhi the years that went by. She was really never the face in your campamping.
Ma'am, sadly, she is not between us.
I know that. But even after that, you had a huge trump card with Sheila Dikshit. Sandeep Dikshit only given a ticket. He was given a ticket to fight against Arvind Kejriwal. A tough fight there. A tough fight there. But that apart, what did you do to glorify what Sheila Dikshit had done? You have a legacy that precedes her. How did you capitalize on that?
See, Delhi is a different ball game because it's not a bigger or it's a small state. So all our people went to all the election rallies, all our top leaders, the Delhi local people. So we conveyed our message properly, and I think people will vote. They must have voted for the Congress party.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Xavier, to you now. Exit polls are there. The bigger exit polls have also come out yesterday. So before the numbers firm up, your take. And I promise you I'll not hold you accountable. I'll not hold you to the numbers. You told me this at 8:30 in the morning. Well, no, I will not hold you to them.
Karthikeya,
but big picture.
Karthikeya, like I said last time when the voters were going about to vote, I very categorically stated that the number one would be a political party that gets between 40 to 45. The number 2 will get between 20 and 26. And the number 3 will get between 0 and 4. Now, which is the political party that's going to be number 1, number 2 and number 3, we'll know in a couple of hours from now. But one thing is certain, this entire election again is going to be driven by the lower middle class income women group. And that's going to be critical to this election. And if Aam Aadmi Party has managed to retain this particular group or BJP has managed to break this particular group, that election is going to be decided by this particular group.
Okay.
So as per what Savio says, I understand this is a decisive election. It's aar ya par. It's this way or that way.
Yes.
It's not going to be a fractured mandate in your view. Why would you say that?
Because I believe the people of Delhi are, no matter which side they would swing, they would choose one or the other to ensure that the continuance of governance happens. So what happened, if you see earlier also, there's always been decisive mandates. Now, whether they stick with Aam Aadmi Party, they will give them a majority. If they decide to switch to BJP, they will give BJP a majority. It will be certain for certain that it will be on that.
But does it surprise you that Arvind Kejriwal, I know it's too early, Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi, they are trailing? I mean, so these are early leads, but it says that Arvind Kejriwal is trailing, Atishi is trailing.
No, I'm not surprised by that. That's normal, early leads or trailing and all are not indicators of what's going to happen.
No, doesn't it?
I think it's early days to make a comment. But yes, having said that, I would say that based on what your reporter is showing,
I should say that if you compare it with what happened during the Haryana elections, the BJP office was empty and they were not at all expecting the kind of victory.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, during the Haryana
office was
elections,
empty.
there were no seats. I mean, there were no sweets, there was no enthusiasm, and suddenly these results come, and then, you know, they themselves are taken by surprise. But this time around, you see a lot of activity going on in the BJP office, which shows that, you know, they are hopeful. Second, as per the reports I have got from the Satta Bazaar, you know, it is neck to neck and giving, I would say, slight edge to BJP in terms of Satta Bazaar. That is the second thing, which is considered to be the pulse, you know, the actual pulse. The third aspect is that Kartikeya, I don't agree with this. Repeatedly we are saying fourth term. A 49 days term with outside support from Congress cannot be considered a term.
But you see, in this country, people have been prime ministers for 60 days, 70 days.
So it was not a vote for the, it was not a vote for the Aam Aadmi Party at that time.
And Jagdambika Pal was chief minister for one day, and he made it count for rest of the
term is, you know, a full 5-year term. You know, in any case, the one more thing I would like to say is that, you know, Congress is certainly not in contention at all. You see, at best, even it would be able to open its account and it would be in single digit alone. I don't expect that much certainty, we can say. The main contention is certainly between the two, and with currently the BJP having an edge over the Aam Aadmi Party.
The BJP has an edge because of what? For long we believed that Delhi was Aam Aadmi Party's bastion.
Because
they have done enough for the middle class, lower class people, women especially, are their core vote base. Yeah. Why do you and Savio believe that these women are going to shift this time to the BJP?
First, there is a dent in the image of Mr. Kejriwal, the Sheesh Mahal and the corruption, because his image was that of an anti-corruption person. Secondly, because BJP has also got into the, you know, freebie or welfare, whatever they call it, and they are offering as lucrative with Modi ki guarantee, because at the end of the day, Mr. Modi has been able to capture the imagination of people across the country. And whether it is Maharashtra, Ladki Behna or Ladli Behna in Madhya Pradesh, they have been delivering. So they have a track record. So there is a large segment which tend to believe in him. So that is the second advantage. And thirdly, the middle class. For the first time, the one political party has tried to address the middle class, you know, in terms of whether it is the pay commission, 8th pay commission, or the, tax relief. So I think that BJP certainly is in the reckoning in a major way.
Okay, Mr. Prasad, before we go to the AAP spokesperson.
Well, since both of my panelists have kind of given the drift of what they expect, I think there's one thing is very clear. What Suresh was just mentioning about Haryana in particular, that the BJP office was deserted in the beginning. I was reminded of 2009 Lok Sabha elections, and I was going to one of the studios, and I happened to drop by at the BJP headquarters then at 11 Ashoka Road. It was flooded with television cameras, and because everybody anticipating a different result, and half an hour, 1 hour later, suddenly the tide turned. So of course that's election, that's the beauty of the uncertainty of what the voter decides. We might calculate anything the way the pollsters have done. After Haryana, as we spent in this studio, all the pre-exit poll results before the actual results have made you extremely skeptical of this whole exercise of psephology as practiced by exit pollsters. So I think, as somebody who has done 6 or 9 general elections and umpteen of Lok Sabha and others, I am not going to get into this game anymore.
So you have decided. I think you called it quits after Haryana, but other people are very excited. It's not a question of quits.
It's a question of how do we look ourselves. I mean, if you have covered politics in this country, you know no two elections are the same. And this time, if you look at the way BJP went, absolutely carpet bombed everything. I mean, they got leaders from every place. They did not leave a chance. So after that, if a political party were to lose or not get the majority they are anticipating, it looks very different.
You need to give us a little understanding on what they did in Haryana so we could compare that in Delhi. We know that many of the seats in Haryana, it was neck and neck competition where it was assumed the Congress had the edge, but because of multiple candidates fielded or something like that, some kind of engineering, micro engineering that the BJP pulled off, which managed them that win. I'm going to come back to you. We also have RP Singh of the BJP spokesperson joining us. RP Singh, this is Nabila here. Thanks very much for joining us at News9. Give us your take on why the BJP is already jubilant.
Well, the groundwork which we have done, and then is the anti-incumbency, strong anti-incumbency of the Mr. Kejriwal, and where he has destroyed Delhi in last 10 years, specifically on three accounts: water, air, and the health system. Because I deal with people here every day, whether it's their health problems, and there are no solutions to their health issues, or if they want to go to a hospital, there are no ways they can be treated in hospitals. Air, we all know that air quality is so poor that no one can breathe outside even throughout the year. It's not specific to particular months. And so is the water. I mean, Mr. Kejriwal himself accepted that water quality he couldn't approve, and he couldn't give the tap water, good tap water in Delhi. So these are the key issues which has gone against him. And plus, the way we campaign, obviously, our is a more organized party. Our is a party which goes to a Panna Pramukh. I mean, Panna Pramukh, when we have a page in charge, and then we have a team at the page level also of the polling list. So that works because when each and every household has been touched, and it's been touched many a time before election, and then the message is being conveyed, and what all we are going to do, what all are the commitments of Prime Minister Modi are being conveyed, and that's called Modi is being conveyed, and it then turns out to the result which will be today's result.
Okay, very quickly, Suresh, you can ask your question to RP Singh. Just let me introduce Sunny from spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Am I audible to you, Mr. Ahluwalia?
Yes.
Okay, your opening comments.
Yes,
yes. Your opening comments. BJP is leading in
audible.
16. Yes, you are audible. AAP is leading in 14, and Congress is leading in 1 as per our tally.
See, it is initially, whenever the counting starts, the first counting is of the ballots. So we have to wait. Now it is too early to say anything. But yes, this was a fight between two systems. One was honest system, and other side we have a corrupt system, which is led by Bharatiya, and other side which was led by the Aam Aadmi Party, Arvind Kejriwal. So there was a fight not only with the Bharatiya Janata Party, it was combined with the Congress, it was combined with the ED, it was combined with the CBI, it was combined with the Election Commission, it was combined with the Delhi Police as well. So there is always, there's two parts of things. So whenever you will see, the results will definitely hold, and Arvind Kejriwal will become the Chief Minister again in Delhi. And one more thing I want to tell, whatever they may do, whatever system they may try to disturb, but people of Delhi always trust Arvind Kejriwal, because we have made good schools, we have good hospitals, we have given free electricity, we have given good water quality. The RP Singh was saying that water is not good, water quality is not good, there's problem, this, that. What they have done in last 10 years, what center has given to Delhi? They were their 7 MPs this time. Last time also they had their MPs. What they have given? They have only given what to Delhi? Nothing. They have just given us a lieutenant who doesn't let us do work. But after all that, Arvind Kejriwal is again coming into power, and people of Delhi trust this man. That is because he knows how to fight with people, and he knows how to fight for the haqq of the people. There is one part which gives subsidies to the multi-millionaire, and there is other part who invest in human resources, who invest in people of Delhi, and that is the reason people
completely reject the exit polls.
And things will be very clear.
You completely rejected the exit polls?
Definitely. The Aam Aadmi Party never comes into exit polls. it directly comes into power. This was said by Bhagwant Mann, the Chief Minister of Punjab. हम कभी भी exit में poll में नहीं आते, हम सीधा सरकार में आते. And I really say on this on your channel. And there have been last time in Haryana you have seen, in Maharashtra you have seen. Though exit poll is not the correct picture, maybe by 2 o'clock we will have a greater picture and a better picture. And Delhi is sporting up, and Delhi will elect Arvind Kejriwal again to the power.
Okay, from what we saw. Right, sir, go on.
I just wanted to ask RP. RP, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
RP, this is KG Suresh. I just wanted to ask you that these ED raids, CBI, his arrest, and Kejriwal playing the victim card, do you think that it would elicit some kind of a sympathy among the voters? As the underdog, he has always played the underdog, you know. So, do you see a very aggressive BJP actually haunting him, you know, not allowing him to work, the kind of, you know, picture he presented before the electorate? Do you think that the voters are going to buy that theory?
KG, you understand, there's a dichotomy in what Mr. Kejriwal conveys. One side he conveys that he has built up schools, he has built up mohalla clinic, he has built up flyovers and all, whatever he claims. And other side, he tried to play victim card. So people can see that he is speaking lies. I mean, because when you claim something and other side you play victim card, it means that you are speaking lie, and it's not that you have achieved what you have achieved. Fact is that people are fed up of this also. People are fed up of this tug of war between center and state, and specifically during last 10 years. I mean, there used to be a government earlier also. We never had even a word between center and state without Sheila Dixit and the BJP government, or BJP Khurana ji and Saab Singh Burma and Sushma ji versus the central Congress government. So people can see through this, and people understand this very well, that it is all just a traitor. I mean, he's theatric when he does this. But fact is, people wanted their services to be restored. They want good air, as I said. Even the Jhuggi Cluster people talk about good air now. They want good water. The gentleman was saying that they provided good water. Please, he should understand, Mr. Kejriwal on record on many television channels has himself said that he failed on providing good water. So, basic amenities, I mean, you allowed free buses, bus ride, but buses were not there. Only 7,200 buses were there, although Delhi needed some odd 20,000 buses, 50,000 buses some 5 years back, and we today need 20,000 buses. People are still waiting for that Wi-Fi free, which was committed by Mr. Kejriwal. So people can see through this, and victim card doesn't play anymore. I mean, the victim card doesn't hold ground anymore.
Right. Mr. R.P. Singh, before we cut into a short break, a quick question on the ACB raids that happened at Kejriwal's home just yesterday. What do you think has prompted that? And this has come in just in time when Kejriwal claims that nearly 15 crores have been given and offered. Not given, offered. He claims it was offered to some of his AAP MLAs to defect.
He should be prepared for a defamation case other than the ACB raid. He should be prepared for, or his team should be prepared for defamation case, because the number which was circulated by one of his MLA, Alawat, the person said that he never made a call. Rather, he received a call from Mr. Alawat's number, something like that. And then, and later on, no one picked up his, he called back, no one picked up his phone. So it's all fabrication. And then it's just trying to again cover up, because Hindi mein kahawat hai, Khasani billi khamba noche. He's trying to cover up because he knows that he's going to lose election. So he's preparing ground for that. Mark my word, he will come on EVM also. Although he has already 2 days, 3 days back, he said that EVMs had been hacked, and then almost by 10%, so vote 15% more, so that 10% can be covered and I can win by 5%. So we all know that EVMs, election commission, horse trading, all these are things which will speak now, because how does he go to people and how does he face people after losing election?
All right. Well, yeah, the BJP, of course, confident, and as you should be. Exit polls has given you a thumping victory. It's not a neck and neck fight that it shows. Most exit polls, out of the 9 that we had tallied, it's at least 7 of them giving BJP a sweeping victory.
If you go by the numbers, and this is all to our panelists,
yeah,
even in the postal ballet, it's neck to neck. even in postal ballot, sometimes you have a very one-sided lead. Like for example, in Haryana postal ballot, there was a one-sided lead for Congress party. In Maharashtra, there was one-sided lead for Bharatiya Janata Party NDA. It's from the go zero, you knew that they were leading. But here, one thing is very clear, it's 21-19, it's 18-17. So even in the postal ballot, it's going neck to neck.
Yeah. Well, if anything, the BJP's aggregate has exponentially risen to the amount of victory that we've got to wait and watch. But on that note...
because it's important for BJP, because for Aam Aadmi Party, from 60s, they're getting a neck-to-neck fight from BJP. But for BJP, it is from 3 to single-digit performance and they are in double digits. So it's a good performance for BJP even in postal ballot. Even if it is early, even if it's too early to call to take a larger view, it's still a good performance.
Either way, the BJP plays the long game.
Absolutely. So time for a short break.
We'll be right back. Stay with us.
And I'm falling for you like crazy. Oh, boom, boom. Every heartbeat is only for you. Every breath, every moment with you.
Shall we do it again?
My heart goes boom.
Unlimited Love. Bookings open on 14th February.
आपदा वालों को भगाना है इस बार भाजपा सरकार बनाना है।
आपदा दिल्ली में नहीं आई, आपदा भाजपा में आई।
जो बेईमान होता है वही अपने आप को सर्टिफिकेट देता है।
Welcome back on a special broadcast, and these are the postal ballot numbers on your screen. 23 for Bharatiya Janata Party, 1 for Congress and 19 for Aam Aadmi Party. Mr. Prasad, what do we make of these postal ballots? Because generally when you ask this question to any of the psephologists or the journalists who are there to participate in a debate, they would say it's too early to call. But I think postal ballots should also hold some meaning in the larger scheme of things.
Yeah, absolutely, Karthikeya. The fact is, postal ballots, who gets to vote postally? People who are away from duty or on duty. Most of them are people, the service voters, the people who are serving in the defense and other areas of line of duty, and maybe a few others. The last elections, I think even journalists got the right to vote ahead because of. So, I mean, there are the people who are not able to vote on that particular day. Plus, of course, there have been many people who have voted from home, the comforts of home, elderly people, 85 plus, who the election commission allows. So, it's a very difficult data to extrapolate that it could, but the fact that the postal ballots are so close shows that either the Bharatiya Janata Party or the Aam Aadmi Party have tried to hold a ground that they were trying to tell the electorate, this is what we're going to do for you. So, is the voter convinced that what the BJP has offered, is it more of the same or is it different?
Did BJP offer anything different this time? That's the question.
Well, that
BJP is doing so well. As you said, if BJP deployed money, power, politicians from length and breadth of this country in Delhi, which it did, all the union ministers, chief ministers from Assam to Maharashtra, they campaigned in gully mohallas of Delhi like Jangpura and Timarpur. So my question is, what were they offering different?
By the way, even chief ministers of allies came into Chandrababu Naidu of all came for
and his clear message was, whatever said, leave your ideology aside. If you want development, then a double engine sarkar is what will do it for you.
And I was surprised.
And Jamila, you see, when the chief ministers go and tell the people, it is a kind of a reassurance that look, it has worked in our states. So if you also vote. And then secondly, I agree with this feeling that the people in Delhi are also fed up with this constant battle between Delhi and the central government, the city government, and because that is the only headline we get to read, from now people are saying that this constant thing is leading us nowhere. The city has gone to the dogs. So let us do something about it. Maybe a double engine government will be of, people are frustrated. Honestly.
In my view, from how I look at it, Karthikeya, for all that the Aam Aadmi Party offered to its people. BJP, I don't think, has trumped that in any sense. But it's more the belief that people have that at least the BJP will deliver as opposed to the AAP. Because the claim is that AAP hasn't delivered on a lot of promises that they made.
I think there's a rationale here. You know, as a not a Delhiite, I live in Noida, but as a person who live in NCR, Mr. Kejriwal had to apologize at a particular point of time that he would focus on Delhi. Because the way he had pushed the blanket as a national leader, he was challenging the authority, or he was challenging the larger persona of Modi from Delhi. And obviously it was very irritating for Bharatiya Janata Party, a chief minister of a small state challenging the prime minister with a huge mandate. But then I also think that there was a visible irritation that this fight was continuing for a long time. So I don't know how people in Delhi felt कि चलो ठीक है इसको ही दे दो ये सरकार चलाएंगे. I don't know how it has panned out, but there was this constant tussle and it was a cause of irritation. So I don't know how the shift has taken place in the electorate, that from the feeling of sympathy for an underdog it turned into irritation. I don't know when did that happen, but I think it has become a problem that you know everything gets stalled here. You know, nothing gets done. I don't know how that will play out for the electorate.
And to add to the mess, or at least trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party, the Supreme Court decided that all the Babus now will report to the Delhi LG.
But Savio, one also has to give it to Aam Aadmi Party. The electricity scheme is something even middle class benefited. So do you think that those issues will be done away this time, set aside, because everyone benefited from this free electricity and water thing? Just look at the bills, stay in Delhi for a year and you'll understand.
You know, I've always believed that the Delhi voters are the most unpredictable voters. And the reasons why they vote vary from electricity to water to political preferences or just individual preferences. All right. But I'm going to say that the Aam Aadmi Party in its exuberance to take on the BJP in Delhi and to take on the BJP at the center have been constantly on this nautanki politics or theatrical politics. To a certain extent, after 10 years, the people in Delhi are getting fed up of theatrical politics.
Not funny anymore?
No, it's not funny anymore. And that's where the problem is. So, while they do believe that the Aam Aadmi Party can do work for them, they have seen them, disintegrate into going into such theatrical politics that the people are saying, listen, yaar, nautanki khatam karo, abhi aage badho, ki hame aage badhna hai. So if the people of Delhi are extremely confident of the fact that they really want to go ahead, they are aspirational to go ahead, then the Aam Aadmi Party is going to fall short. And they are going to turn their belief not to the Congress, but to the BJP. The one thing about this entire thing, I must say on a lighter note, the most consistent performer over elections after elections, over the last 3 elections that happened, is the Congress. They're the most constant performers. You will be able to judge them right from the start that this is what their performance is going to be.
But a quick addition to what Kartikeya said about electricity and water, I know that BJP has not mentioned that in its manifesto, but has very clearly said, Amit Shah himself has said that whatever policies that are already in play right now that are benefiting the poor will continue. So I'm assuming that means free electricity and
absolutely they will have to rationalize. They will have to rationalize it. Now let's go hyperlocal. Sanjay Goyal is leading from Shadra. He's a BJP candidate, and Om Prakash Sharma, Vishwasnagar, BJP is ahead. So BJP is leading in different constituencies which they did not hold. I mean to say, this is something, and even if you go to the website of the Election Commission, leads are for the Bharatiya Janata Party. Even last time we encountered this, the numbers on the tally and the one which were in Election Commission became different, and then the numbers of the Election Commission stayed. So the numbers of the Election Commission website, Bharatiya Janata Party is ahead, and as per EC, Sanjay Goyal of Shadra, Bharatiya Janata Party candidate leading, Om Prakash Sharma from Vishwasnagar, Bharatiya Janata. I know this is very hyper local, maybe people outside Delhi would not relish it, but I think these are small indicators of what is happening in Delhi.
Kartikeya, I just wanted to add that if you look at the trends in the last few Lok Sabha elections and also the assembly elections, Delhiites have always tended to give a clear mandate, a clear verdict. That has always been the case. Maybe this time they are going the other side.
And to add to one thing what Suresh says, you cannot treat Delhi as a consolidated block. One, because it's a microcosm of India. People from different sections of society are here, so they have their own priorities, they have their understanding, and they belong to different their service voters, their government employees, government employees in Delhi, government employees in the center. So it's a mixed bag, and so that's why if you notice election after we've been talking of Purvanchalis, become as a consolidated huge segment after whom the electorate, the political parties are very keen to focus on, because they get you a sizable chunk. And that Purvanchalis for a long time remained with Aam Aadmi Party after having been with the Congress. So that shift occurred. So that's why you see extra focus that the BJP tried to bring in, to try and slice off from various communities.
Do you believe, sir, that Purvanchalis were very hurt with the fact they couldn't carry out the Chhat Puja in Yamuna? There was a lot of backlash that AAP faced with that regard. Anything to do with religious sentiments being hurt in whatever way, in not being able to perform their rituals, it will surely have an impact.
What could be the trigger, and is that trigger strong enough to convert into votes against the party which you support? Are very, unless you do.
And to stop you for a minute, RP Singh wants to join in. Mr. Singh, the tally 34, 1 and 20. You wanted to come in, Mr. Singh?
Karthike, you just mentioned Om Prakash Sharma. He is the 3-time MLA, not the first time. He is quite popular in his constituency. So you probably are not aware of the ground reality. Man is the 3rd-time MLA and very, very popular man in the constituency.
Leading. I said Sanjay Goel, Chadra, BJP, Om Prakash Sharma, Vishwasnagar, BJP, they're leading.
Yeah.
And I said in other constituencies, BJP is also leading. I didn't say that he's a first timer. I said that he's leading. These are the leads.
Okay.
I said even in other constituencies, BJP is leading.
Right. Nothing.
RP Singh, your take on at this point, we're looking at the numbers here for BJP at 34. A quick word from you on how you see the early trends. These are postal ballots, and as per our specialist here, postal ballots, largely servicemen who cast their vote through postal ballots, and this trend seems to be in favor of the BJP.
Well, postal ballots are no more just servicemen, they are elderlies also of the city. People who are 85 plus, they are also part of postal ballot. People who are disabled are also part of postal ballot now. So this shows the mind of the city. I mean, if postal ballot shows that BJP is leading in 34 and then they are leading in 21 probably. So this clearly shows the indicator how things are going to shape up in next few hours.
So what's your estimate, sir? Where will this tally stop? Do you think that the Bharatiya Janata Party will cross the magic number very soon?
See, Karthika, throughout in the various TV debates, I've been saying that we will touch something like 45 to 48 this time. And if you want, after another some time, I'll give you a seat-wise breakup where we intend to lead. For example, Tilak Nagar, we are trailing. We understand that Tilak Nagar is a tough constituency. And the Jarnail Singh is a popular guy there, but we will give a good tough fight this time there also. So there are places where we won't be able to do much, and but otherwise, city-wise, as I said, the mood is against the government. The mind of the people has already been casted. I'm sorry, my friend from Aam Aadmi Party will not agree with me. But sir, on ground, whether it is Jhuggi cluster, whether it is Purvanchali, whether it is the urban middle class, the overall mindset is against the incumbent government. And then the reason is Mr. Kejriwal himself. And then the reason is the performance also. And reason is that too much of playing a victim card also. People can see through that, and people have started rejecting that victim card theory also. Rather, it's repelling for people in city now.
But life was tough for the Aam Aadmi Party, Sardar RP Singh. Life was tough for the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's admit it that there was absolutely no synchrony between Delhi LG and the AAP.
Nabila, I've been born and brought up in city. I've spent almost 47 years, 77 till now, in the party now and in the organization and the systems, and have contested elections, won election, lost elections. Have been a student union leader here, been the general secretary of the Delhi Student Union. It's not this way. I mean, Sheila Dikshit was there. The same conditions were prevailing. I remember there's some issue regarding water. She went to LG, she went to Home Minister, and she said, I'll resolve it over a cup of tea. The word I remember, she said, "Ek cup chai pe main sab theek kar aaungi." And then it happened. I mean, the water issue was resolved vis-a-vis the other states and with the Home Minister at the center. So with Advani ji was the Home Minister, and then the things happened. So this depends on the person to person also. How do you deal with the situation? How do you tackle the situation? Instead of playing a confrontative and try to confront for everything. So and then try to play some victim card in that. People
Same arrangement even during Sheila Dikshit, sir. You want to jump in?
Yeah, Mr. Singh, I was, the question that Nabila has just asked, the issue was in between, we've seen change of a law in Delhi, which gave greater powers to the Lieutenant Governor. And that is what the bone of contention which I think was slightly different from the way it existed in the original 1993 Act, if my understanding is that. So I think that is why the Aam Aadmi Party kept on. I'm not saying what they did was right. What I'm saying is the issue that they were trying to put on the table was that their powers were taken away by an amendment, which of course the Supreme Court upheld.
Okay, let me put it other way around. A man goes and tests some saying that, oh, I have provided so many mohalla clinics, I have provided so many schools. Okay, he's the one who used to test them. Then how was all that happening? I mean, how schools were provided, if I go by him, although on ground we know not a single school was built. If I go by him, then how mohalla clinics started functioning, although there were fake tests being conducted in mohalla clinics. So how was that all that happening?
No, my question was the ground rules which you mentioned as existed during Sheila Dikshit's time, that rules or that goalpost was shifted is what the Aam Aadmi says. That's what I'm asking you. I'm not.
It was same. Please, I'll appreciate check section 295 AA of NCT Act. It is the same. It was same what was there in Sheila Dikshit's time and even now. Only thing is in between he went to court and took some liberties which was not part of the NCT Act of section. I'm mentioning the part section 295 AA.
Was it same, Professor KG Suresh, same as what it was during the times of Sheila Dikshit and now? Why is Aam Aadmi Party crying foul that they have no powers? Their powers have been clipped. Delhi LG has most of the powers. Bills sent to them aren't passed. They aren't able to make appointments. A lot of work that they want to do isn't processing because the Delhi LG is serving as a block.
Well, certainly, you see, it goes without saying that the earlier cordiality that existed between, say, the BJP, when BJP was in power, Madan Lal Khurana or Sahib Singh Verma, and the then UPA government, or for that matter, of course, there was Vajpayee government also, but then subsequently you had Sheila Dikshit government and the BJP government and power at the center. That just did not exist, and one, of course, is the reason that starting from Najib Jung, the LGs have been more assertive, and they have been, because in Delhi's scheme of things, whether it is land, whether it is law and order, the LG has a predominant role.
Yeah.
So it is not every LG who has asserted that power. Some of the LGs have asserted their power, and certainly that has led to much friction between the two parties.
And with the latest ruling,
Absolutely.
Supreme Court upholding that bureaucrats now will report to the Delhi LG, it's almost made AAP powerless.
Yes.
Even if they do come to power this time. Savio, how do you believe that the government will function in synchrony and will in a way benefit the people of Delhi?
I think that's one of the reasons why the Delhi people are very at this point of time on their decisions. This constant conflict between the center and the state is what has actually frustrated a lot of them. You see, they are not saying that Aam Aadmi Party is a bad party. They're just going about saying that, this friction is not benefiting the people of Delhi.
And people of Delhi are not going to look at the nuance here, right? Where for them it doesn't matter who's making
It's
those
about
decisions.
results.
It's about results. It's
Correct.
about what they get out of it.
Yes.
Exactly. And therefore, they will be, my hunch is that they will move based on this, that their decision is based on the fact that there's no harmonious relationship between the state and the center, and that's not benefiting the people of Delhi, and therefore they will decide otherwise.
You see, Delhi guys are Delhi people are very pragmatic people. You see, unlike say, that is why you saw there was not much of the Yamuna, honestly speaking, though it did come up for discussion, it never was an issue in Delhi, It could never make an emotional appeal, oh, this is your river, the kind of thing that would say Narmada will do in Madhya Pradesh or, a Sabarmati will do in Gujarat. It won't happen. Delhi doesn't have that kind of sentiments because it is, as he said, Prasad said, it is a microcosm and nobody has an attachment in that.
I think
so. It is very rational. So that is why when it comes to Lok Sabha, they would go for a BJP. When it comes to local, they will go for a local party which can deliver. That is the...
I think Sunny Ahluwalia is going to differ on this. Sunny, do you agree with the conversation we are having? Do you agree, with this sentiment that Delhi behaves differently from other states?
No, listen. No, that means that whenever there is an election in the center, every state should be changed, because every time Bharatiya Janata Party or everyone is saying that double engine sarkar is important, double engine sarkar. So whoever comes into the center, you change the state heads as well, so that the work can be done. Is this a federal democracy? Are we living in a country which is democratic, or are we in some undeclared emergency? How can the center stop the funds for the state? How can the lieutenant governor can overrule the power of the chief minister? Why are you holding elections then? In which country we are living? This is no way. If you are not going to give powers to the states, then why you are holding elections? RP Singh should take the charge that okay, it is our prime minister. Now he will be the chief minister for Delhi, he will be the chief minister for Haryana, he will be the chief minister for Punjab. What is the need of the federal system? Clean the federal system. We are saying that every chief minister has a right to control the responsibility and control the bureaucratic of that state. But in Delhi, if it is not possible, then what is the fun of contesting an election? If one time Bharatiya Janata Party Prime Minister was saying that these free rabdi should not be there, now the same manifesto has been copied by them. Why they are scared? The real fight is between the Imandar and the corrupt people. Where Imandar is Arvind Kejriwal, where people stand with Arvind Kejriwal. And other side, if every media, if every people, if every central government wants to have control, then there is no need of democracy. Convert it into dictatorship and then rule the country. This is no way. You are directly challenging the federal system of India. Why? If you say double engine sarkar, that means if a state has Bharatiya Janata Party, you will get the money. There will be no issues. Lieutenant Governor will be calm. And if they doesn't come into power, Lieutenant Governor have more rights. Bureaucracy have to report directly to Lieutenant Governor. Then why you are holding elections? So our things are very clear. We only need to fight for human resources. We need to fight for people of India. That is all. Only one agenda. Bharatiya Janata Party has only one threat. And that is from Aam Aadmi Party. They are not scared of Congress.
Mr. Ahluwalia, point taken. Now let's get the big picture. As of now, it's going to be 9 o'clock, 38 seats to Bharatiya Janata Party. If we go by the strength of the assembly, they have crossed the halfway mark. Bharatiya Janata Party has crossed, Mr. Sunny, please bear with me. They have crossed the halfway mark. Aam Aadmi Party is at 25. Congress seems to be leading in 2 seats. Mr. Akhil Chaudhary has been pretty silent. After 2 consecutive ducks, even 2 is like a green shoot.
Yeah, I think we'll do better this time. But what everyone is missing is, they were discussing about democracies and whatnot. If we come to the caste equation, and I was talking to somebody, most of the minority population, because what we have seen after the Delhi riots, most of the minority population and most of the Dalit and backward OBC population are in favor of the Congress party. But of course, there are some situations because if they vote for Congress, then somebody else will win. If they vote for BJP, somebody else will. These kind of situations are there. But minorities and Dalits and a fraction of OBCs are very unhappy with the Aam Aadmi Party. And of course, they can't be on the side of BJP. But the dynamics are such that this is the situation which we have in front of us.
You know, this is the charge sometimes, you know, you have said this, you know, I have no qualm. You have used the word minorities, you have used the word OBC, you have used the word, it's perfectly okay. I mean to say, but I recall 10-15 years ago, any conversation with a Delhi leader would have said, Aam Aadmi ka haath Congress ke saath. He would have not used these sectional words in any TV conversation. I'm really surprised, you know, I never thought I would live up to see a day where a mainstream political party is using these sectional words in a conversation on TV. Mr. Prasad.
Aam Aadmi Party to sabhi hain. Aam Aadmi Party sabhi hain, but we have to talk about our marginalized people. We have to talk about Delhi rights.
It was a question on a very different tangent, sir. It was a question on a very different tangent. All of, you know, there are a lot of... RP Singh wanted to come because he leave after 9.
This is the world we are living in.
Okay, this is the world you are living in. RP Singh ji, you wanted to come in?
We all are living in.
Now, Mr. Sunny Ahluwalia, very eloquent spokesperson, and he probably understands politics quite well. Sir, LG is also in Kashmir, Jammu Kashmir also. And Mr. Abdullah is quite okay with it until now. I mean, although he's asking for a complete statehood, but there's nothing like confrontation with LG. He's working well, he's on ground, he's trying to do whatever he can do on ground without confrontation. So, as I was saying, is the confrontist attitude which ultimately creates the problem and which creates irritation in people's mind also.
Okay, Mr. Prasad, you wanted to come in because after that we'll change our guest. New guests are going to come.
I was surprised. Of course, as you rightly pointed out, the tagline of 2004 election was "Aam Aadmi ko kya mila." That was because it was comparing with the Shining India campaign which the BJP was running ahead of the Lok Sabha election, and that became the issue. But I was a little intrigued. Just 3 days ago, I ran into a Congress leader who had said he was in Delhi and he had been through different ports. So I asked him, "What's your sense?" He said, "Sir, I see a 50% vote share coming the BJP way." I said, "Is that what you mean? 50%? That means there's going to be a landslide." He said, "Sir, but there is a lot of anger against AAP we could sense." So that person wasn't very sure whether that Congress would have tapped that anger to its advantage, because obviously so that was a very interesting observation, I thought, coming from somebody who was campaigning for the other side. Of course, we should also contextualize in the fact that the Congress was against AAP. So, you know, you can discount those numbers, but, you know, it reflects a different kind of a mood.
Absolutely.
All right, Savio, you wanted to come in quickly.
You know, I feel absolutely disappointed when I hear people and political leaders talk about minorities and majorities. We are all Indians here. I'm an Indian Christian. I don't consider myself to be a minority at all. So I don't think there are Muslim minorities or Christian minorities. We are all Indians, and Congress has to move away from this kind of politics.
Fully agree. Fully agree. The more you talk caste, the more you're allowing marginalization.
You know, absolutely, Nabila, it's a larger trend also. It's about sometimes in a country's life, sectional politics works. Mandal politics worked. It created a space. The politics done by Indira Gandhi, Dalit, Brahmins and Muslim worked. Or for example, I know it's not the time to talk about Gujarat, but the Kham politics of Mr. Solanki worked. But the sort of backlash it created catapulted Bharatiya Janata Party. It has not left power.
Kartikeya, I agree with you, the caste politics work, but the class politics doesn't work in India. That is why the left has been totally marginalized.
Oh, absolutely. Correct. So, you know, when you create these sectional combinations, it can create countervailing forces, and the best example is Kham. Madhav Singh Solanki created a record which has not even been touched by Mr. Modi in his tenure. But the counter reaction to Kham has been such that the Congress has never been able to come back to power in Gujarat.
Because you also were ragged by the anti-reservation issues at that point of time.
Absolutely, I completely
You had Ajgar, you had, I mean, so many.
Ajgar became Majgar.
Yes.
And then I don't know what happened to the Majgar.
And you just talked about caste politics and Mandal. we had Kamandal at that point.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
these issues
but
have
and the
cropped up.
Kamandal became a subaltern Hindutva. So sometimes, sometimes things need to change for good.
Okay, so a quick word before we slip into a short break are the numbers here. We see on our screens very clearly the BJP taking a good lead in early trends. 40 is out of the 70 the BJP shows at this point. Aam Aadmi Party at 28, Congress at 1. Vote share, the BJP at 52.2%, AAP at 43. Well, numbers could change. These are only early trends. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
आपदा वालों को भगाना है इस बार भाजपा सरकार बनाना है
आपदा दिल्ली में नहीं आई, आपदा भाजपा में आई है।
जो बेईमान होता है वही अपने आप को सर्टिफिकेट देता है।
Associate sponsor, New Virtus GT Line, Style to Wander.
इस खेल में अब खेला होगा, हर नहले पे दहला होगा। ये बड़ा है, स्टेज बड़ा है, पूरा भारत साथ खड़ा है। साथ खड़ा है। गेम बड़ा है। Dribble like a rap, pass, 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 setting up the trap. Kick it hard in the boom, chuck, there for the ball. Chuck 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 there for the ball.
India spends $75 billion on foreign cargo vessels.
$75 billion per annum. That's a lot of money.
Imagine a situation where 95% of our cargo is coming on ships which are not owned by us. If we are still not prepared, if someone were to say that we are not going to give you ships, then we'll be stuck. So the entire nation's economy is at risk.
We are very clear that shipping is also strategic, because without that you can't really be the third largest economy in the world.
This and more. Streaming on News9 plus news is now content. Subscribe and get free vouchers.
It's not the fiefdom of politicians. They owe it to the people. Matter is now more about faith of the millions of devotees than just political slugfest. Does that mean that I can't get a job in Chennai, although I may be best suited for that particular job? They have more civic sense, they have more of civility than all these men. My name is Sudha Sadanand. Welcome to the South Indian.
What is to the nines? In literal terms, it's perfection. But to us, it's not just a phrase, it's an attitude. One that starts at your desk and sends a statement to the world. To the nines is about taking charge. It's a way of life where every seam, every fold, is crafted with excellence. It's timeless elegance and uncompromising quality made for the corner office. It's the ideas that inspire redefining order and elevating the tabletop. To the nines, for the leaders of today and the visionaries of tomorrow.
वालों को भगाना है इस बार भाजपा सरकार बनाना है
आपदा दिल्ली में नहीं आई, आपदा भाजपा में आई है।
जो बेईमान होता है वही अपने आप को सर्टिफिकेट देता है।
Welcome back. Well, we're having a moment here with all our guests on who really is going to win. But we can't really predict, as numbers clearly showing, going with the trend of the exit polls, BJP in the lead at 40, the Aam Aadmi Party at 29. But we have our experts here who say that this could very well change in the hours to come. Let me quickly bring in...
The reality can bend.
Okay, let me quickly bring in Himanshu Shukla, BJP spokesperson, joining us. Thanks very much, Himanshu. Your take on the numbers that we see, BJP on a great footing at this point.
Namaskar everyone. I think it was clear to everyone, including me and Aam Aadmi Party's leaders as well, that they are going to lose this time. As you can see, the major leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party, they left their seat before the elections because they knew that they could lose. From the Patpargan seat, as we can see, the Manish Sisodia, the heavyweight leader of the Aam Aadmi Party, he left his seat. Why? Because he knew that all the lies he has been giving to the public since 10 years will now someday will show. So that's why. So that is why they knew that they're going to lose, and we have not been in the government, but still we have done so much for the people. We have given them the roads. We have given 30,000 houses under the PM Awas Yojana. We have also given the expressways, the Dwarka Expressway, the Mumbai Peripheral Expressways, the international structures just such as the Pragati Maidan and the Yeshobhumi. And we have also promised the people with the economical weaker section that we will give them the Pakka house. That is why the people are with us. And as you can see, the Kejriwal people are so scared, the Aam Aadmi Party people were so scared before the elections that they were making, unnecessary allegations.
Okay.
The false allegations of the genocide, the false allegations of the...
Himanshu, you stay with me. Himanshu, you stay with me. Let me introduce a guest. I'm joined by Brijesh Pandey, input editor. He's in the studio. Ajit K. Jha joins us, a senior journalist, someone who understands numbers. Savio Rodriguez, senior journalist, Arnab Mitra, spokesperson, Aam Aadmi Party, Sharat Trivedi, spokesperson, Bharatiya Janata Party, Dr. Pooja Tripathi, spokesperson, Congress. Let me straight away go to Pooja Tripathi. Dr. Tripathi, so 1 and 2, this is the stark reality of the Congress today. What do you make of it? You guys campaign hard, Sheila Dikshit legacy, but even if you say it's early, it's not good at all.
Good morning to everyone. Good to see Nabila here in the studio. And, we have worked hard. I'm very proud of the campaign that party put up. And we are hoping to, defy all the exit polls and give a good show. But let's see, today's the results day. No more beating around the bush. The numbers will be clear in a few hours. And we are really hoping for a good show. Sheila Dikshit actually worked. It was not just banking on Sheila Dikshit's legacy. Sheila Dikshit actually worked for Delhi. For her 15-year tenure were glorious for Delhi government, and we took forward her legacy. We promised Delhi electorate something, and let's see how the numbers roll up. It's the election day. Today is the D-Day.
Ask you the one that's showing in most of the exit polls. Would you want to take a name? Who do you think will be that one person who will save face for the Congress this time? Is it Sandeep Dikshit, or would it be Abhishek Dutt? Who do you think?
I'm really hoping that exit polls see the same fate as Lok Sabha elections. Really hoping, but let's see. As I said, the numbers will be out and out in an hour or two, and we'll see how Congress performs. But I'm hoping for a good fight. I'm hoping for a better performance, better voting percentage.
I love Pooja's smile though. No matter what she
there's a bit of a breaking news. Brijesh, just take me through this. Durgesh Pathak and Gopal Rai are doing pretty well. Kapil Mishra is also doing well. BJP is ahead in 6, AAP in 2. These are the data we are culling from EC. Durgesh Pathak, Gopal Rai, Kapil Mishra. Your thoughts? I know it's a very hyper-local question. Well, I think, what is happening, Kartikeya, is the fact that, the numbers are yet to firm up. The initial leads will be extremely encouraging for the Bharatiya Janata Party. After 27 years of drought, these numbers, though very early trends, would be extremely encouraging for the party. And, I think we'll have to wait for another 1 hour or so before we can say for sure that, that leads are leads and who is trailing and by what margin. Yes, Aam Aadmi Party would never want to see that, even in the early trends of the postal ballot counting, they would want to see Arvind Kejriwal, Atishi and, other senior, Satyen Jain and all trailing and that would definitely not be good news for the for the Aam Aadmi Party. But I think, I guess by 10 o'clock we'll be in a much better position to say how firm the lead is, how decisive the lead is becoming. And I was listening to the Congress candidate, though yes, you said that that the Congress fought or gave a good campaign. I think it was an extremely scattered campaign, and they really didn't try to win this particular election. Nobody knew for sure whether they were waiting for a tie-up with Aam Aadmi Party till last moment, or like had given up with only 2 or 3 rallies by Rahul Gandhi at the final. Okay. Arnab Mitra, your thoughts on the numbers that are on the screen? I mean, so they are very stark, 41, 28, 1. I really don't need to get into any more detailing.
These are very early trends, and we are very confident that we have worked hard for the past 5 years and 10 years as well. So we are very confident that we are going to form the government. These are the initial trends, and I believe this will change very soon. Aam Aadmi Party will get a convincing victory in this Delhi assembly election.
No, give us a little more in depth as to why you're so convinced. Look at the numbers here. We're looking at the BJP leading far ahead from what AAP is. 41 versus 28. Numbers could very well change, but give us your reason for this confidence you have here.
And Kejriwal is still trailing by 1,500 votes.
1,500 votes, yeah.
1,500 votes. Atishi is trailing by 673 votes, yes?
Now, these margins are very less. As you can see that it is trailing by 1,500 and 600 votes only. Merely these votes will matter. This will change very soon, and we are confident because we have worked on ground. Our leaders were among the people, and we know how we fought this election on a positive note without any kind of discouragement, and we are very confident that is why that we will be forming the government.
Right, Arnab Mitra, don't you think people were frustrated and tired of the whining and the victimization of the party? They, constantly blaming the BJP for all their work that wasn't done.
Okay, look, so first let me tell you that there are certain things that have not been done from our side, and our leader has the guts to come to people and say those in loud and clear voices. And what we have done, we have achieved, we have told that as well. And what we could not achieve, we told that as well. So that is why we are very confident.
What could you not achieve? Why didn't you explicitly lay that out here? What could you not achieve?
Let me complete this point. Let me complete this point first. And let me tell you that we are blaming because everyone has seen how BJP has conducted through this election. We have seen Parvez Varma distributing 1,100 rupees. So why we should not blame them?
One of Atishi's close aide was caught distributing 5 lakhs. Those were the allegations. He was caught red-handed.
But there was no such video as of now. I don't know. I have never seen them. But what I can tell you is that we have launched the campaign on a very positive note, and our manifesto has something for each and every caste, community, creed of this Delhi voters. Okay. So we are very much confident.
Okay, you are confident. Sharath Trivedi, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, joins me. Then I'll go to Ajit Keja. Mr. Trivedi, very heartening results for now.
Yes, for sure. For the entire Delhi and the whole of country, we would be better off with Aam Aadmi Party not in the helm in Delhi. And they had already thrown the towel 2 days back when they accused BJP that we are offering 15 crores to buy MLAs. Because this is done only by the party which is likely to come to power. So that's besides the point that even if they had won and they had joined BJP, then they had to resign as per the anti-defection law. So they knew the writing on the wall, they knew that what would the result be. So they had already been, the standard procedure of the opposition is that, Samvidhan ki hatya and we are tinkering with the EVM machines and all that kind of scenario was being portrayed by the Aam Aadmi Party. So things were already very clear. The exit polls were also there. And today the initial trends are also showing that the BJP is going to form the government.
Okay. How do in any election, the twist after 11 a.m. is the tough part to explain. So is there a possibility of twist left, Ajit?
No, not at all. None of us are realizing this is an extraordinary Saffron surge. Look at what the seats were. 8 last time, touching 41. Look at the percentage vote. 38 last time, 48 this time. This is a surge which doesn't happen in ordinary elections. This is what we SFologists call critical elections. This is an absolute turnaround. It's a fierce anti-incumbency which was silent, which most reporters were not able to figure out because, you know, in Delhi, unfortunately, most of our reporting, not our, I meant reporters in general are divided very much ideologically between AAP and Bhajpa. But they were not able to see this surge given the fact that for the last 3 elections, AAP had won. This is an extraordinary wave, which no one is pointing out. And I had been watching TV, other channels. This is something we Saffrologists, we wait for. You know, we love to see waves. And this is not going to change. In fact, I think it is going to get stronger. You might see more than 48% surge for the BJP. And this, in fact, it proves the credibility of most exit pollsters. Majority of them saw it, even those who came the first day and the next day, and they were proved right.
I think I completely agree with you, because it's going to, if you use the word critical, I will use the word landslide, because even in the AC data, EC is giving 19 seats to Bharatiya Janata Party, 4 seats to Aam Aadmi Party. So, well, if it's a critical election, if it's a landslide election for Bharatiya Janata Party, then there needs to be reason for that landslide. There needs to be a reason which cuts across middle class, occupational classes, and the caste. What happened, Savio? In this election, you toured Delhi a lot. What happened? Were people irritated with Mr. Kejriwal, or did they feel that this LG Aam Aadmi Party tit for tat was taking a toll on the Delhi's development, or corruption issue? What was happening?
You know, as I said earlier, that the first place will be between 40 to 45, the second place would be between 20 to 26, and the third place would be between 0 to 4.
We see those numbers settling in that direction, Savio.
Right? Okay. Now the reason why I arrived at that is very simple. I believe that the people of Delhi want to change. That change is in the change of politics that Delhi has been seeing over the last 10 years. There is a lot of talk of things to be done at one section of society where they've been getting the benefits. But there is an aspiration aspect to Delhiites that people have forgotten, which the Aam Aadmi Party has forgotten. While they do have the stronghold of the lower income middle class women, I believe BJP has broken through the lower income middle class women.
True.
I think BJP has also gone ahead and broken through the middle class in general. But most importantly, I think where Aam Aadmi Party has lost out is Delhi voters, you know, are become aspirational. They want to compete. They want to move ahead. They want to see infrastructure development. They want to see socio-economic welfare going up. This fight, this constant fight, you know, you can have center and state work together and harmoniously as well. But somehow it has not happened. It's the brand of Arvind Kejriwal politics that is going to be rejected.
You know, speaking of the Jaggi Jhopadis, we saw the BJP build this massive apartment building, giving almost 1,000 odd apartments away to people who were evicted from those slum areas. Did that, in a sense, create a perception that BJP has uplifted people from their slums? It is a perception game, because at the end of it, there are still people living in large numbers in slum areas. AAP says that many of them were literally wiped out from those areas just to build that apartment there. But perception.
As an author who's written a book on Modi's last 11 years, that is there. Let me tell you, the intent of the government has always been for socio-economic welfare. So it may not be something that has happened now. It is something that they always want to do. So when this conflict happened, when I was meeting different people in Delhi, what I realized is that the aspirational level has not been answered by Aam Aadmi Party. They've left the aspirational level, that point that, okay, this is the basic that is required by you, and you need electricity, water, and some other, small aspects. They've completely ignored that Delhi wants to be better than what it is. And I think that's where Aam Aadmi Party is going to lose out.
Very good point made. Brijesh, from what we see here, BJP at 43, AAP 26, the Congress at 1. This wave of Saffron was predicted, and it seems to have come exactly true to exit polls. Maybe this time all these survey agencies would be able to retain for the next 5 years. Their job is saved, their credibility is saved.
Well, I think, yeah, I mean, going by this trend which is accompanying right now, I mean, I completely agree that, most of the pollsters, and especially the credible ones, the one who have been doing for the last 10 years and they have a strike rate of more than 80%, they are there. And if you look at the numbers, 45-24 looks like firming in that direction only. I guess a picture will be a lot more clearer because there are a lot of seats like, Atishi trailing by 600 odd votes, Arvind Kejriwal by 1500 votes. I guess in another half an hour by 10:30 we'll have an absolute clear picture of which way it is going. If this happens, one thing is very sure, that the attempt of BJP, if you can talk about 100 things which the BJP does on a daily basis, which is A, catering to aspirational class, B, catering to the improvement of infrastructure and all. I think the biggest trick which got them better of Arvind Kejriwal this time was to dent one thing on which the entire politics of Arvind Kejriwal thrived on, which is anti-corruption. And him being honest, them being honest, the others being corrupt. That narrative was a narrative which sailed Arvind Kejriwal for the last, from 2013 till this now. And that is the reason why the BJP was not able to get better of them. This time, with the Liquorgate policy and, the image which went on that, first Satyen Jain was arrested, then Manish Sisodia was arrested, then Arvind Kejriwal. I think the sheen was dented in a big way.
Trend here, Manish Sisodia, Atishi, Kejriwal, all three trailing.
Yeah.
It's not a good sign for all of the party members, the key figures, the clique of the Aam Aadmi Party collectively to lose. I mean, I'm not calling this yet, but from the trends here, as of 9:30, we're seeing the top four not doing very well. Saurabh Bharadwaj, I think, has some saving grace there, but apart from that, Atishi, Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia all seem to be trailing. What does that speak of, Ajit?
See, usually this kind of thing happens when you have this tsunami taking place in terms of the Saffron wave. It is a total tsunami this time. And this is something that happens when there is a fierce anti-incumbency. Usually in a city like Delhi, you don't see, people parading on the streets, marching on the streets. It's a very silent surge, as I said. And I think one of the main reasons is the Prime Minister ended up, in terms of policy, in terms of, initiatives for the poor, he said, I am going to replicate all of AAP's initiatives. On top of that, the Prime Minister made the claim he'll make Delhi a world-class city. I think that
did the budget announcement work?
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, the fact that
I guess everything worked, Karthik. With this kind of number, everything worked. The reason why I'm asking this question is, if you recall, Bijesh, when the Maharashtra results came out, people said we did not account for Ladki Behna. Like Ladli Behan worked in Madhya Pradesh. It was a 4, Ladki Behna was a double sixer in Maharashtra. So, was the announcement by Prime Minister through Nirmala Sitharaman of the tax exemptions given to middle class created that last minute push?
Absolutely, because Delhi is basically a middle class city.
It has the highest number of
per
middle
capita
class
income in the entire country, higher than Goa, right? So, as a result, we have someone sitting from Goa right here. Delhi, you look at Delhi and you can make out, if you travel all around India, even compare it to other metros, for example, Calcutta, Chennai, maybe Bombay. Delhi is basically a middle class city full of aspirations. It's a cosmopolitan city in many ways. People from all over the country come here and everyone feel that this is their capital. So, in that city, a pro-middle class budget is going to work wonders. And yes, absolutely.
And from the looks of it, the BJP's track record, that sense, in most states that they are in power, they're great with civic infrastructure. They've done great work in most states that they're in power, including Karnataka, my state. I'm not saying that they are the large contributors. There's not much that you can do in a small town or city like Bangalore, which is more like a town. But BJP has all 3 seats in city like Bengaluru, which means the urban usually supports the BJP because of their civic infrastructure and their commitment to road building, etc., garbage-free areas. They've done wonders in many ways. Do you think that has also helped?
Just one point.
Yeah.
If you look at the Lok Sabha elections, BJP always wins 7 seats of Delhi.
Correct.
So it is basically that floating vote which used to slice away from the BJP and go to Arvind Kejriwal stayed with the BJP.
But it was very ironic from the looks of it here, what happened with the MCD elections recently.
See, there's also one more thing that, more than that, the BJP is there. I think, people also were kind of fatigued with this constant tussle with the government and the LG.
Yeah.
And saying that, that the works got caught up. And many people perhaps felt, and I think, when the BJP uses the term double engine, I think the best place to benefit from the double engine is going to be Delhi only.
Yeah.
Because, you have LG, which is the super chief minister. You may criticize the state government whatever you want to. But the fact of the matter is that for the last year and a half or 2 years, it is the LG who is calling the shots.
Correct.
All the IAS, all the bureaucrats, IPS, they all report to LG.
We had a discussion at length
Yeah, so I'm saying,
just a few minutes ago, and
despite Supreme Court saying that Babu should report to this, the government brought in an amendment and said that no, the Babus will again report to LG.
But BJP spokesperson Sardar RP Singh said that this was the same arrangement back in Sheila Dikshit's time. She never cried victim.
No, but because Sheila Dikshit's time was that from 2004 till 2014, there was a Congress government. So it, for 13 years, you had a Congress government in the state and also Congress government in the center. So Sheila Dikshit, I think there's also a difference. The nature of the LGs over a period of time have changed. The relationship between LG and the sitting chief minister has become very, very aggressive. One, that was missing. Look at what's happening in Tamil Nadu, Ravi. It's so aggressive. The Supreme Court had to intervene and ask the governor, have you devised your own way of sitting on the bills? So we should not forget that. And secondly, it's not that Bharatiya Janata Party has done extremely well in urban centers all through 80s, 90s. It was Congress which was winning Delhi. It was under Manmohan Singh in 2009, the maximum seats of Mumbai were swept by Congress. I think what has happened over a period of time is that under Rahul Gandhi, the focus of the Congress has shifted. The language has shifted. Now, it is having its own ramification. It did, for a limited purpose, created 99 seats for them, high value seats in Lok Sabha election. But in the larger language, it also, I would say, excludes segments of population. It's inclusive of other things, but it also excludes. So he will have to devise a sort of a broader language, which Sonia did in 2004. But I think he would be very, very happy with the results. Who? Rahul Gandhi and Congress party.
I was just saying that if anybody in the Congress will be happy
and ecstatic. They will be not only happy, they will be ecstatic because I think So, आप कह रहे दुश्मन का दुश्मन दोस्त. Exactly. Okay. On this, let me get back to Sharat Trivedi, Arnab Mitra, Dr. Pooja Tripathi. Let me go to Dr. Pooja Tripathi, then I'll go to Arnab Mitra and then Sharat Trivedi. Dr. Tripathi, 51-19.
I think I disagree with you, Karthikeya, when you said that, Rahul Gandhi's voice has excluded a larger section of population. It's Rahul Gandhi goes on to meet the coolies, it's Rahul Gandhi meets the students, it's Rahul Gandhi meets every section of the society and listens
Except
to
the
them.
voters.
When you say that, his way of politics, his school of politics, it's excluding, I disagree on that. On an unhappy note, I'd be happiest if Congress performs better, if Congress defies the exit poll numbers and brings in a much better percentage than 2020. But what is actually urgently needed is Delhi to be rid of Aam Aadmi Party government. This government has been a menace. This government has made a mess of Delhi. And I'll not say I'll be very happy because I'm looking at my party's result. I'm not looking at others' glass full and my glass half empty.
I mean to say, Pooja, you are looking happy. The screen doesn't lie. I mean to say, you're looking happy.
Question was coming to me. I am having this mind because I knew this question was coming to me. And the way you all have speculated that Congress would be happy, no, we are not looking at others' glass full and ours glass empty.
Okay, Ajit has a question for you.
With 50 seats for the BJP, the next question is who will be the chief minister of Delhi? That's what all of us want to know. Now it's quite clear that the BJP is sweeping Delhi. So who do you think is the most likely chief minister of Delhi?
Is that for me?
No,
Yeah, Pooja, it's for you.
or if the BJP spokesperson could come in on that.
She's from the Congress, so.
No, do we have Sharat Trivedi? All right, we don't have Sharath Trivedi. So maybe that question should be directed to Sharath Trivedi. But speaking of the numbers that we see here at 50 BJP, 19 Aam Aadmi Party and Congress 1, it almost seems like these numbers are firming up in that direction. 9:31 precisely the time. But the Election Commission's live results show slightly lower tally. 24 at this point for BJP and 6 for the Aam Aadmi Party. What's that difference, Ajit? You want to tell us if viewers are watching us versus tracking the website of the Election Commission, why this difference, Brijesh, Ajit?
Yeah, because what happens is that Election Commission is a government agency. So what happens is that whenever the data which is signed by the officer, when it is firmed up, when it is made official, then it gets reflected in the Election Commission data.
And how is News9 getting it much faster?
See, we have most of the channels have a separate arrangement where we know from our people who are there on the ground that yes, this is the data, this is the number of seats which are there. So ours is a real-time data transmission. But the government of the India,
we are faster than the EC.
Absolutely, everyone is faster than EC. But it's a question of being officially accurate. So they have to be very, very officially accurate. Bharatiya Janata Party is even leading in Balli Maran. BJP is leading in Balli Maran. With 50 seats out of 70, we have to really hard press to find out where they are not leading from.
67.
That question
So
that
BJP
you
is only
asked,
getting
what
50.
tends to happen is EC only gives you the data. It's like a head count. Once they count everything, they give you the data. What others do, the informal channels, they rely on statistician. They get the early trend, they do a projection based on the statistical fact that the median is the most important. And from there you do the projection. Look at the numbers you gave of the EC. 25,
yeah,
25
and
right?
6.
Double it up.
Yeah.
50, let's say 12. So it's very close to the final trend that we are seeing.
Do we have the vote share? If we can have the vote share play up here on our screen. So we want to know what this vote share would really mean. Is this a neck and neck fight at all? Brijesh and Ajit, if you could decode that for us. AAP at 40.3% while the BJP at 52.2%. Is this anywhere close in terms of vote share?
I think
or is it a
huge
huge lead?
It's huge. 52% and the last was like they've not even. It's huge. They have scored more than 14-15% from the last data.
So,
and with a 14% positive swing.
Yeah,
and the Aam Aadmi Party has lost more than 40.
It's actually a negative swing of almost 14%.
But interesting part is that whenever you see this kind of a landslide, you have a decent amount of surge in the percentage of votes polled. This time the surge was not there. This was not like, last time it was 60% of people who were polled and the EC came out with the data and it was like 90% has happened or 10%. It was like almost what the Delhi poll last time.
But
and look at the slide. It's huge.
Because it's based on a floating voter switch.
Yeah.
Floating voter, when they switch, you may not see a higher turnout. Higher turnout takes place when newer voters come and vote. In Delhi, generally in South Delhi and other constituencies, you don't have a very high turnout. So the average tends to get, much lower. In North, Northwest, Northeast Delhi, you find places like Okhla and all, almost 70% turnout. So the average tends to get down. But you see, over here, it is simply a question of 1/3 voters switching over to the BJP. Those who voted BJP in the Lok Sabha stayed with the BJP. That's why you see such a massive and much more. So that's why you see a 52.2. This is an extraordinary swing. Normally in Indian elections never happens.
As per what you say, that all seats that BJP wins is with a big margin. It's not a close fight by no means.
Absolutely.
Number one, they're winning a lot more seats from 8 to 50.
Yeah.
In itself is like, more than 6 times of the last time. More than 6 times.
And each of those seats, the margin is going to be high.
Would be high.
Even the margin.
6 times is like, you won 8, this time you're winning 50.
It doesn't make a difference if a Bharatiya Janata Party wins 50 seats with 10 extra votes each from Aam Aadmi Party. It's a win. When we account for a win, it's a win, and it's a jump from single digit in 50, and it's a big downer for Aam Aadmi Party from where they stood
to 19, and it's 9:30. So if there has to be a change, we'll witness it in next one hour or 40 minutes, or else I personally feel that BJP can cross 60. It can be a complete reversal of where Aam Aadmi Party stood, because if this is the way the vote is going,
when it rains it pours. And I have seen so many elections, like Ajit was saying that usually this kind of shift. I remember the 2012 UP election. When Samajwadi Party started.
Let me frame this debate. Let me frame this debate. Do you think BJP can cross 60? Can BJP cross 60?
I don't think BJP crossing 60, but yes, they will be in the range of 50 to 55 if these figures or these trends hold
so you are not differing with me from a margin. You are saying that it will be close to 60.
Yeah.
My personal take is that this is going to be a landslide victory for Bharatiya Janata Party.
It is a landslide. It is not going to be. It is a landslide. See, when you said that it doesn't matter if they cross more or less, it matters. Why? This is like Maharashtra.
Okay.
This is not like Haryana.
Okay.
So in that sense, it matters. It's a resounding victory.
Why is this happening? Why is this happening after 2024? Does the BJP cadre has got a sort of a wake-up call?
Absolutely.
That if they don't work hard, they might end up with a Lok Sabha result, something like that.
Yes.
Vijay, you have covered the party for such a long time.
That's the easy explanation which you say that that RSS is there and everything.
No, I didn't use the word RSS. I'm just saying cadre.
I'm just saying. Let me finish. All I'm saying is that that what happened in Haryana. The third time, the BJP, which didn't won last time, if you remember, they had to form the government with JJP. They won 30 seats. They had to take 10 seats of the JJP to form the government. Next on, in the third term, they went on to give their best performance in Haryana till date. It was not because of, of course there's a micro strategy and various other strategies play, but it was also an inner harakiri which was committed by the Congress party. Maharashtra was a completely different gig. You talk to any BJP leaders and all, why it happened, honestly, barring miracle, nobody would be able to explain why the entire trio of Eknath Shinde, of Uddhav Thackeray, NCP and Congress were bundled under 50. This time what has happened is, I was saying that they have hit at the very USP of Arvind Kejriwal. What is the USP of Arvind Kejriwal? That I am an Aam Aadmi and my party is corruption free. They dented at corruption angle which paid dividend. Aam Aadmi has become, and this is the reason, if you remember, Sheesh Mahal, of the videos of the Sheesh Mahal were leaked at a very opportune time.
It busted Arvind Kejriwal's image and how.
So people, you may talk of aspirations, we may talk of civic facility, but the faith. The faith of the voter was shaken, and the voter, I think, has voted like a jilted lover, if I may use the phrase. That you promised us something else. Then what is the difference between you and the Congress and you and the BJP?
You are saying
and that is the reason why this complete turnaround has happened.
Basically, you are saying that unka aadmi diwane aam se diwane khas chala gaya.
Absolutely.
This mandate is very different in some ways from Maharashtra, because in Maharashtra, these guys were ruling. Over here, Arvind Kejriwal was ruling. So it's an anti-incumbency, number one. Number two, it is very similar to Maharashtra in the sense, what's the common factor? The role of the RSS. In both the places, you got an overwhelming majority. The RSS went silently working on various constituencies, and that is what has taken place here. So these two make Delhi elections very interesting, very similar to Maharashtra in terms of a
Okay, wait a minute. Another tweet of Omar Abdullah. The man is full of wit, and he says, "Ji bhar kar lado." और लड़ो आपस में जी भर कर लड़ो. So Omar Abdullah, spot on. He was pretty irritated when this India and Congress thing, AAP and Congress happened. He said, then let's disband it. And in 2014, he gave me an interview. He said, a person who does not understand that there's a Modi way is living in fool's paradise. He was the first person to say that in 2014 January. Omar Abdullah.
If you look at the percentage vote, it's close to 50% vote for the
Savio,
BJP. So
your thoughts on this
wouldn't have helped.
If anything, I think Omar Abdullah has been very vocal about how frustrating it is to not have
with the Congress,
a communication between the allies.
The problem with the Congress is they have 100 rupee in their pocket and all they are trying to buy is the Maybach. The point is, do you have the political authority to even question, say, a Ram Vilas Paswan's party? Do you have the political authority to tell politics to even say, like, a Jitan Ram Majhi? You don't. And what do you say? Your guys, you have not won the election, You have not won the election. What is the fight going on? Oh, I will be the chief minister, you will be the chief minister. What happened? Naib Singh Saini became the chief minister. In J&K, you know, you have, your party is what, 4 or 5. You are trying to tell, no, this is how the Umar Abdullahs of the world, who have won 5 times more seats than you, should behave. In Maharashtra, our guy is going to be the chief minister. We should get more than 100 plus seats.
So they do have complex of being the grand old party, and I think that's very hard for them to shrug off.
They're living in delusion.
Yeah, of course, absolutely. They play like kings while at this point they have no currency left.
Nabila, having come to Delhi, I get the opportunity to meet up with some people across political party lines. So we were at a dinner, and there's a very strong Congress supporter. And so I asked him what's going to happen with the election and all that. So he says, Congress to acha hai, lekin Rahul Gandhi political muruk hai. Okay? I think he meant to say that he's weak politically, and therefore Congress is facing this situation. And I think that's the reality of the situation.
Absolutely.
The reality of the situation is that it's not that there is no Congress supporters in India. There are Congress supporters all over India. What Congress is failing to do, and I told my good friend Pooja as well, is to bring them together. They're not able to, synergize them or harness them or energize them on a common platform of, again, inspiration. So I think Rahul Gandhi lacks the inspiration to inspire his team or his cadre to actually fight. Now, Delhi is one place where they could have actually have a resurgence. Why did they fail in that? They're down to one.
They did not. I mean, I would really assume that they have a legacy with Sheila Dikshit. They could have really got to town
on the legacy. See, people associated with Sheila Dikshit, people like Ahmed Patel, people who are like, 500 politicians will take Ahmed Patel far more seriously than they will ever take Rahul Gandhi.
Of course.
And what are you trying to do in Uttar Pradesh? In Uttar Pradesh, you are a party which is like at the bottom of the barrel, and you are trying to tell Samajwadi Party, which is the biggest party, on how to fight elections.
On this, Dr. Pooja Tripathi should respond. On this, Dr. Pooja Tripathi should respond.
I know.
Dr. Tripathi?
It's very fashionable in politics to criticize Rahul Gandhi. It's very fashionable, and I think it's outrageous the way you're discussing this Rahul Gandhi's political murak and things like that. I think Rahul
didn't
Gandhi
say that.
is the
Congress supported
the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and I disagree with what you are saying. He is the same person who energized Bharat Jodo from Kashmir to Kanyakumari, who took our seats tally to 99, and it's not just Rahul Gandhi's responsibility. Congress party's performance is not just one person's responsibility. It's responsibility of our local units too, our state units too. You just can't keep the gun on Rahul Gandhi's shoulder and shoot and say, oh, Rahul Gandhi is a finished thing. Rahul Gandhi, only leader.
Local units are not listening to Rahul Gandhi.
No, I'm not saying local units are listening. He is working hard. He is listening to people, and they have been. We just talked about Haryana. There has been infighting in Haryana, and I've accepted it in the past on your channel too and various channels too, and it is a fact. It is a great.
Pooja, did Congress take action against a spokesperson post Haryana? Pooja, did you guys take action against one single person post Haryana or post Maharashtra?
Can you keep that for our party to decide? Let's not bring in journalists to decide that.
Yes, the party is indecisive. Now that's the whole point here. The fact is that
one question. You rightly said Rahul Gandhi did an extraordinary job in Bharat Jodo. Now the second phase should be India Jodo, meaning the India Alliance. That's where Rahul seems to have failed, I would argue.
No, I don't think so. India Alliance was there for the Lok Sabha elections. If you expect Congress party to always have the large heart, seat dete rahe, we are not an NGO. We have a political party and we have our political aspirations. We will fight Delhi elections against the incumbent government, against the government that has made a mess of Delhi in last 10 years. And I think I really have a problem with that. This question is not being asked to Aam Aadmi Party that they went on to contest Haryana. They went in. We were still in discussion with the Aam Aadmi Party on the Haryana seat sharing. Arvind Kejriwal ji comes out of the jail and says कि हम सारी सीटों पर लड़ेंगे. This happened in Gujarat, this happened in Uttarakhand, this happened in Goa. So you just expect कि हम एक grand old party, हम grand, we are the bigger partner in the alliance. And we have already did that in Lok Sabha seat sharing, but always expecting us to take a back seat, that won't happen. We are not an NGO, we are a political party, and we will revive. The things are tough, the scenes are tough, the electorate is drifting away, but we will revive and we will resurgent, and that's a promise I want to make. And it's not just कि हम बस देते रहें, everybody comes and stabs us in the back. That's not going to happen.
You rightly said, Pooja, that you're not an NGO, which would mean, if you mean business and you really want to be in the playing 11, you've got to either strategize to take the back seat. That's basically part of the game. It's not any daan that you're doing. It's part of the game to take the back seat when you're not performing.
So why are we expected to always take a back seat?
My dear, because there's no performance. Congress is failing. Lok Sabha must have happened. You got 100 Lok Sabha seats, but that has not happened. That didn't speak has not continued.
We win some and we lose some. That does not give anybody.
Okay, if it's that simple, we win some, we lose some, then then there's not much to say. Well, look at the BJP spirit. On the contrary, they're war horses.
I remember, that kind of sums up the way BJP fights elections. We have seen how BJP does. There was a chief minister interview. I was interviewing him, and he said that after the interview, he said there was a loss in election. Telangana election, I think, was there when BJP lost badly. Congress came to power, and he said, I was seeking an appointment with Amit Shah. So he said that his office said that to wait for 2 more days. So he said why, what happened? Wouldn't he have come back from where he's supposed to be in Delhi? No, he has gone to Bihar to strategize, and they are working on this meetings and all to make sure that they fight Bihar election in a much more spirited way. I think that is how elections are fought. She said I can understand. The fact is that that she has to defend the Congress party, and it's not a best of time to be in there. But the fact of the matter is that look at the number. Congress is happy with 1 seat, and can anybody tell me what did the Congress do in the last 1 month? In last 1 month, the Congress guys were not sure whether Rahul Gandhi or whether the Congress party will fight this election, as their entire life depends on it. You may like Aam Aadmi Party, you may not like Aam Aadmi Party, but look at the way they fight elections. Look at the BJP, the way they fight elections. And Haryana has happened, Maharashtra has happened, Congress is, Delhi is almost done and dusted. It is either BJP or Aam Aadmi Party, one of the party will come. But where is Congress? And not a single action has been taken against single individual.
If I do interject, I think you're being very harsh on the Congress. You see, in Rahul Gandhi's mindset and that of the Congress, moving from a 0 to 1 is an achievement.
Yeah,
so you have to be happy for them.
But even there,
okay, let me stop
seat.
Let me just stop you a minute. Ramesh Biduri speaking. Let's cut to that bite. Ramesh Biduri.
देखो, दिल्ली की आपदा से लोग परेशान हैं, और आपदा से परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला है 10 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे, और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए। इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है, और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को, सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है।
No, if you look at the numbers, Kalkaji, it's Bharatiya Janata Party, Tughlakabad, it's AAP, Badarpur, it's Bharatiya Janata Party. If you just look at these
I think some
seats,
smile on Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia and Arvind
it's Bharatiya
Kejriwal
Janata Party, Patpargaj, it's BJP, Lakshmi Nagar, it is BJP, Vishwas Nagar, it is BJP, Krishna Nagar, it is BJP. So I mean to say, it's like a uniform spread. Gonda, it is BJP, Babarpur, it's Aam Aadmi Party. I think it's an even spread. I don't want to get into those West Delhi, South Delhi, East Delhi, but the spread seems to be, Ajit, even for Bharatiya Janata Party.
That's
if you just go by the seat, Shadra, it is BJP. It's a pretty even spread.
That's the nature of a wave, Kartikeya. Whenever a wave takes place, it's overall voters switching from one to the other. The Badali seat I was talking about, Devendra Yadav, every reporter who went to Badali came back and he said Congress ye pakka jeetegi. So not because of the party and Rahul Gandhi, because of Devendra Yadav. This guy is an extraordinary campaigner. So other than that, it's a total wave for Saffron all over the state. And that's what it reflects. They are not only winning in their northwest, northeast, which used to be their strength area, but in south, in east, in west, all over Delhi. And that's the extraordinary, the anger of the voter that this Arvind Kejriwal, I remember this JDU had a meeting with the BJP where they pointed out, let's take the reporters to the areas where the so-called Purvanchaliya guys live, in those areas, pathetic infrastructure. They went around showing the reporters and the kind of water logging, the kind of dirt around. And after all, you have been in power for almost more than 10 years and haven't done anything. Khali welfare policies pe jeetna impossible hota hai. That's like basically you are just working partially. You're not working like the leader of the entire Delhi. And Delhiites want a better capital city. Traffic nightmare, crime. Every time crime would increase, Arvind Kejriwal would say central government ke haath mein hai. Okay.
But he's not wrong there.
Well, fine. So give Delhi to central government, give it to BJP.
Then you have to revoke the state.
I think a lot of criticism AAP has taken was Arnab Mitra. You're still there? Arnab? I think Arnab Mitra is not there. Only Pooja continues with us.
Give Delhi to BJP is really not an answer, right? I mean, of course, AAP would not concede defeat so easy. They're going to fight and fight long. Defeat. Do you think there could have been a deliberate attempt to let AAP struggling?
Absolutely. Well, see, the point is that you can the figures speak for themselves. Nobody is speaking for Aam Aadmi Party, but with the honest hand on heart conversation, is Arvind Kejriwal the full chief minister? No. Does Delhi police comes under Arvind Kejriwal? No. So who are you going to criticize rising crime in Delhi? Arvind Kejriwal. Or if there is a land problem, who are you going to criticize for Aam Aadmi Party? You can't. I mean, you have to be dishonest to do that. And the fact of the matter is that yes, majority of those things, there have been a running battle which has been going on between AAP and LG, in which IS officers are not going there. This is not to say that Aam Aadmi Party has covered itself in glory and all, but there's a clear dichotomy. LG is taking the final shots. So, a decent amount of that would also lay at the door of the LG, which by LG you mean the central government.
Did it have a bearing on Punjab?
Otherwise, you have a constitutional bench of Supreme Court which gave a decision.
Okay.
And the decision was countermanded by another.
Will it have a bearing on Punjab?
I think, it will have the bigger bearing it will have in the politics of Delhi. I think if these figures hold by, and I don't see any reason why they won't, I think Arvind Kejriwal, Manish Sisodia will go back to Tihar because now the sanction has come. Their bail was hinging on that the court gave them a bail because there was no clearance from MHA. MHA gave them clearance 4 days or 5 days before voting took place. So both of them will go to jail. We might see a possible disintegration of Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, and I think in next 6 months we might see Punjab heading for a big split as far as the politics of Punjab is concerned.
You're saying Punjab, they won't even complete the full term in
They
Punjab.
will not, and I would say that like Congress is very happy to see BJP win in Delhi, the BJP would be extremely happy to see that the politics of power shifts to Congress, because Congress would be a much easier foe to defeat than with the Aam Aadmi
BJP
Party.
was pretty relieved when last time Amrinder Singh won. They were pretty happy. You spoke to them off the record. They said, okay, it's okay. Amrinder has come to power.
Absolutely.
So, Punjab was a working arrangement between two big political parties.
But like in Delhi, my apologies to Pooja in advance because, she's there spiriting, taking on all the questions and all. But the fact of the matter is that, whenever you talk to anybody, the line of the Congress party was that, boss, I don't know how much seats are we going to win, but we will be supremely happy if the Aam Aadmi Party wins.
I hear that too. Some Congress leaders have very clearly said, without naming them, very clearly
which
said,
is ideally
we'll be
you should
happy
be
if the
ashamed
BJP
at the
comes.
numbers
But
which have
I'd like to ask you, Kartikeya, why is the Congress happy when BJP comes and BJP happy when Congress comes?
Because they are the two national parties, and one has to understand that the BJP and Congress both had aversion to the sort of politics which Kejriwal spawned. I still remember I think it was 2012-13 or 11-12 when Congress, Arun Jaitley, Sushma Swaraj, Manmohan Singh, Pranab Mukherjee, this whole Lokpal thing had to be managed, and both of them agreed somewhere that this sort of a politics being spawned by Kejriwal was not healthy for democracy. There was a lot of off-record briefings at the LOP's office, Rajya Sabha. They said ki Kotwal bhi tum, judge bhi tum, munshi bhi tum, munsif bhi tum. How can this happen? That is why if you look at the way this Lokayukt or Lokpal politics is spawned, it's toothless. I mean, so what the politics of Lokayukt which he did would have created a constitutional monster. You had a judge who would command the police, and that's what the Congress ministers were telling journalists off record, that this this breaks into the division of executive, legislature and judiciary. Now coming back to the same,
but that's an intellectual answer that you gave. The political answer is BJP in a straight fight can easily beat the Congress, but maybe not AAP.
Maybe
that
not.
Is
The reason why they will be happy to see.
I wanted to know reasoning for that. Why?
But
why can't they beat AAP? Why is it harder to beat AAP than Congress?
Because AAP is not like Congress. AAP is like Trinamool Congress. AAP is a different kind of a Congress. AAP is like a Trinamool Congress. They are street fighters. They win, they lose. I'm not getting into that. But the fact of the matter is that when the catalyst was Narendra Modi from 2013 end onwards, and he saw BJP reaching a heights which, with RSS, without RSS, the BJP was never able to reach. Now that kind of catalyst, which is winning 7 out of 7 seats, Lok Sabha seats in all election, the Aam Aadmi Party beat them hollow to a level where it was embarrassing for them.
I think the other answer is it's a cadre-based party, AAP, which Congress is not
Ajit,
anymore. BJP is a cadre-based party, right?
No. I'm saying anywhere across the country, the fight between the Congress and BJP.
People will subsequently write a book, Ajit, on this. There is a difference. I think, AAP is a volunteer-based party. It's a volunteer-based system, I would say. And I think more than a party, AAP is a style of politics. I personally feel that AAP is a style of politics more than a party. Congress, despite being weak, is a party. BJP is a very powerful party apparatus. In fact, BJP or the RSS believes in party society. The way you have communists in China, which believes in a party state. If you look at the way RSS function, they believe in a party society. कि हम समाज का अभिन्न अंग बन जाएं और समाज और हम में कोई फर्क ना हो. They openly say that. Congress never says that. AAP is a system which is more like a style. I think the real problem, Savio, for AAP would be in terms of whether they'll be able to survive this in a long run or not.
I think that's the only question to ask if these figures hold by. Will AAP survive to tell the
Absolutely, Brijesh. That is where the story is. Whether they will be able to survive, because AAP is an interloper style, Mara or Bhage. People like it for people enjoy it for some time because you get that visceral pleasure, na. Oh, kitne bade aadmi ko patak diya. But after that, the basics, I think, went missing, Savio.
And I feel here, AAP came with a clean image. When I say clean, I mean to say that it was fresh, new party which had no baggage, nothing for the BJP to hammer on. They had no
Nabila, it was not a party. It was not a party. You see, what was AAP doing? Any middle class person could just walk in and say that I am AAP. For example, I still remember.
I'm saying as a party that was formed, it was new, it was fresh, it was baggage free. They came with an anti-corruption aim and goal. So people wanted that kind of change. They were so fed up of Congress.
It is not a party. That is what I'm saying.
And the BJP.
AAP is not a party. I was covering it and I saw my mom walk in and see what's happening. I said, what are you doing here? She said, I just thought, I can come and, the guy is doing a good job.
I myself was very impressed by the concept of AAP.
So, it was a walk-in counter and anyone could walk in. But in bigger political parties, you don't get to walk in.
That is the reason when people get so
you don't get to walk in.
In the future, the AAP can only revive itself if it goes back to the people and starts another popular movement.
Yes.
Otherwise, simply as it is, there is no way they can fight back BJP
and what a sad story, right? The turn of tables. They started as anti-corruption crusaders and then came on to becoming the face of one. I mean, they have not yet been convicted,
because
but
it's not
the perception-wise, the liquor scam.
Defined. Rahul Gandhi, whether you like it or not, has redefined the Congress party ideologically.
Yes.
Whether I say you exclude people, you include people, there is an ideological firmness which he has provided.
No, but
BJP is already there.
The problem with the Aam Aadmi Party, and which is what we forget, is that a lot of people who are driven by activism who want to take on the establishment.
Good
They
point.
are the ones that joined the Aam Aadmi Party and continue to support the Aam Aadmi Party. But that's where the problem lies with Aam Aadmi Party. It does not move from activism to political and governance. Their activism continues, and that's where people are having a disconnect
But
with them.
apart from activism, you need to ideological flexibility does not mean that you become a rubber band.
But an activism does not have an ideology.
They are very clear about their ideology. See, not for once, the entire, you are missing the entire CAA Shaheen Bagh thing. Not one single statement came from Aam Aadmi Party.
Correct.
Not one. They were firmly on the ground of not Hindutva, hardcore Hindutva, like BJP was.
Charu Pragya also joins me, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Sorry, Bridget, I'll come back to you. Charu, 47-1-22, it's a BJP sweep. Your comments?
Absolutely. Good morning to everyone, and I want to just begin by thanking the people of Delhi and every single Karyakarta of Bharatiya Janata Party. I think this is validation for everything we have been saying for the longest time. APDA needs to go. Delhi deserves better. We need good governance. We need the basics in life at least. Good air to breathe, decent water to drink, and that's where the struggle has begun for Delhi, especially since the last 11 years. On promises, on delivering, on a better lifestyle, Aam Aadmi Party has done a complete U-turn. They have been involved in scam after scam. There has been massive siphoning off of money to an extent that Delhi is down in the dumps when it comes to their fiscal deficit. We've never been in such a bad situation before. But I think you can't fool all the people all the time, and Aam Aadmi Party has finally learnt this.
Finally learnt it. Do you think, hi Charu, Nabila here. Do you think AAP has the numbers that it stands at 23?
Hi Nabila, lovely to see you.
Hi. Could it change, Charu? From what we see here, 46 to 23, could it change at all? Are you certain this number will stick?
So from what I understand, there is a clear majority to the Bharatiya Janata Party already on the Election Commission website, but the rest of the numbers could be having minor changes as the day progresses. See, the fact is that this is going to be a BJP government, which means that Modi ki guarantee is finally going to be delivered to the people of Delhi. We are finally not going to be going around asking, bhai, Ayushman Yojana ka labh kyun nahi mil raha hai? We are finally going to be having a reason as to why money is coming from the center, but it's not being used for the betterment of Delhi. So I just want to, bring things together, explaining two things that have been very important to me throughout this campaign. One, you can't lie every single day on every important issue. You cannot have financial discrepancies to such a high extent and then talk about honesty. Three, going to jail is not some kind of a massive achievement you've had. You're not a hero. In fact, you should be ashamed that you had to go to jail. At one point of time, around 80% of Delhi cabinet was controlled by people who were behind bars. We deserve better. We are the capital of the country. And BJP has worked extremely hard on the campaign, and we are determined to make sure that the way we're delivering at the center, the way we're delivering in all the other states where we have our governments, we are going to do the same for Delhi.
Charu, can I ask a question? Ajit Kumar Jha here. Charu, of course, congratulations. This is a great Saffron surge. What we want to learn, other than the fact that this is Modi ka guarantee, other than the fact that, the campaign was excellent on the ground, can you tell us the story? How did the BJP carry on this campaign? After all, it was a very difficult state to win. For the last 27 years, the BJP was out of power. And in the last two elections, the BJP did not perform so well. What did the BJP do on the ground? Can you please tell us the story of the campaign?
I think Aam Aadmi Party gained on the coattails of Anna Hazare ji. Arvind Kejriwal actually hijacked all of that and formed a political party, came to power in Delhi on big promises. And I will tell you, all youngsters in the country, all professionals in the country, everybody looked at this new party with so much hope. But in the last one decade, that has unraveled. In the last one decade, we have realized we can't trust someone who even swears on his kid's head and lies about it. What BJP has done effectively this time, and much better than maybe we managed to do last time, I admit, is bring to the people's notice everything that has been going wrong, and at the same time show the people of Delhi this comparison. 3 terms of Modi Sarkar in the center and 3 terms of Kejriwal Sarkar in Delhi state, and you see where the country is reaching, how we are performing better and better on every parameter, and you see where the capital has come to. It is literally a place which is talked about in the most negative terms when you talk about pollution, when you talk about lack of water. Every single time we have festivals that come around, it's embroidered in some controversy or the other. Sometimes you're talking about the Yamuna Ji's water being so bad that Chhat Puja cannot be celebrated there, and then when it is Diwali, you want to stop the crackers and say ki don't celebrate Diwali because this suits our narrative for the time being. So this comparison on seeing a nation grow because promises have been delivered on, because you see there has been no siphoning off of funds. The last person in the line gets the benefits of a welfare scheme, and compare it to Delhi. Well, welfare schemes have been kept back, where Ayushman Yojana never even came into play because of someone else's politics, where on every single parameter Delhi has fallen down. Public transport, dismal. Air quality, dismal. When it comes to these mohalla clinics, numerous ghost tests carried out, scams worth crores and crores of rupees carried out. So every model that was discussed, that has come crashing down.
Charu, if you have to put finger on one issue which clicked maximum for the BJP, like, one, was it the liquor gate or was it the Sheesh Mahal? Because these are good governance point which we all know doesn't make you or get you win election. Because if that was happening, then, we would never see Sheila Dikshit out of power. What I'm trying to say is that which is one particular incident which you feel helped things go or swing the BJP way?
Aam Aadmi Party government has been a house of cards. So it's one card taken away at a time and it's come crashing down. But everything is added. See, when the discrepancies in construction of the Sheesh Mahal came to the front, people felt upset because you talked about not needing more than a 2-bedroom house, and yet you were making a Sheesh Mahal, renovating one rather, not even making one, for 50 crore rupees. You renovated for 50 crore rupees. And then most recently, I think that whole conversation about Yamuna Ji being poisoned by people in Haryana, that was terrible. How far can you go in your lies to gain political brownie points? Children of people from Haryana could be residing in Delhi. This is one country. We're not talking about an enemy state. You are using terms like genocide. You're talking about water terrorism. So I believe one step at a time, this house of cards has come crumbling down. And of course, that's been complemented by the excellent work we are doing at the center.
Okay. A quick question, would you believe that now in well over 2 decades, the BJP will finally have its first chief minister, and who's the front runner?
I'm very excited, Nabila, to know who our Chief Minister is going to be, as excited as the rest of Delhi. That should happen very soon. Let's see where the number stops today. The parliamentary board will meet. There will be the meetings of all senior leaders, and we'll know very soon.
Okay, I'm also joined by Valakbeki Nayak, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Sakshi joins me from Bharatiya Janata Party's office. Mr. Nayak, I'll come to you, but first to Sakshi. Sakshi, am I audible? Sakshi, you're at BJP's office. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I thought, I'll not ask you this question, but I have to ask you this question. Mahal kaisa hai?
Yeah. Mahal? Yes.
Mahal abhi shuru hona baki hai, Kartikeya. That is what I have to tell you, because previously I was at the BJP office there at Pandit Pant Marg. But right now at the headquarters, the energy is yet to get picked up. We are expecting all the leaders, the party members, and in fact the workers to come here in a couple of hours from now, as and when the things get finally stamped. But if I could tell you about the mood over there at the BJP office, it was quite electrifying. I already started hearing the BJP Karyakartas chanting Modi hai to mumkin hai at the top of their lungs. I spoke to BJP MP Harsh Malhotra also. I asked him the question that who is going to be, the front runner in the race of becoming the chief minister if these trends are proven to be the true at the end, and if Delhi government is going to be of the BJP's this time around. He said one sentence to me, and that cleared a lot of things about his confidence and the question of confidence on the BJP entirely. He said, Kamal ka chin hi chief minister hai. So I think that summarizes the question on confidence
all the action
of
is
how
going
the
to be in
BJP
BJP headquarters.
is actually
Sakshi,
feeling
I
at
know
the
all the
moment.
action is going to be in Bharatiya Janata Party's headquarters, then it will shift to Deen Dayal Upadhyay Marg, and probably there's going to be a huge speech if the trends hold. Mr. Nayak, disappointing performance, 42-28.
Absolutely not. I just want to give some, first of all, good morning to you and the other guests and to all your viewers. I just want to give a context to the trends coming in and let us focus that these are trends, not results. See, the counting has started and counting happens in rounds. In every round for each constituency, about 8 to 10 EVMs are taken out and the results of those are tallied. And because of the size of constituencies in Delhi, we have at least 120 to 150 EVMs in each constituency. The trends which we are seeing right now, on the basis of which, Bharatiya Janata Party seems to be celebrating prematurely, only 2 rounds have been completed out of a possible of 12 to 15 rounds. So let us wait for another hour or two to get a better idea of actually what is happening on the ground. So we are definitely not disappointed. We have worked for the people and we are confident that we will get their blessings again to form the government for the 4th time in Delhi. I also want to just address, I think one question you asked one of the guests, what has BJP done to perform better in this election? Let us admit that BJP has performed better in this election compared to 2015 and 2020. But I would like to answer what exactly they have done. First of all, what Bharatiya Janata Party did was to change the way the Chief Election Commissioner of India is appointed. They made it a fait accompli, and by putting a 2-1 vote, so there was no opposition, and they have put in their person. And through the EC, what the Bharatiya Janata Party has done to perform better in this election, they have tampered with the voter rolls. They have violated every rule in the model code of conduct. And on the day of election, they have not allowed free and fair elections. This is my direct accusation. And this is the direct reason why Bharatiya Janata Party has performed better compared to the previous 2 elections. But still, as I said, not enough to form the government this time. Aam Aadmi Party will definitely be forming the government by the evening.
From the looks of it, we see AAP numbers slightly crawling up. I'm not too sure how far, but they're slightly bettered. Bettered their tally. It is crawling.
It's crawling up.
Let's hope for the Aam Aadmi Party there's some saving grace in the next 1 hour. It's still okay to lose with a small margin than a huge margin.
Yes, absolutely.
So let's get into the reactions. Scores of reactions coming in. Politicians who want to comment. The numbers that are now firming up. People have a lot to say. Let's hear it.
दिल्ली को बेहाल किया हुआ था, आज वो 9-2-11 होने जा रहे हैं और बहुत गर्व के साथ कह सकते हैं कि दिल्ली की जनता ने दिखा दिया है कि सबसे बड़ी गारंटी किसी की है तो वो मोदी जी की गारंटी है। दिल्ली की जनता ने बता दिया है कि उनको डबल इंजन की सरकार चाहिए, बिना इंजन की वैगन आर नहीं चाहिए। और अभी रुझान आ रहे हैं, परिणाम तक इंतजार करना चाहिए, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए ये बहुत सौभाग्य की बात है कि जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है और कट्टर बेईमान पापी आपके बेल वाले सीएम अरविंद केजरीवाल को जनता ने वोट की ताकत दिखाई है।
ये चुनाव आयोग और सरकार का रवैया चुनाव के बारे में कैसा है, किस प्रकार से मतदाता सूची में फ्रॉड हो रहा है, और ये महाराष्ट्र पैटर्न नया बनाया है। तो मैंने भी कल कहा कि दिल्ली में भी महाराष्ट्र पैटर्न लागू किया है और महाराष्ट्र पैटर्न जैसा है वैसा ही दिल्ली में काम चल रहा था। चुनाव आयोग आंख बंद करके बैठा था और मुझे कल पूछा, मैंने कल कहा कि 39 लाख वोट जो महाराष्ट्र में 5 महीने में बढ़े, उसका आगे क्या होगा? तो मैंने ये कहा, ये 39 लाख वोट अब बिहार में शिफ्ट हो जाएंगे, उसमें से कुछ दिल्ली में भी आए हैं। लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री 10 साल से दिल्ली में थे, लेकिन वो दिल्ली नहीं जीत पाए। तो उनकी एक आखिरी इच्छा रहेगी, शायद राजनीति में होती है, कि मेरे होते हुए दिल्ली में जीतना चाहिए, तो किसी भी हद तक जाकर दिल्ली में जीत हासिल करने की कोशिश हो रही है।
देखो, दिल्ली की आपदा से लोग परेशान हैं और आपदा से परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला है 10 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए। इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को, सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है।
चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे और तमाम जो एग्जिट पोल्स हुआ करते हैं, जनरली आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट शेयर उसमें कम आता है। उसका कारण ये रहता है कि जो आम आदमी है, जो गरीब आदमी है, जो किसी का ड्राइवर है, जो किसी का रिक्शे वाला है, वो अपने बाबूजी से इतना डरता है कि अगर कहीं उसको देख लिया कि आम आदमी पार्टी का सपोर्टर है, कहीं बाबूजी नाराज ना हो जाए। जो पड़ोस में बाहुबली रहता है, वो जब टेढ़ी आंख से देखता है तो गरीब आदमी डर जाता है। वो कहता है यार ये पड़ोसी मेरा जीना नहीं देगा, तो अपनी बात कह नहीं पाता है। मगर पोलिंग स्टेशन के अंदर वो गरीब आदमी, वो कुचला हुआ दबा हुआ आदमी, जिसके लिए आज़ादी के असली मायने थे, वो आदमी अपने मत से वोट देता है। और मुझे लगता है इसलिए जो है एग्जिट पोल्स गलत साबित होंगे और आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
एसीबी कल आई थी सर केजरीवाल जी के घर पे, उस पे क्या कहते हैं?
एसीबी को कहता हूँ कि वो चुल्लू भर पानी में उसे डूब मरना चाहिए। जो खाकी वर्दी उन्होंने पहनी है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के भगवे से नहीं निकली है, वो देश के संविधान से निकली है, इसीलिए खाकी है, वरना भगवा होती या किसी और देश में होती तो कोई और रंग की होती। खुल्लम खुल्ला 1100 रुपए कैश बांटा गया इसी विधानसभा में जहां हम खड़े हैं। एसीबी वाले छुप के कहीं खड़े हुए थे, जूते पहनाए जा रहे थे, बेडशीट बांटी जा रही थी। चुनाव वाले दिन 500-500।
देखिए, दिल्ली के लोगों ने सकारात्मक वोट दिया है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विभिन्न राज्यों में सरकारें हैं। लोगों ने देखा कि उन सरकारों ने अपने अपने राज्यों में डेवलपमेंट का काम किया, जो संकल्प लिए थे, जो घोषणाएं की थी, उनको पूरा करने में कोताही नहीं बरती। और दूसरी तरफ अरविंद केजरीवाल, जिन्होंने 10 साल दिल्ली को मूर्ख बनाने के अलावा दूसरा कोई काम नहीं किया, दिल्ली की जनता ने दोनों में तुलना की और अपना मत और अपना समर्थन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को दिया, जिसके कारण से भारतीय जनता पार्टी आज दिल्ली में बड़ी सरकार बनाने जा रही है और हम सब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली में विकास की नई कहानी को लिखेंगे, ऐसा विश्वास हम सबको है।
तो बहुत कॉन्फिडेंट है। जब मैं ये पवित्र स्थान गुरुद्वारा का आप कहीं साहब दर्शन करने के लिए आया तो गुरु साहब का कीर्तन में शब्द वही चल रहा था, निश्चय कर अपनी जीत करूं। गुरु साहब की तरफ से दिल्ली के अंदर रजौरीगंज सीट तो अच्छे मार्जिन से जीतेंगे, लेकिन इसके अलावा भी क्लियर मैंडेट के साथ लगभग 50 सीटों पे भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार अपना परचम लहराएगी। दिल्ली के लोग बदलाव चाहते हैं। दिल्ली के लोग पिछले 12 साल के बहाने, गंदी हवा, गंदी यमुना और टूटी सड़कें और इस गंदगी से छुटकारा पाते हैं। दिल्ली के लोग आज मानते हैं कि उनसे गलती हुई, वो आपदा को लेके आए और आपदा ने दिल्ली को आपदा बना के रख दिया है। इसलिए दिल्ली के लोगों के मन में बहुत गुस्सा है और वो गुस्सा मैंने देखा वोटिंग वाले दिन दिख रहा था। इसलिए जब आज आप नतीजे देखेंगे, और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के कल के जो पैंतरे थे वो स्पष्ट बता रहे थे कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हार मान चुके हैं। मेरे 15 कैंडिडेटों को ऑफर आ गई 15-15 करोड़ की। वो कैंडिडेट कौन है? वो जीते हैं नहीं, उनके बारे में कोई बता नहीं पाए। और ये पिछले 5 साल से नौटंकी कर रहे हैं। इसलिए कल उन्होंने अपने लिए भूमिका बनाई है कि जब वो हारेंगे तो ये कह पाएंगे कि देखिए जी इन्होंने ईवीएम हैक करी है, वरना मेरे एमएलए को कल क्यों खरीद रहे थे, जब नहीं मेरे एमएलए बिके तो इन्होंने ईवीएम हैक कर ली। तो ये बहाने उससे ढूंढ रहे हैं, दिल्ली में बदलाव की आंधी है।
सर, जो रुझान आए हैं अभी तक, जो अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं, उसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? आपको लगता है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट भी यही होने
हमें ये शुरू से ही लगता था जब हम चुनाव कैंपेन में गए थे, जिसके कारण से हमारे मन में कोई संशय नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी का बैड गवर्नेंस और करप्शन के कारण से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्रेडिबिलिटी के कारण से, हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व की क्रेडिबिलिटी के कारण से, मोदी जी की गुड गवर्नेंस के कारण से इस बार दिल्ली की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मौका देने जा रही है।
सर, आम आदमी पार्टी जो है और कांग्रेस पार्टी भी है, ईवीएम पे तरह तरह के सवाल उन्होंने उठाए, इलेक्शन कमीशन पे भी काफी सारे सवाल हुए, पूरे इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस के ऊपर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए। इस बारे पे आपका क्या कहना है?
जब वो पंजाब में जीत रहे थे तब ऐसे सवाल नहीं उठाते थे वो लोग, क्योंकि अब उन्हें पता है कि वो हार रहे हैं। इस कारण से अभी तो वो ईवीएम के बारे में भी रोना शुरू करेंगे, प्रलाप शुरू करेंगे। अभी देखिए आगे आगे।
सर, 27 साल के बाद अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार अपनी यहाँ पे बनाती है तो आपको क्या लगता है, क्या कारणवश?
मुख्य कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्रेडिबिलिटी, अन्य राज्यों में विकास के काम, पूरे देश में विकास के काम, पूरे देश में 140 करोड़ जन का मोदी जी ने जो ध्यान रखा है, ये क्रेडिबिलिटी जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी है, ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। और नॉन गवर्नेंस, बैड गवर्नेंस और करप्शन आम आदमी पार्टी का ये भी बड़ा मुद्दा रहा है।
और सर, आखिरी सवाल, अगर हम चेहरे के बारे में बात करें तो चीफ मिनिस्टर के चेहरे पे किसको देखना चाहें?
कमल का फूल चीफ मिनिस्टर का चेहरा है।
That was BJP MP Harsh Malhotra speaking to News9 exclusively. Again, not commenting about who is going to be the front runner. That depends upon the high command once BJP comes to the power. If the early trends converted into the final results, he also said that this is because of the corruption and bad governance of the Aam Aadmi Party that the people of Delhi are now going to select the BJP to form the government in the next tenure for the upcoming 5 years.
We have Anurag Dhana from the Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters at this given point at News9. Sir, what would you have to say with regards to the exit polls? But your party leaders seem to be very confident that Aam Aadmi Party is making a comeback despite what the exit polls have to say here.
Now is the time for exact poll, and we are confident that we will get comfortable majority. Arvind Kejriwal ji will become CM 4th time in Delhi, and I think this time the fight was not just against a party. This time the fight was against a system, and system comprises of BJP, Congress, Chunav Ayog, ED, CBI, police, Gunda, money. Everything was against us, and Arvind Kejriwal ji fought for the rights of people, and we are confident that people of Delhi have supported us and will get a comfortable majority and form the government 4th time.
There's also a question about alliances. If the Aam Aadmi Party or the Congress are looking at an alliance in the national capital yet again, I mean, Sandeep Dixit hasn't said a no when asked about it. He has said the High Command will decide.
And this if is going to be 0. So there is no question of if or but. This was a bipolar contest. There is no third power in Delhi elections. So this is a hypothetical question. I think this is not necessary at this time.
Just one last question. Disruptions were quite a lot during the election process on February 5th. Allegations, counter allegations from both sides. Any such particular news that we have so far through the day as the counting begins at 8?
Our workers are vigilant at every booth, at every counting center, and we'll fight for transparency as we did in the case of Form 17C. We uploaded all the Form 17C before Election Commission, so that itself indicates that something is wrong with Election Commission. And we are vigilant, we are alert, and we will be so throughout the day.
हमारी आशा के अनुरूप हैं और मुझे लगता है कि परिणाम भी उसी तरह से आएंगे। अब आप जनता के साथ विश्वासघात करेंगे, धोखा देंगे तो जनता परिणाम भी वैसा ही देगी। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी।
विधानसभा के आम चुनाव में भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत की ओर अभी पोस्टल बैलेटों की गिनती चल रही है, उसमें आगे बढ़ रही है और मिल्कीपुर में भी भारतीय जनता पार्टी ही जीत रही है। मैं दिल्ली विधानसभा में दिल्ली के सभी मतदाताओं का और मिल्कीपुर में सभी मतदाताओं का हृदय से आभार प्रकट करता हूं, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की गरीब कल्याण योजनाओं पर जनता ने मोहर लगा दी।
यानी कि एग्जैक्ट पोल होने वाले हैं। आप लोगों ने भी काफी मेहनत
अभी चूंकि पूरा परिणाम आना बाकी है, लेकिन जो प्राथमिक रुझान प्राप्त है उसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत की ओर आगे बढ़ रही है।
और ये मिल्कीपुर वगैरह को लेकर जो आरोप लगाए जा रहे थे,
समाजवादी पार्टी जब जब हारती है इस प्रकार के अनर्गल आरोप लगाती है। प्रदेश की जनता अच्छी तरह असलियत जानती है।
So early this winter morning on a super Saturday, it's the D-Day for the national capital. We have come to the BJP office. Today, we will be holding the chopper also here because the early trends have started trickling in and the BJP is currently at lead. Let's speak to the BJP party workers though. What do they have to say about the lead that they have got right at the beginning and what are their expectations if they are also sticking to what the exit polls have to say, or what exactly are they going to do if they put their exile of 27 years long to an end today. सर बताइए, अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं कि आपकी पार्टी लीड कर रही है, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए ये है ना, अभी बहुत शुरू के रुझान है। वैसे हम कॉन्फिडेंट है कि हम सरकार बना रहे हैं। लोगों ने हमारे को वोट दिया है। लोग केजरीवाल से परेशान थे पहले ही, उसकी भ्रष्टाचार से, हर चीज़ से वो बहुत क्लियर है। तो अभी रुझान है, हम थोड़ा और वेट करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन वी आर कॉन्फिडेंट विल मेक द गवर्नमेंट।
सर लेकिन एक बात बताइए कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो है वो ईवीएम के मुद्दे को वापस लेके आई है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बौखलाहट कहीं ना कहीं तो दिखेगी, इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है। उनको खुद को भी पता है और दिल्ली की जनता इस बार मन बना चुकी है कि दिल्ली में इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से आ रही है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है।
एग्जिट पोल आप लोगों के फेवर में काफी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन 2024 का भी हम देखें तो ये भी हम कह सकते हैं कि एग्जिट पोल हमेशा सही नहीं होता है। एग्जिट पोल्स के रुझानों के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल्स पे ज्यादा नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन जनता का जो रुझान है इस बार वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ है। और इस बार हम जो अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं, दो दे आर वेरी अर्ली, लेकिन यही नतीजों में तब्दील होंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बनाएगी इस बार।
तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार दिल्ली में आ रही है 27 साल के बाद, अगर मैं कहना चाहूँ, तो तैयारी किस तरीके की हो रखी है? पार्टी वार्टी क्या होगी आज?
2 बजे तक का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा, जो शीर्ष नेतृत्व आदेश देगा उसके हिसाब से तैयारी करेंगे।
सर एक और चीज जानना चाहते हैं कि चीफ मिनिस्टेरियल फेस कौन है? अगर बीजेपी आती है सत्ता में दिल्ली में, तो फिर हम चीफ मिनिस्टर किसको एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं नेशनल कैपिटल का?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बनेगा ये हाईकमान तय करता है। हमारे यहाँ ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं कि राजा का बेटा राजा ही बनेगा। तो कोई भी आम कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगी वो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
Looks like that you are throwing a jibe at certain parties, so I want to also ask you about what you think about Congress. कांग्रेस के बारे में क्या?
कांग्रेस के बारे में जनता ही कुछ नहीं कह रही, तो हम क्या कहें?
Sir, apart from that, if I could ask you, what do you think were the problems that people are going to choose your party this time and not the Aam Aadmi Party?
So there has been a lot of issues in Delhi. The water was a very big issue. And when COVID was happening, everybody was dying for COVID, and the Modi government was trying to make the vaccine and giving the right medical aid to the way he was making his Sheesh Mahal. And there are no roads, no water. Look at the condition of Yamuna ji. So people were fed up of his lies and the corruption he has done. So people had made its mind that they believe in Modi ji, and they wanted this double engine sarkar in Delhi also. So I'm sure that people have voted for BJP and will make a better Delhi in coming future if we form the government.
कि आज बहुत ही अहम दिन है दिल्ली के लिए, और जिस दिन का सारे दिल्ली वासियों को इंतजार था, आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हमको साथ में मिलेगा। उनके विजन को साथ लेकर दिल्ली में बहुत सारे अच्छे अच्छे काम करने हैं।
देखो, दिल्ली की आपदा से लोग परेशान हैं, और आपदा से परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला है 10 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे। और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए, इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है, और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को, सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं।
Okay. So the leads. The leads are right now 43 for Bharatiya Janata Party, 27 for Aam Aadmi Party, and Congress is looking for another duck. In studio, I am joined by KG Suresh, KV Prasad, Aditya Jha. Suresh Chakia, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, will be joining me. Ramesh Shetty, spokesperson of the Congress Party, will be joining me. Valmiki Nayak, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party, continues to be with me. Suresh, 43, 27, and the leads are thin right now. Your comments?
Well, I think that as of now, it seems clear who is winning. But what remains to be seen is what would be the margin of the victory. As earlier it was observed, is it moving towards a landslide, which now seems difficult. But as of now, there is a very clear majority that the BJP seems to be getting. But still there are many pockets which are yet to be counted. So I think that we keep our fingers crossed, but the margin is too wide now between the two parties to say that there is a possibility of the Aam Aadmi Party making it. But still, till the last vote is counted, as they say in a democracy, you have to keep your fingers crossed.
You have to keep your fingers crossed. But I think despite having a substantial lead, sometimes there can be a twist. But again, I'm asking you, is there a possibility of a twist? I asked this question to you 1.5 hours back.
No, not at all. There is no possibility of a twist. In fact, I feel that what you were saying, you use the word landslide, it will be a landslide win. Think of it, from 8 seats to even 43, which I think is going to improve. It is a landslide.
It is huge. There is no doubt about it. It's a huge jump which Bharatiya Janata Party has got. The only thing important here is the stay power, because
the assembly seats in Delhi is usually very small, unlike UP, Bihar. Assembly seats are maximum 2 lakh voters. In that, if you have a lead of, let's say, 3,000, 4,000, that would not be considered too tight a fight.
Will it impact national mood? Will it have a larger impact on our federal politics?
Yes, absolutely. In fact, the BJP surge that began right after the Lok Sabha, because in the Lok Sabha, the mood was as if, BJP is on the decline. So look at the number of states that they have won. Maharashtra, overwhelming majority. Haryana, they beat the Congress a 3rd time in a row. And now Delhi getting Kejriwal out. I think it is a second surge of the BJP, which began from 2014, lasted till 2024. There was a dip in between and a second surge again. Bihar in November, most likely at this moment, if you predict BJP, JDU will take it. So we are going to think of next year, the new states, how the BJP will perform. But yes, of course, it will have a great impact on Punjab, for example. AAP has lost. AAP is going to have a tough time in Punjab. There will be, within AAP, there will be all kinds of blame game. Who is responsible? So you might see a split in the party further. So I think, yes, it puts the BJP in a new mood. And of course, the onus, the responsibility of now building Delhi in a serious manner will be on the BJP. In the next 5 years, and they must deliver.
I would also be interested in studying what is the poll percentage that Congress and AAP got, and if they had fought the elections together, would the result would have been different or not? That is something
that's precisely what I asked during the exit poll day, whether AAP would benefit or the Congress would have benefited going into an alliance. But from the looks of it here, the AAP has even if the Congress added its vote share here, wouldn't have really helped AAP in any way.
It's almost a good 6 to 7%. So it might have helped.
Yes.
You see what happens
you think so?
when you add votes, seats go up exponentially. So an alliance might. We still won't know until all the figures come. But yes, the mood changes, you see.
But Ajit, looking at the numbers, you said that the gap, you're tracking the numbers very closely, and you're saying that the gap isn't too huge.
Well, it's at least in some of the seats, it's not too huge. It's like 200.
Would you want to tell us which seats?
Quite a few seats you see with very, like for example, 42 Madhipur, okay? Rakhi Birla of the Aam Aadmi Party is leading there, but she's only winning by 42 seats. 42 votes.
Ajit, the biggest surprise is that Arvind Kejriwal is only leading by 223
That's right.
votes. I think for Kejriwal to lead by 223 votes, I think the margin should have solidified for him right now.
But
It's 10:30.
Let us also remember, it was a high-profile contest because Congress fielded the best candidate they had.
But two chief ministers' sons have been fielded against Arvind Kejriwal.
He was actually, the strategy that BJP adopted in K was to tie Kejriwal down to his constituency. So that puts pressure on the party leadership.
But he was the tallest leader. I mean to say,
that's why the question
Sandeep
is
Dixit was not in Delhi for 5-6 years after 2014.
What I'm saying is, as a strategy, they put Parvesh Sharma. He is a former former
Saffron Verma's son?
No, member of parliament. He was a member of parliament in Delhi. The last Lok Sabha, he was member of parliament. Right. So whatever. What I'm saying is, so they put their best guns there. The BJP didn't want to leave anything to chance. The idea, as I said, was drive Kejriwal down so that he doesn't influence other constituencies.
Unlike in many VIP constituencies where it is more tokenism, here there was a real fight. And also, Mr. Kejriwal really was tied down.
And if I want to add to what you asked, Ajit, the question of whether they would have worked together, technically right now, yes, Congress got 6%. And Aam Aadmi is 49. BJP is 47.8 as of now, right? The percentage point. 2 plus 2 will make 4. But in politics, it's not necessarily, I did say this even the exit poll day, there are a lot of Congress voters who may not want AAP, who have probably, there would be a minuscule minority in terms of total. So actually, if AAP and Congress would have tied up, either they would have sat home or on the rebound go to the BJP.
Who are those kind of voters who
It's
are
a middle class
so loyal
locality.
to the Congress?
There are, their own party workers. So where do you send them away?
Hopefully. Okay.
They don't even have a cadre here.
It's not, Congress is not a cadre-based party. I'm sorry. Congress is not a cadre-based party. Congress has its own understanding. It works that way. Right from the beginning. Congress people.
It has its own kinship system.
Delhi cantonment, whatever. The question you asked, Delhi cantonment, Patel Nagar, all these are barely like 200, 250 votes. BJP is winning. Now, these are early rounds, so you never know. This could change, but it looks like unlikely given the surge.
The sitting CM to trail by more than 1,000 votes. And Arvind Kejriwal, the leader of the Supremo of the party, to only lead by 223 votes, it's saying that the leadership took a toll. The AAP leadership took a toll. Lead by 223 votes. This is not the Kejriwal of 2013 who defeated Sheila Dikshit. He has been trimmed. I am joined by Suresh Nakua, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Nakua, I think BJP must be impressed by its own performance today.
The numbers, these are just early numbers. The numbers are going to crystallize more and we might be crossing around 45 to 50.
From what we see here, the BJP, the number that it was at 9 a.m. at precisely 10:38 a.m. they've gone down. The AAP is slightly climbing up.
Close.
I'm saying that these are just the early numbers. Let the numbers crystallize by around 12:30. Situation would be clear. AAP would be reduced to something around 15-20 and BJP would be around 50 plus.
Okay, Mr.
We're missing the zero in the Congress there.
We are having a laugh, but it's so disappointing in a national party going for a third duck. I was surprised as a journalist when Congress scored a duck. I think was a duck or a single seat in West Bengal.
Probably one.
Single seat.
A single seat or a duck in West Bengal, I don't recall. But for a party to go for a third duck is really, it's time. I won't even say introspection, but it requires a rejig at a social level. Do you have a social component that votes for you? Or at a particular point of time, particular people are just coming to vote for you, because it's saying that one, there is a big fracture in your vote bank, and second, it has shrunk below 20% and it does not have that momentum to propel you, because if you look at the data of the previous election, BJP continued to get 35, 36, 34, 33%. It was above 33% marks. All it had to do was to acquire another 10%. But if you have like 4%, 10%, to acquire 25% is a big task. Isn't that?
Kartikeya, but it's very clear that we all know from the beginning, between 2013 and now, 12 years, AAP has simply built upon the whole voter base which it took away from Congress, just like Samajwadi Party did it from Congress in UP.
Okay.
Congress is nowhere in UP.
Okay. I think let the Congress spokesperson speak. Valmiki Nayak is there. Rakesh Shetty, spokesperson, Congress Party, joined me. First to Mr. Nayak and then to Rakesh Shetty. Mr. Nayak, as Nabila was saying, yes, 40-30. The tally is becoming close because 35 is the halfway mark. Mr. Nayak.
That these are still early trends, and the reason I'm saying it that, as I said, the counting happens in rounds. Each constituency we can expect on an average of 15 rounds. So far only 3 rounds have happened. That is just 20%. So 80% of the votes are still to be counted. And, so these are still very, very early trends. And as you saw, BJP, even though they may have portrayed a certain, impression through their fake exit polls, their own office is not ready for celebrations, as you saw early in the morning. And now, because of these trends, early trends coming, they're starting to gather and show some sign of celebration. So the BJP themselves know the reality that they are nowhere in the contest to form the government at the moment. Second point I'd like to make, I think, is that you said Congress is missing. Congress is definitely not missing. I think you should just add them to the section of the BJP, because in this election, all that Congress did was to help the BJP, and as one of your guests said, even their own party workers may have voted for the BJP. The Congress, unfortunately, has completely backstabbed the India Alliance in this election. All the other parties of the India Alliance supported Aam Aadmi Party.
No, but hang on. Why you decided not to go, not to join hands with the Congress? It was the AAP's decision not to ally.
Not at all. I think you saw what happened in Haryana as well. We were open for an alliance.
No, but Haryana was a different state. But speaking specific to Delhi, I agree. But is it tit for tat then? What they did to you in Haryana, you did to them in Delhi?
It's not about tit for tat. But I think, being a big brother of the alliance, the Congress has a different role to play, which they didn't play. And the level to which even the top leadership of the Congress behaved in this election. For example, Mr. Rahul Gandhi, Mr. Sonia Gandhi, etc., all the top leaders sat on a stage in support of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal when he was jailed unfairly in a fake case, a fake liquor scam case. And in this election, Mr. Rahul Gandhi himself raises that issue, even though the Supreme Court has, criticized this case in very strong terms. So I think this hypocrisy and these double standards, was very disappointing.
No, but if you go by the sequence of events, the Congress came firing back after the Aam Aadmi Party said that the India bloc should be sans the Congress. You all insisted that the Congress should not be the big brother, that the Congress should be pushed aside. Without the Congress, the opposition can come together as one India bloc, that you'll be more successful with it. So that was more firing that came in from the AAP first, as per what we've tracked.
Not at all. Actually, the firing came from the Congress first, and the way the Congress was attacking only the Aam Aadmi Party. We have been in government for 10 years. If there's any criticism of our governance on policy, we completely welcome it. We want to do a better job. But when you criticize on issues that are going to only help the BJP, I'll give you an example. There was just few days before the election, there was one car of Punjab government allegedly found with cash in it. Of course, it was a fake sort of sting. Even that Punjab government sticker was fake, and nobody talked about it after an hour. But the Congress, supported the BJP in amplifying this issue. But when the BJP's candidate Parvesh Verma is distributing cash in the open, Congress has nothing to say. So all they did was, like I said, you should just put the Congress name under the BJP tally, because in this whole election, all they did was help BJP perform better. But like I said, the early trends, we are very confident of forming the government with a comfortable majority.
Can I just ask you a question, please? Ajit Kumar Jha.
Yes, sir.
1 second. Look at what Nabila asked you. Look at the results right now. If you look at the percentage vote and simply do a simple arithmetic, if you just add up the early votes, as we say, almost 6 to 7% of Congress and close to about, let's say 42%, you would have been almost reaching 50% and form the government. So do you accept that it was a political suicide not to have the alliance with the Congress in this election?
See, like I said, it was also up to the Congress to, show that they are interested in an alliance.
You're
And
still
the way
going
they
on the
have
blame
behaved-
game. The point is, both of you are part of the India bloc. It was a political suicide by the India bloc. That's what we are saying. Both AAP was wrong, so was Congress, and it's the ego of the leaders which didn't come together.
And actually, Kejriwal announced first saying that they're going solo in Delhi.
That's precisely what I said. Kejriwal, AAP took that decision.
Rakesh Shetty, spokesperson of the Congress party, joins me. Mr. Shetty, very disappointing again.
Yeah, but as my colleague from Aam Aadmi Party said, only 4 or 5 booths counting is over right now. We have to still wait. There may be still chances for Congress. But let me just remind you that Congress have been in power in New Delhi under the leadership of Sheila Dikshit for 15 years. People of Delhi had given us an opportunity. Whatever development you see around you in Delhi was done by her. In last 10 years, what Aam Aadmi did once criticize the Congress with their fake narrative. Even the media supported them. Corruption charges which were not proved in next 10 years. Whatever big gotalas we all spoke about, 2G, CWG game, all the leaders were acquitted, were set free by the Bharatiya Janata Party government. Now, Bharatiya Janata Party played a very major role in this 10 years, obstructing the Aam Aadmi Party to work in Delhi. So this is up to the result. Whatever I see today, people of Delhi may have felt since the Lieutenant Governor is taking all the calls, let us give opportunity to Bharatiya Janata Party and let us see how they perform. I think this is what I can get from this result right now.
Now, let me take you through some numbers. Atishi continues to trail from Kalkaji. Congress trails in all 70 seats in Delhi. This is election breaking. EC data says that BJP leads by 21,000 votes in Mustafabad. EC data shows Kejriwal is leading by 223 votes. This is very telling that the leadership is not doing well. Satyendra Jain trails in Shakur Basti. Atishi is trailing in Kalkaji. The sitting chief minister is trailing, Sitting chief minister of Aam Aadmi Party is trailing. And Congress is trailing in all these 70 seats, Suresh. So I don't think this election one has seen the revival of the Congress party one. Second, the leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party has been impacted. That's pretty much clear. Third, right now, I don't know what to say, whether it's going to be a landslide or a decisive victory, but it's still 40-30.
Yeah, it's a resurgence for the BJP and how?
It's a match between Bharatiya Janata Party and but and the important thing is the 35 is the mark. So 5 seats here and there, everything gets decided. But then people say for BJP to form the government, they can do it with 30 plus. And for someone to stay in power, if not BJP, they need 45 plus. Isn't that so?
Believe in the power of statistics. It's going to be a landslide. You will see that. Whatever, when you see the numbers coming down, is just the different rounds.
Why do you say that, Ajit?
Of this sort, with almost a jump from 38 to 48, don't change.
But look at the numbers now. It's 40 and 30. Why do you say that it's going to be sweeping for BJP?
Because from 8 to 40, you always think of the jump. The jump is a good 8 to 10%, which by Delhi standards is an extraordinary surge. It's like a wave in the ocean. Such surges don't end up coming back, That's what I'm pointing.
But I still believe that, so far, at least, it's on expected lines only. We expected a keen contest between AAP and BJP, and we did not expect Congress to perform at all. They were never in the reckoning. So as of now, this is on expected lines. Whether this is going to lead to some kind of a hung situation, which seems unlikely as of now, or is it going to be a very clear decisive majority for BJP, is something that by 12 o'clock should be very clear to us.
If it's like Kartikeya said, if it's a close match, that we know BJP always takes away the cake. They managed to do it before or after. they somehow have a hold in managing a win even after they lose.
Okay, there's a breaking news. There's a breaking news, and the breaking news is Bharatiya Janata Party lead on 12 seats is less than 3,000. The margin is 3,000. In assembly, 3,000 can be a thin margin, and Amatullah Khan is leading by 4,475 votes. So, Mr. Prasad, do you think that these margins are going to stay, or these margins are going to increase?
No, I think the ones which are over 4 and 5 may consolidate at some point
Okay.
of time. But the ones which you mentioned between 1,000 and below, they are possible because in a smaller
1,000 below, correct.
yeah, they can always switch around depending on where your pockets of
Okay.
are
Okay.
strong.
I think two people want to come in. Suresh Nakwa, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, and Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson. Both of them want to come in. Mr. Valmiki Naik, but first to Mr. Nakwa and then to Mr. Naik.
Kartikeya, you gave a very interesting data. Even I was analyzing the data. Out of the 40 seats leading, the lowest margin where BJP leading is something around 1,600 votes. And out of 30 seats that Aam Aadmi Party is being shown leading, as per EC data, more than 30% seats. So around 8 to 9 seats is below 1,000. So it's very good chance that this 1,000, this 8-9 seats where they have a slender lead might go to the other side. So as I said, the figure can go anything between around 45 to 50. While the BJP margins are already consolidating and the lowest is 1,600.
Okay. Mr. Naik, you wanted to come in, and then we have a couple of ground reports.
Yes. As I said, only about 3 out of an average of 15 rounds have been counted. 80% of the votes are yet to be counted. And as I said, the way the votes are counted is in rounds. And the EVMs that are taken up in each round are in serial numbers. So booth number 1 to 10 will be taken up first, then 11 to 20 will be taken up first. And for example, booth number 1 to 10 will be in the same geographical area of that constituency. So it's a pocket of that constituency. So the reason we are confident that we are going to come back is because we know that the booths that have been taken up first, are some places we expected BJP to do well. And booths that the geographical where we expect to do well are yet to be counted. So all these trends mean nothing at this point. We are still very confident of forming the government. And as you said, our top leaders, are trailing or leading by very narrow margins. Definitely the BJP tried hardest in a few constituencies, like for Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, for Mr. Manish Sisodia, for Ms. Atishi, because they knew that they're not winning this election under any circumstances, but they tried their best to try and make our top leaders get defeated, so they would at least get some moral victory out of this.
Okay. Now let me play out a ground report that has come in, and once the ground report is come in, we'll take you through the latest breaking. And in the latest breaking, one thing is clear, that there are seats where the margin is low. The opinion is that these margins will strengthen on the side for Bharatiya Janata Party, but we'll have to wait and see. We'll not get into that. Let me play out the ground report.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are right now at the BJP office. This is the Delhi BJP office that we're speaking from, and you can hear the drum beats. The band party has already been called in. As early trends suggest, a sweeping victory for BJP so far by the Election Commission. Celebrations seem to have begun already, and let me just pan the camera right now to show the kind of celebrations that have begun at the BJP office already. We are speaking right from outside the very office, and people here, the BJP cadre seems to be very pumped up. They are very sure of a victory now with the EC results coming in. What they have to say is, yes, these were results that they were expecting. As per the exit polls, they seem to have predicted quite correctly with regards to the seats that the BJP is to win here. You can see the kind of energy that is already being seen at the BJP office, with the flags all being brought in and now out in the open. This is the kind of energy we bring to you from the BJP office in Delhi. Several of the key seats, we had already been seeing the BJP leading from these seats, and now from the trends that are suggesting that the BJP has not only crossed the majority mark, but they've been inching towards getting 45 seats now. 40 seats is what we were seeing. So far, they are inching ahead with each seat at this given point, and the BJP seems mighty happy at this point in the national capital.
शुरुआती रुझान में बीजेपी बहुत आगे है, 40 प्लस सीटों पे अपना रुझान में बढ़त है, और मुझे लगता है कि ये थोड़ा देर इंतजार करेंगे हम, इससे भी बेहतर टैली आके रुकेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मगर अब आज तो बहुत ज्यादा बोलने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता ने मोदी जी की गारंटी को स्वीकार किया है और यही फाइनल टैली होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। देखिए, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। दिल्ली का प्रत्येक तबका अब आम आदमी पार्टी से दूर हो गया है। रुझान में वो दिख रहा है, एग्जिट पोल में भी दिख रहा था, और मुझे लगता है कि आज रिजल्ट वैसा ही होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार से अकर्मण्यता दिखाई, जैसे उन्होंने जनता को तकलीफ दिया, स्वयं भ्रष्टाचार किया, शीश महल की प्रवृत्ति रही, तो आज जनता उसका रिजल्ट दे रही है।
परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए, परंतु हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जो रुझान दिख रहे हैं, अंतिम परिणाम इससे अधिक निर्णायक और प्रभावी रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में होंगे। फैक्टर्स का विश्लेषण तो पूरे परिणाम आने के बाद किया जाएगा। विकास के पक्ष में मतदान किया है और दिल्ली की गरीब जनता ने मोदी की गारंटी पर अपना यकीन दिखाया है, और जो मध्य वर्ग है उसके मन में विकसित भारत के संकल्प को लेकर जो मोदी जी का विजन है, आगे बढ़ने की लालसा है। और कहीं ना कहीं अब यह दिखाई पड़ रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता विवाद की सरकार नहीं चाहती है।
एग्जिट पोल ने शुरू में ही संकेत दिया था कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें करती थी, वो अब बातों से दिल्ली की जनता त्रस्त भी हो गई है, तंग भी हो गई है, विश्वास भी नहीं है। और जो चुनाव के रुझान आ रहे हैं उसमें यही दिखता है कि दिल्ली की जनता अब आम आदमी पार्टी के साथ खड़ी नहीं दिख रही। परिणाम पूरे निकलेंगे, स्पष्ट हो जाएगा, लेकिन ये तो है कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें करके और राजनीति उन्होंने की, केजरीवाल जी ने जो कहा कि भ्रष्टाचार होने नहीं देंगे, हम जो है यहाँ पर एक वैकल्पिक राजनीति ला रहे हैं, हर व्यक्ति का चयन हम करेंगे, किसी पे कोई केस नहीं होना चाहिए, मकान नहीं लूंगा, इसकी जगह शीश महल हो गया, भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप हो गए, शराब घोटाला हो गया, यमुना साफ करेंगे, यमुना और प्रदूषित हो गई, पराली क्यों जला रही है पंजाब सरकार, अब उनकी सरकार वहीं पर है, वहां रोक क्यों नहीं रही। तो जो बड़ी बड़ी बातें की, कूड़े का ढेर जो है हम हटा देंगे, कूड़ा जो है बढ़ चुका है, दिल्ली में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मूलभूत सुविधाएं नहीं मिल रही, स्वास्थ्य की स्थिति खराब है। तो इन सबको देखते हुए जनता कब तक बातों पे जाएगी? जनता देखती, दूसरी तरफ नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में केंद्र में एक सरकार चल रही है, जो संकल्प पत्र में किया वो निभाया जा रहा है, हमारे राज्य के सरकार वही कर रहे हैं, सेवा भाव से काम हो रहा है। तो ये दो मॉडल है। तो आम आदमी पार्टी का मॉडल सिर्फ बातें करना, काम बिल्कुल नहीं करना, दूसरी तरफ जो वादे कहना, उन वादों को एक संकल्प के रूप में निभाना।
So early this winter morning on a super Saturday, it's the D-Day for the national capital. We have come to the BJP office. Today, we will be holding the chopar also here because the early trends have started trickling in and the BJP is currently at lead. Let's speak to the BJP party workers though. What do they have to say about the lead that they have got right at the beginning, and what are their expectations if they are also sticking to what the exit polls have to say, or what exactly are they going to do if they put their exile of 27 years long to an end today. सर बताइए, अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं कि आपकी पार्टी लीड कर रही है, आपको कैसा लग रहा है?
देखिए, ये है ना, अभी बहुत शुरू के रुझान है। वैसे हम कॉन्फिडेंट है कि हम सरकार बना रहे हैं। लोगों ने हमारे को वोट दिया है, लोग केजरीवाल से परेशान थे पहले ही, उसकी भ्रष्टाचार से, हर चीज़ से वो बहुत क्लियर है। तो अभी रुझान है, हम थोड़ा और वेट करना चाहेंगे, लेकिन वी आर कॉन्फिडेंट विल मेक द गवर्नमेंट।
सर लेकिन एक बात बताइए कि आम आदमी पार्टी जो है वो ईवीएम के मुद्दे को वापस लेके आई है, तो आप क्या कहना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, बौखलाहट कहीं ना कहीं तो दिखेगी, इसमें तो कोई दो राय नहीं है। उनको खुद को भी पता है और दिल्ली की जनता इस बार मन बना चुकी है कि दिल्ली में इस बार भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूर्ण बहुमत से आ रही है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है।
एग्जिट पोल आप लोगों के फेवर में काफी दिखाई दे रहा है, लेकिन 2024 का भी हम देखें तो ये भी हम कह सकते हैं कि एग्जिट पोल हमेशा सही नहीं होता है। एग्जिट पोल्स के रुझानों के बारे में आपका क्या कहना है?
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल्स पे ज्यादा नहीं जाएंगे, लेकिन जनता का जो रुझान है इस बार वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ है। और इस बार हम जो अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं दो दे आर वेरी अर्ली, लेकिन यही नतीजों में तब्दील होंगे और पूर्ण बहुमत की सरकार दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बनाएगी इस बार।
तो अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बार दिल्ली में आ रही है 27 साल के बाद, अगर मैं कहना चाहूँ, तो तैयारी किस तरीके की हो रखी है? पार्टी वार्टी क्या होगी आज?
2 बजे तक का इंतजार करना पड़ेगा, जो शीर्ष नेतृत्व आदेश देगा उसके हिसाब से तैयारी करें।
सर, एक और चीज जानना चाहते हैं कि चीफ मिनिस्टेरियल फेस कौन है? अगर बीजेपी आती है सत्ता में दिल्ली में, तो फिर हम चीफ मिनिस्टर किसको एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं नेशनल कैपिटल का?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी में चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बनेगा ये हाईकमान तय करता है। हमारे यहाँ ऐसा कोई जरूरी नहीं है कि राजा का बेटा राजा ही बनेगा। तो कोई भी आम कार्यकर्ता भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो हमारी पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड तय करेगी वो मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा।
Looks like that you are throwing a jibe at certain parties, so I want to also ask you about what you think about Congress. कांग्रेस के बारे में क्या कहना है?
कांग्रेस के बारे में जनता ही कुछ नहीं कह रही तो हम क्या कहें?
Sir, apart from that, if I could ask you, what do you think were the problems that people are going to choose your party this time and not the Aam Aadmi Party?
So there's been a lot of issues in Delhi. The water was a very big issue. And when COVID was happening, everybody was dying for COVID, and the Modi government was trying to make the vaccine and giving the right medical aid to the way he was making his Sheesh Mahal. And there are no roads, no water. Look at the condition of Yamuna ji. So people were fed up of his lies and the corruption he has done. So people had made its mind that they believe in Modi ji, and they wanted this double engine sarkar in Delhi also. So I'm sure that people have voted for BJP and will make a better Delhi in coming future if we form the government.
All right. We have Mr. Babbar, BJP spokesperson, who joins us live right here on News9. Thanks very much for joining us, sir. Your quick take on what you attribute these numbers to. The BJP at this point with News9 numbers are at 41, the AAP at 29. How would you attribute this victory? At least for now, seemingly you have a resounding victory. Is it the BJP's strength or the AAP's weakness that got you here?
See, first of all, thank you so much, and I think this 41 number says that definitely we are going to form government this time after 26 years. That's a really pleasant moment for Bharatiya Janata Party. And as far as the concern is concerned, BJP was actually focusing on a positive agenda. We have given 250 promises, but those promises are related to development. That is what we have done. And we said that this alternative politics which Kejriwal brought to you, you can evaluate. And when people evaluated that this free schemes without any development, social schemes without any development is actually zero, people have given this kind of verdict. I think the Kejriwal, the way he misguided Delhi people, the way he took them for the toss in last 12 years, no development, the bad water is coming, Yamuna is dirty, and sewerage is blocked, roads are all in the shabby form. So Bharatiya Janata Party took that advantage, and we communicated to the voter that we want to bring development to you. We want to make this Delhi as a capital, real capital of India. That is what we communicated to the people, and people actually reacted. This is I can notice from your scoreboard.
Well, Rajiv Babbar says of several factors that is attributed to the BJP's victory here. We're calling this election based on the current numbers. Things could change, but may not be a huge switch. Is that what you say, Ajit? You're a saphologist as well. You've been one. So a change from here on is unlikely, in your view.
Absolutely. It is unlikely, because as I keep saying, it's a sweep for the BJP all around. Let's pick up this constituency of Mustafabad.
Right.
Mustafabad constituency has 78% Muslim voters.
Yeah.
And who is leading? Mohan Singh Bisht of the BJP is leading by, what I saw the last figures, 31,000 votes. If you look at the trailers, the number 2 is Aam Aadmi Party, Adil Ahmed Khan, and Indian National Congress, Ali Mehdi. what we get right now, if we add up the figures, it's nowhere near the winning candidate's votes. That means, without doing a survey of the constituency, I can tell you that Muslims voted overwhelmingly for the BJP candidate, who in this case seems to be a Hindu. That means this whole communal narrative we had in mind is not working. It is a vote for development. It is a vote for anger, fierce anti-incumbency against the AAP that is working. One could say, well, you know, there might be a division, let's say, between the Shia and the Sunni votes.
But besides that, one should also know that the AIMIM has also fielded Tahir Hussain. Tahir Hussain, the controversial figure in Mustafabad, he's fielded there. So it seems like the strategy of the AIMIM to be a vote cutter has really worked in Mustafabad.
But we don't see the AIMIM candidate getting much votes here. So it's almost negligible.
But even then, the Indian National Congress is Ali Mehdi and Adil Ahmed from the Aam Aadmi Party and AIMIM's Tahir Hussain. It's clearly the Muslim votes has split.
But the split is very small. You see, that's what I'm trying to point out. Even if you add up all the votes, the way Mohan Singh Bist is leading, 49,751
you were right. You know, I was looking at the data. The plus minus shift is at 35. When you were talking about the jump, the plus minus shift is at 35. In 2020, if we look at the data, it was 60-8. Right now, it's 43-27. So it's plus minus 35. So it's not a small thing.
No,
it's a big shift. This data is big. The only thing which doesn't shift is for the Congress party, which remains at 0.
Yeah, I mean, Congress is inconsequential in this election. I think it's better,
except
less
as
said,
a vote cutter,
better.
Except as a vote cutter for the AAP.
Right, but looking at the vote share, though, the Congress is about 6.2% so far. If that could have added to the AAP's 43% vote share, would have been then 46%. Can we have the vote share reflect on our screens here? Then that would be AAP rounded up to 46%. Do you believe that would be a good fight with the BJP then?
It would have been a good fight because, you know, pure arithmetic doesn't work when two parties come together. What tends to happen, we have the cube law. So the moment you add up,
there you go.
Yeah,
6.7% added to 43.
43 plus, let's say 7. So that's almost 50% more than the BJP vote.
That's precisely.
Number one. And the results go exponentially. So you would have then an overwhelming majority.
Let me be the devil's advocate.
But then there is no
guarantee.
guarantee.
Like Jaitley used to say, it's not mathematics, it's the chemistry which works in politics.
Yeah, the transfer of votes.
The transfer of votes. So, Suresh, do you think that this addition would have, if I have to take a contrarian view, would the addition happen?
No, Kartika, I don't think that it works like this, you know. I think that if they had come together, maybe the dynamics would have been different. You know, maybe people who did not want to vote, some of the voters who did not want to vote for AAP, voted for Congress. Maybe they would not have voted, rather they would have shifted to the BJP.
Or sat at home.
Yes.
Or sat at home.
Yes. Okay. So I don't think it works like that.
Voters are smart enough to know that the Congress has no standing on its own.
But Nabila, I would like to say this Mustafabad is going to be a case study.
Mustafabad is going to be a case study.
This is going to be a case study.
But I think we missed something. Correct. You know, Shalini, can you put the earlier map of the Delhi? You know, it is very telling.
Yeah.
If you look at the earlier map, let's put that map because that is telling us where Bharatiya Janata Party is and where the Congress Party is. Because in this map, one thing becomes very, very clear. The entire West Delhi, bordering Haryana and Rajasthan, Bharatiya Janata Party has swept. And these were supposed to be the rural areas. A lot of urbanization has happened, which is like Narela, Bhawana and all those areas. The area adjoining, if you look at the southern Haryana, Ballabgarh, again Bharatiya Janata Party has won. It is the central Delhi and the areas closer to Noida. It is in this area where Aam Aadmi Party has won. Is this geography telling us something in terms of where BJP has won, which is the western side, Punjabi Bagh, Rajouri Garden, all those areas? Is Mr. Prasad is telling us something?
See, let's not forget, Kartikeya, the west is where the Punjabi population was dominant all throughout, and BJP had a very strong base among the Punjabi community.
Correct.
Which over the time. Now, the other point that you are making, let us look at this way. Today, with if once the results are over and we believe that BJP is going to form the government, so that means what? All the contiguous states is BJP now. You have Haryana on one side, you have Rajasthan on one side, you have UP on one side. So it gets to consolidate its political map, something you're talking in terms when you ask Ajit this question, will it have a national impact? It helps you to have the governments around you with your own party, the double engine which they've been talking about. Otherwise, what would have happened? If Haryana and Aam Aadmi Party in Punjab and they won, BJP won Haryana, otherwise this whole corridor would have been off.
Okay. And also, Kartikeya, earlier as KB put it, we had the Punjabi leadership. Then they shifted to Manoj Tiwari and all that, Purvanchal and all that. Again now it is back to whether it is Sachdeva or Harsh Malhotra. The Punjabi leadership has come back in the BJP and that is also
Sirsa.
That is also
Manjinder Sirsa.
Okay,
so
let me go across to Kabir. He joins me from newsroom. Kabir, you have a bit of breaking.
Well, absolutely, Kartikeya. I was just doing a little bit of a number crunch here, sitting at both the computers. I'm going to ask camera person Farooq to just zoom in on this map that you were also just talking about, just to show the viewers exactly how the colors are looking like in the national capital. Just like you pointed out, you've got the Northwest Delhi and the West Delhi area completely saffronized. The only places where the Aam Aadmi Party has been able to, maintain their leads as part of the EC trends, we're still looking at currently 41 to the BJP and 29 to the Aam Aadmi Party as per the Election Commission trends. Little bit in the New Delhi area, a few, I think the most chunk that they've been able to retain is in fact the Chandni Chowk area and in the South Delhi area as well. We were just talking about Najafgarh, we were talking about how Kailash Gehlot is in the lead as well. And I here have a list of some of the constituencies where the fight is quite close even as we speak. Of course, about 20 seats where the vote margin still remains about 5,000. But when you're talking about the vote share, the less than 5%, I mean, let me just talk about those seats. Kalkaji, of course, Ramesh Bidori leading with about 1,600 votes over there. You've got Simapuri, Sangam Vihar, where the Aam Aadmi Party seems to be in the lead. You've got Rohini, where Vijendra Gupta, not a very big lead, but of course, he's comfortably moving ahead, inching ahead. You've got Ambedkar Nagar, where the Aam Aadmi Party again is in the lead. New Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, Parvesh Verma is going up and down, just like we saw the upmanship in the run-up to the 5th of February polls. A poster every day, Arvind Kejriwal's live cutout being thrown in the Yamuna. All those issues that were tried to make, enter the mainstream. And of course, GK. Now, GK has to be removed from that list because Shikhar Roy, Kartikeya, with a margin of about more than 5,000 votes. And this is not just the first female. We also have, Neelam Pahalwan, who's leading in Najafgarh by a massive margin of 10,000 votes. So women also spearheading the Bharatiya Janata Party's, a stride when we're looking at these particular numbers. Mustafabad, we're looking at 20,000 plus votes. In Shakur Basti, Satyendra Jain, the former health minister of Arvind Kejriwal, he's been trailing by more than 8,000 votes. In Bijwasan, like I mentioned, Kailash Gehlot, he's also striding ahead. Those are some of the numbers that we're looking at. 54% vote share for the Aam Aadmi Party last time around and about 40% for the BJP. What we're looking at right now is that Aam Aadmi Party has got about 43.5% vote share and the BJP sitting at 46.62. So a 6.62% swing in favor of the BJP. This is what we're looking at 11:15. Still a couple of time before we could actually call it, but really neck and neck in all those seats. Back to you in the studio.
Kabir, if you could break it down, a quick word since you're in the flow, the top four faces, yet again, if you could reiterate Arvind Kejriwal's constituency, Atishi, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Manish Sisodia. Give us the numbers from these constituencies. Who's trailing, who's winning?
Absolutely. All right. Let's start with New Delhi very quickly. I'm going to refresh this Election Commission page as well. So you've got Parvesh Verma, who's sitting at 14,464 votes. He's leading the seat by a margin of 238 votes. That's again the margin with which Arvind Kejriwal is trailing by. When we're looking at Jangpura, Manish Sisodia had to let go of Patparganj. He came to Jangpura, and over here in Jangpura, Manish Sisodia, he's got a 2,600 vote lead at this point in time. time. Tarvinder Singh Marwa trailing. Another important seat that you pointed out to was Kalkaji. Of course, you've got Ramesh Biduri versus Atishi. Atishi at this point in time, and we're looking at the 5th round of voting. This is the status of the Election Commission data. Atishi trailing by 2,800 votes is what we're picking up. And here's the biggest news, Nabila. In Greater Kailash, because even during the Durga Puja festivities, all across CR Park, it is a posh and Tony locality. You have all those, big boards and signs, flexi boards. They say, I love CR Park, I love Greater Kailash, where people stop for selfies as well. And Saurabh Bhardwaj's name was always mentioned below those flexis. Saurabh Bhardwaj trailing by 4,440 votes as we speak. Shikha Roy with 19,000 votes to her name, leading with a margin of 4,500 votes.
Well, so
I think that's a pretty. I think that this election is telling us that two things have happened. BJP has done well in the western parts. The recently urbanized areas which went to Aam Aadmi Party, Bharatiya Janata Party have taken over those areas. In central Delhi, Aam Aadmi Party have retained itself. The areas adjoining Noida, Patparganj, they have done well. But overall, it looks like a Bharatiya Janata Party sweep. There is a band of AAP. If you look at the central South Delhi, it's there. They have retained that vote base. But the entire western part, which is like Bhavana, Narela, Punjabi Bagh, Rohini, all those areas have gone away.
Yeah, that brings me to a very interesting point from what you said. If central Delhi is where the government employees stay, central Delhi is not where the lower middle class stays. So that speaks something else.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just asking this question because if central Delhi is largely pocketed by the central government employees.
So then
I'm asking a question myself. I don't have anything.
Different vote share has shifted to Bharatiya Janata Party. If you're saying that the vote share in the outer areas like Narela, if they have shifted, it means a different vote share has shifted to Bharatiya Janata Party.
No, that's why I'm saying the whole argument we make that lower middle class is by and large with Aam Aadmi Party. The middle classes have been wooed by BJP, also adding to what they've said in their budget announcements and so on and so forth.
But there's an ecological fallacy, no?
I'm asking you. I am not saying I've come to a conclusion.
None of us are coming to conclusions.
I'm only struggling to understand where is this phenomenon coming from.
So you're saying that Central Delhi, which has largely government employees, etc., have voted.
Gold Market area and all that, Sarori Nagar, Gold Market, Kidwai Nagars, all that are inhabited by central government employees.
So you're saying they voted for?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
Because we don't know we don't know within those constituencies which section is voting. There are poorer people in those areas as well. But largely
the sway is towards AAP there in those areas of central Delhi.
Yeah. And interestingly, South Delhi, which is again, if we use the same logic, the richer people live in South Delhi. That's precisely where AAP is winning. But we cannot make that inference because we don't know who is voting. The poorer are voting or the
richer areas. You also have unauthorized pockets. You have Jhuggi Jhopdi settlement. So our rich areas in Delhi are not homogeneous. And even the poor areas are not homogeneous. You go to Patparganj, you have got regular colonies and then you have got unauthorized settlements.
Unless we do a survey of each constituency,
unless and until you have that micro survey, you will not be able to understand.
But voter turnout at 58%, dismal.
61. Dated figures were 61.
I'm joined by Smith Singh, spokesperson Congress Party, Rajiv Babbar, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party, continues to be with us, Valmiki Nayak, spokesperson Aam Aadmi Party. Smith Singh, you have just joined. I mean to say the performance remains poor for the Congress Party. Even the vote uptake is not much, if I'm not wrong, 4.5% to 6.7%.
See, we are very well able to see that BJP is going to form this government, so congratulations to them. But as we look at it, the Delhi has been having a double engine government. It's the real double engine government in India. Police has been with the central government. That has failed. The crime rate has risen. And when we come to the developments, we see Yamuna, we see drains, we see sewerage, we see air quality, we see waste management, thousands of tons of untreated waste every day. So seeing all that, we are realizing that actually the double engine government was functioning here. And now, Kejriwalji's agenda, which is such a powerful propaganda against the Congress, the corruption propaganda from 2013, nobody of those 16 faces that Kejriwal used to be putting up in his office while doing his press conference has been accused of corruption. Charges were dropped, people were let off. So that means that fake propaganda is failing. Aam Aadmi Party is being seen as a party of corruption now after the liquor scam, and people have chosen the BJP. We are looking at the mandate, seeing people have chosen this. We respect that mandate, and it is a responsibility upon us. How do we take this truth to the people ahead? So for us is more or less the same government. BJP was actually ruling Delhi with the Aam Aadmi Party. We had a feeling of for all these 10-12 years that
you have already
congratulated.
You have already congratulated Bharatiya Janata Party. Mr. Babbar, you have just got a congratulations from BJP. It's from the Congress Party. Mr. Babbar.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But I want to add one thing. See this. Yeah, I thank you so much for this. But I want to add this thing that the way Kejriwal ji took Delhi's Janta for a toss by telling them lies, by doing wrong promises, by misguiding everyone, by giving wrong picture, I think voter is very smart. I will actually congratulate Delhi's voter on BJP win, not BJP, because Delhi voter understood our point of view that we want development, we want to give you social schemes, but we don't want to compromise on development. Pradhan Mantri Modi ji's appeal that this time please give support to me and give Delhi to me. I will do so much for you. I think that has worked out well and people understood it. One side it is a Modi's guarantee which has a track record of Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and other side is Arvind Kejriwal, who said 3 years back to Punjab women that we will give you 1,000 rupees and they have not given. I think Delhi Janta has actually evaluated both in a very, very good manner, and this mandate is a positive mandate for a development loving government. A vote for Modi ji in Delhi, I think it's great time for Bharatiya Janata Party, and I congratulate the voters of Delhi.
Okay. Mr. Nayak, now the numbers are stabilizing. It's very clear, 41-29. I don't think they are changing in their...
Yeah, 42-28. That's the number.
Yeah, that's the fluctuation. 41-29,
yeah.
42-28.
Yeah.
So it's fluctuating between 42-41, 28-29.
So
no, it has been fluctuating since the morning, and as you see, it has been fluctuating quite widely. And at one point, it was 36, 34 for BJP. Now it's, as you're saying, 42-28. But your own, news is flashing that out of about 12 seats are such where the lead is less than 3,000, and in constituencies where voting happens more than 1 lakh, 3,000 vote is nothing. And as I said, again, we have to really remind ourselves that, I think only about half of the rounds have been counted. So that's 50% of the votes yet to be counted. So 3,000 lead is negligible. Overall, I think, as I also said, the pockets in which we are confident that we will do well are yet to be counted. So that is another reason that we're insisting that, the whole picture is going to change. And as I said, with only 50% of votes being counted, it's only half the picture we're looking at.
86 votes merely by which Arvind Kejriwal is leading in New Delhi constituency. That's very disappointing for an AAP convener, the man who's really held the party and fought for 10 years.
No, I agree. But like I said, the BJP, even though they know that they are not likely to form the government in this election, they focused on a few constituencies where they could at least get a little bit of a moral, victory. And those constituencies, of course, includes our convener and the top face of our party, Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, besides Mr. Manish Sisodia and, the current Chief Minister of Delhi, Atishi. So definitely they poured their heart out in these 3-4 constituencies. So those results are showing in some booths. As I said, only some of the booths in which we already knew that they were going to perform a little better than last time have been counted. The booths that are yet to be counted, we are very confident of our performance, and the entire picture.
Numbers are showing your sitting Chief Minister, Delhi's sitting Chief Minister
is trailing. Arvind Kejriwal is not trailing by much. You are right, absolutely. The top leadership is having a problem.
2,400 votes, Atish is trailing by. In the seventh round, let's remember 7 rounds are complete.
Yes, 7 out of a possible 15 rounds. So, which is what again I'm trying to stress, that 50% of the votes are yet to be counted, and in where the voting has happened to 1 lakh votes in each constituency, a margin of 2,500-3,000 votes is nothing, and more importantly, the booths that are yet to be counted, we geographically know which booths are being counted in each constituency, because the EVMs are opened by serial number. So we know that the serial numbers of the booths that are yet to be counted, we are confident of doing well. So like I said, the picture will change in the next 1 hour or so.
Picture abhi baki hai, but Suresh has a question for you. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to check. You see, during the campaign, Aam Aadmi Party leaders had accused the Congress of being the B team of BJP. So after seeing the trends, do you hold on to that view?
In fact, it only confirms that view, because everything that the Congress party has done in this election has been to help the BJP. There was absolutely no reason for the top leaders of Congress to come to Delhi during this election and make completely ludicrous accusations, including on the liquor scam case, which has been, completely overturned by the Supreme Court verdict, where, Arvind Kejriwal ji and all the other top leaders not just got bail, but the Supreme Court admonished the agencies for behaving the way they did. Mr. Rahul Gandhi and Mr. Sonia Gandhi and all the top leaders sat on a stage during Lok Sabha election in support of Mr. Arvind Kejriwal and against his unfair arrest in this fake case. And now he comes for assembly election and repeats the same allegation. So this is very opportunistic. It is very selfish, and they have basically backstabbed the India alliance. Because all the rest of the parties of the alliance, including the TMC, the Samajwadi Party, and Shiv Sena, and all the other parties, they have openly supported Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Arvind.
You're saying picture abhi baki hai. We have got a couple of bites. Ground report. Our colleague Sakshi is at the BJP headquarters. She has spoken to one of the Vishnu Mittal.
Let's hear it. What he has to say.
Joining us for the conversation here on News9 is Vishnu Mittal. Let's get a bit of clarity about that ACB issue that popped up yesterday right ahead of the D-Day here in the national capital. Vishnu ji, ACB वाला जो मुद्दा आया है कल ही चर्चा में, आज काउंटिंग है और कल वो बात उठी है, क्या कहना चाहते हैं उस बारे में?
देखिए, अब आप रुझानों से साफ देख रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है। कल उनके विधायक बने भी नहीं थे, उससे पहले वो आरोप लगा रहे हैं कि हम खरीदने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। जब एग्जिट पोल के नतीजे साफ दिखा रहे हैं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी की 45 से ज़्यादा सीटें आ रही हैं, वही आप सामने भी दे रहे हैं, तो ये आम आदमी पार्टी लगातार दिल्ली की जनता का ध्यान भटकाने का कोशिश करती है और इस तरीके की स्टेटमेंट देती है। तो कल हमने एसीबी को बोला कि इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, खाली माफ़ी मांगने से, स्टेटमेंट वापस लेने से काम नहीं चलेगा, इनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए कि ये लगातार झूठ बोलते हैं।
लेकिन उनके कार्यकर्ताओं का, उनके पार्टी लीडर्स का ये कहना है कि हम खुद ही एसीबी के ऑफिस जाके उनको ही सारे तथ्य पेश करेंगे सामने से।
हाँ, तो गए हैं ना शाम को, कहाँ केजरीवाल मिले? जब केजरीवाल से मिलने एसीबी गई तो कहाँ मिले हो? कोई मिला ही नहीं। तो अगर उनके पास कोई प्रूफ था तो देते हो। तो ये झूठ जो बार बार बोलने का काम करते हैं दिल्ली की जनता से भी और इस तरीके के आरोप लगाते हैं, दिल्ली की जनता ने आज जवाब दे दिया है।
ऑपोजिशन जो है वो इलेक्शन कमीशन और बीजेपी के बारे में काफी बातें कर रहा है, ईवीएम के बारे में भी काफी बातें कर रहा है, तो आप उनको क्या जवाब देना चाहेंगे?
जब हारते हैं तो ईवीएम, पिछली बार जब जीत रहे थे तब ईवीएम नहीं थी, तो ये तो इनका पुराना है। जब भी उनको डर लगता है कि हार रहे हैं तो ईवीएम का सवाल आ जाता है। लेकिन जनता ने साफ मैंडेट दिया है, भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ वोट किया है पूरी तरीके से।
आप जो है वो झुग्गी बस्तियों के लिए प्रमुख भी हैं, तो फिर आप हमें उस बारे में बताइए कि कैसे वो जो है एक तरीके से बदलाव लेके आ रहा है आपकी पार्टी के लिए।
देखिए, जुग्गी के 60% से ज़्यादा लोगों ने भाजपा को वोट दिया है। 11 साल आम आदमी पार्टी को देखा जुग्गी के लोगों ने, और पीने का पानी जुग्गी के लोग बोतल खरीद के पी रहे हैं। नालियां सीवर जाम पड़ी हैं। डूसिप के शौचालय में 100 लोगों को सुबह लाइन में लगना पड़ता है। तो कब तक सहेंगे? वही किया, अब नहीं सहेंगे, बदल के रहेंगे। जुग्गी के लोगों ने वही किया।
तो जुग्गी के लोगों के लिए आप आगे क्या करेंगे अगर जो ये अर्ली रुझान है ये फाइनल ट्रेंड्स में कन्वर्ट होते हैं, तो फिर उनके लिए आपका क्या प्लान है?
देखिए, जिस तरीके से मोदी जी ने, आपने देखा होगा कालकाजी में, वजीरपुर में इतने शानदार फ्लैट जुग्गी के लोगों को बना के दिए हैं। सबसे पहले तो जो अभी व्यवस्था वहाँ पे खराब चल रही है, नालियाँ, सीवर, डूसिप के शौचालय, इनको हम ठीक करेंगे और आगे जैसे जैसे सरकार आगे बढ़ेगी उनके लिए कोई योजना बना के लाएंगे हम।
We have Sudhanshu Trivedi with us at News9 at this given point. Sir, we see quite promising numbers, not just promising numbers at this point, it looks like a sweeping victory for the BJP as had been predicted by the exit polls.
Right now, the trends which are coming, I think the trends are in a positive and hopeful direction, but we are quite hopeful that when it will finally converge into the final results, it will be much more decisive in favor of Bharatiya Janata Party.
And at this given point, what's the magic number you're looking at for BJP? Also, the chief ministerial face has been a big question for this party.
What I am trying to say that this is going to be a decisive victory, and what trends are indicating that the people of Delhi has come in favor of developmental politics, not the experimental politics which Aam Aadmi Party was showing. Another thing that the poor and backward classes of Delhi has posed their faith in Modi ki guarantee, and the middle class has now decided to go along with the Modi ji's vision of Viksit Bharat, so that the national capital territory of government should be in tune with what India aspires to become in 2047.
And allegations, counter allegations that we already see from the Aam Aadmi Party or even from the Congress every election, we've heard of the EVM allegations. This time as well, we had seen disruptions during the polling.
They are the habitual, you can say, person who is making allegation. Several times they have put to tender an unconditional apology in front of the court. So I think their allegation should not be taken seriously.
Any speculations on CM face, sir?
No. I think let the final result come and party's Central Parliamentary Board will decide. But one thing be very sure that the new CM will work from day and night to restore the lost glory of Delhi.
मैं पहले से बताते हैं कि चुनाव लड़ते समय उम्मीदवार का आचार शुद्ध होना, विचार शुद्ध होना, जीवन निष्कलंक होना, जीवन में त्याग होना और अपमान पीने की शक्ति होना, ये गुण अगर उम्मीदवार में है तो मतदारों को विश्वास आता है ये हमारे लिए कुछ करने वाला है। मैं बार बार बताते गया, लेकिन उनके दिमाग में नहीं आया। और आखिर शराब के बारे में उन्होंने एक मुद्दा उठाया कि शराब की दुकान, उसमें शराब की बात क्यों आ गई? पैसा, धन और दौलत इसमें बह गया है। इस शराब के कारण वो बदनाम हो गया है। इसके कारण लोगों को भी एक मौका मिला कि ये चारित्र के बारे में बोलता है और दूसरे बारे में शराब की बात बता। मैं पहले से बताया है, आचार को शुद्ध रखो, विचार को शुद्ध रखो। वो उनके दिमाग में नहीं रहा और इसके कारण आज वो इलेक्शन में हार गए, कम वोटिंग गए।
और लोगों का विश्वास राजनीतिक
लोगों पर न रहे। तो महादेव की कृपा रही, दिल से धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों को आजादी मिली नर्क की जिंदगी से। दिल्ली वालों, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की डबल इंजन की सरकार अब वो सारी चीजें, कैपिटल कैसे होना चाहिए, एक राजधानी कैसे होनी चाहिए, वो आप लोगों को जरूर ये सरकार बनाएगी, क्योंकि मोदी जी की कथनी करनी में अंतर नहीं है। 27 साल का वनवास आप लोग काटें, उसके लिए मैं आप सभी लोगों को, जो रुझान अभी तक 42 सीटों का 43 सीटों का है, उस पर मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं। और ये रुझान 50 सीटों तक भी जाएगा, मुझे पता है, लेकिन अभी से एडवांस में समस्त दिल्ली वालों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी, एक अच्छी हवा, अच्छे पानी के लिए, अच्छे भविष्य के लिए, अच्छी राजधानी के लिए अभी से मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
हाँ, इस समय तो दिख रहा है, इस समय तो यही लग रहा है कि इनकी सरकार बनेगी। बाकी देखो, बट 6वां-7वां राउंड हो गया, 6-7 राउंड के बाद नॉर्मली पिक्चर ठीक रहती है, क्योंकि जो लीड्स है वो बहुत कम नहीं है। कुछ कुछ जगहों पे है, कहीं 200, 300, 500 की लीड है, लेकिन ज्यादातर तो मैंने देखा है कि 2-4 हजार से लेकर 10-15 हजार के बीच की लीड्स हैं। ये लीड्स मुश्किल है पूरी करनी। देखो था, लेकिन अगर लोगों में शायद भरोसा नहीं बना हो कि हम लोग सरकार दे पाएंगे, तो ठीक है, जो जनता का निर्णय है वो निर्णय है। हम लोग इतना कह सकते हैं कि हमने मुद्दे उठाए, और जो मुद्दे हमने उठाए उस पर काफी हद तक चुनाव बना। बाकी जो जनता कहे उसको स्वीकार है।
Well, the early trends are out and seems like the Bharatiya Janata Party is getting an edge here in the national capital. Right now, I'm coming to you from the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters here in the national capital. I'll give you a quick glimpse of how the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters looks like right now. Well, quite somber at this point. No celebrations being seen here at the AAP headquarters. Though, if you look at the senior leaders and if you talk to the senior leaders, they still say these are the early trends, what they're looking at, and the Aam Aadmi Party will be making a comeback soon once the results are more clear. In fact, I can tell you that none of the leaders have arrived here at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters. No senior leadership over here. In fact, we see some of the leaders, but they're inside right now. In fact, not much of a beeline have been made over here by the AAP workers as well. Well, the clock is ticking, and probably in some time from now, we'll get to know the results better. But at this given juncture, it seems that the Bharatiya Janata Party has a clear edge in the national capital, and the numbers for the Aam Aadmi Party are hovering somewhere around the 29 and 28 mark at this given juncture when we are recording this report for our viewers. But the Aam Aadmi Party is quite optimistic that they are going to be forming the government, but it seems that the exit poll numbers somewhat are coming into play in the national capital.
This was our correspondent Yash Goyal from Aam Aadmi Party's headquarters. I am joined by Neoma Gupta, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Welcome, Neoma, on our special broadcast. I think numbers are settling in 42-28, 42 BJP, 0 Congress and 28 Aam Aadmi Party.
Yeah.
Your comments. Neoma.
So as you had seen, the exit polls had shown the direction in which we are heading, and this is pretty much going to unfold into a reality. And it's, for me, this election is a clear-cut mandate of the frustration of people of Delhi because of the lack of amenities, facilities, infrastructure that the Delhiites have been bearing with, and the constant lies and deceits which the Aam Aadmi Party have projected. If you just compare the campaigns, I won't even go further back, I'll go to a recent development of the campaigns. The Aam Aadmi Party ran a very negative campaign, you know. It was a constant blame game, speculations, assumptions of wrongful accusations which never proved right. While BJP has been a constant watchdog on the Aam Aadmi Party as a very, very, very professional opposition. We've called out their Sheesh Mahal, the Liquorgate scam, even when there was infighting in the Punjab for the Rajya Sabha membership, and most importantly, bad air, bad water, bad roads, a sewage dump in every nook and corner of Delhi. Basically, being a Delhiite, a thorough Delhiite, staying in the capital of the most vibrant democracy, I felt embarrassed. And today, BJP is coming into power with the promise that they're going to correct all this and make Delhi the best capital city of the world. So this election is an echo chamber of frustration of the people of Delhi.
We were looking at your tweet as BJP has already called this election, saying Delhi mein aa rahi hai Bhajpa. A nice image there of the India Gate with the lotus blooming. You all have called the elections, sure
Yes.
of the numbers?
See, the direction is all coming through, the trends you've gone through. People in Delhi are very informed, emotional and sensible voters, and I think they were done with this type of government. Anti-incumbency is just one part of it, but non-delivery, and also please notice the way Aam Aadmi Party projects itself. It's a constant outcry of blaming others for your own failures. Have they ever retrospected or introspective? I don't even think they're well worthy to know those terminologies. And today, when you see in their campaign, they were coming out with so much of confidence that we've done a fabulous thing with their education. There are so many children who fail in 9th and they're not even taken back into school because they don't. Aam Aadmi Party doesn't want to spoil their track record. Just because those kids are not the voting bank, you can play havoc into their future. So that's the type of governments it is. When it came to Yamuna, it's being contaminated over a period of time. Why did you not take onus of it when you put it in your manifesto कि मैं 5 साल में यमुना को इतना साफ करूँगा कि मैं उसमें डुबकी लगाऊँगा. Then at the nth moment you come and you blame Haryana for genocide. People don't want negativity like this. I reiterate this. Lies, deceit, negativity is not a part of an Indian sentiment, and this has been voted out today.
Okay, I think Smith Singh wants to come in. I'm giving the floor to you. And secondly, there's a breaking news. Prime Minister is going to be at the BJP headquarters at 7:45. 7:45. So I think the Prime Minister is going to speak around 8 p.m. tonight. I think the itinerary is almost out. The Prime Minister is going to be there by 7:45 p.m. Smith Singh.
See, Delhi has said no to 12 years of Aam Aadmi Party's lies. So when the Aam Aadmi Party spokesman was talking, I was feeling like laughing because the truth is, he's again blatantly lying on this television. Aam Aadmi Party accused certain Congress leaders of corruption in 2013. None of it was proved. Supreme Court has finished those cases. All of them are free to go. And that is the lie Aam Aadmi Party built its whole anti-corruption propaganda down. What are his comments on that? Aam Aadmi Party has gone to Haryana, to Goa, to Maharashtra to help the BJP.
Very interestingly, I see the Congress is only hammering the AAP. You don't see BJP as competition here, or what's the deal?
See, I think Congress sees BJP as a direct competition. Congress sees BJP as the party which has been behind the back running Delhi from all these years. It has been RSS cadre who are voting locally for the Aam Aadmi Party but nationally for the BJP in Delhi. So Congress definitely sees BJP's hands in it. Congress sees when Delhi riots happened, nothing was done by AAP. BJP did all that. So Congress sees that people has given a mandate to BJP, and BJP's propaganda, BJP's anti-people politics, this is what we're going to fight for against in next 5 years in Delhi. So we are very clear on that agenda. But what has happened, one major propaganda has finished, and that is what is happening today. So Aam Aadmi Party has gone behind the back of India Alliance in every state and stabbed the Congress. Aam Aadmi Party has lied about corruption charges. When then Aam Aadmi Party did liquor scam,
why has
He's at it.
Why has this revelation come? Why has this revelation come now? This revelation could have come in 2024 Lok Sabha elections. But
coming to the Lok Sabha elections, we were fighting the anti-constitution agenda of the BJP in the Lok Sabha elections. People of India was fearing BJP MPs are saying that they're going to change the constitution. In Delhi, yes, the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party were together against that agenda. But in the local level in Punjab, we were still not with them. Punjab, we fought separately. And Punjab also, Congress won 7 seats, Aam Aadmi got 3 seats. So the whole Aam Aadmi Party is this anti-corruption politics lies is coming out to people. Its propaganda is coming out to people. And people in Punjab and Delhi are both moving against the Aam Aadmi Party. So that is what is becoming very clear. Our main focus is the BJP because we believe in protecting the constitution, we believe in protecting people's rights and social justice, and that fight is going to continue. But the lies of Aam Aadmi Party were actually helping BJP everywhere. In every state, Aam Aadmi Party used to go and fight and help BJP win there. So that politics of lies and propaganda is finishing, and that is what I think every person in Delhi should be happy about, and India should be happy about, that no more lies and propaganda politics in Delhi. Right. That is very important that has happened today.
Right. KV Prasad has a question for you. Our senior journalist in our studio, KV Prasad.
Yeah, I was intrigued by the statement. We all knew that India Alliance, as you said, was fighting the anti-constitutional, quote-unquote, stand of the BJP, right? Now, in Delhi elections, you suddenly see all your India allies lining up, starting with the Aam Aadmi Party. So you mean to say they've broken away from your stand and you're the only one holding the flag flying?
I think Congress party is very clear that the 2024 elections was an election to protect India's constitution. It was to protect our preamble, our basic rights. We had an understanding with the Aam Aadmi Party, and Aam Aadmi Party had understanding. We were supporting them when injustice was happening to them. That is what Congress stands for. Supporting everyone who injustice happens to, and that is what Congress was doing. When it comes to Delhi, Congress was very clear. What has happened to Yamuna, what has happened to drains, sewerage, air quality, what has happened to garbage in Delhi, what is happening, the lies on healthcare and education, and what has happened to corruption. Aam Aadmi Party has done the biggest scam ever, and it is blatantly lying. So Congress is standing up against all that. That is all the Congress is doing. And Congress is, in the national politics, we are standing for what we are standing for. We are very clear with the vision, but it is necessity in Delhi to speak against all this corruption, all this misgovernance by the Aam Aadmi Party, the blatant lies of the Aam Aadmi Party, and that's exactly what Congress has done.
From what we hear, Prime Minister Modi to be coming to the BJP headquarters, it's likely this evening, could be any time from 5 p.m.
It's changed. It's not 7:45. It's not 7:45. It's 5 p.m. Maybe it's because of the winters.
Right. So
I think we have to wait for some time before we can to a final conclusion, because you know what happens is that once the final results are out, then the BJP does a proper recce, then the security comes in. I think it will be somewhere in the range of 6 only.
I think it's also because of the winters. They don't want to do it at 9 p.m. tonight.
But Kartikeya, the very fact,
that's not going to be the reason.
But I think I think it's going to be a long winter for Aam Aadmi Party.
Yes. But the very fact that the Prime Minister has announced this itinerary clearly shows that the BJP is convinced that they are in the seat.
Right.
I think they are convinced that there is not going to be a Bihar sort of a situation whereby election completely changed and Mahagathbandhan came to power. And I think it happened after 1:30 when everyone had got up and they were having their lunch and suddenly numbers started to change. But that was way back in 2015. So 10 years have passed. So I don't know whether Bihar will ever happen again like that.
At 11:46, we're looking at the numbers where the BJP, if we could flash that on our screens, stable now.
These numbers are 40 to 28.
It's not shaking.
But like there are several seats, Nabila, which are like
okay, let's give another 5.
10 seats. 10 seats are there, 10 to 15 seats are there where numbers are 3,000 to 4,000, and we all know how it changes. Okay. So yeah, BJP is a decisive edge. Nobody's questioning that.
Yeah, but 45 and 25. So even if the AAP gets another 5 in the next hour,
it looks
will be a
right
final
now
nail.
Yeah, in favor of Aam Aadmi Party only, but
in favor of BJP.
BJP, sorry.
Yeah.
BJP.
But I have a question for you, Brijesh. What's the undercurrent here? Is it a real sweep as we're speaking? Initial trends has shown a sweep, exit polls has shown a sweep, but going by the vote percentage here, can we have the vote percentage please? We were just tracking that 43% Aam Aadmi Party as vote percentage, BJP is at 48. Can we have, BJP 47, Aam Aadmi Party 43. Is this a sweep? Can we call this a BJP sweep?
There's a reasonable jump. There's almost a 10%, 9.5% jump from the last this thing of Bharatiya Janata Party. So it's a big jump, vote share wise. But had it been a tsunami like 52% as was showing at 9:30, I think the election would have been called much before that. I think by 10:30, 11,
this is not a tsunami.
No, but I would qualify it by saying that the fact is that yes, for a party which won 8 seats and a party which is now sitting pretty at 45, it's a number-wise, it's a 550% jump, which is huge. And we don't know which way it's going to settle. It's not that the less number of seats is always going to settle in favor of AAP and not in BJP.
Correct.
So it can shift in favor of the BJP, and 50 seats if BJP gets, I think there'll be a phenomenal performance.
I think it's a substantial jump for the Bharatiya Janata Party because jump is in double digit, more than 10%. It is a slide for Aam Aadmi Party because the slide is in single digit. I think they have slid by 8 to 9% vote. But the jump of Bharatiya Janata Party is bigger than the slide. That's one. And secondly, if you see again, both of them are in 40s, but in long run, it really doesn't make a difference. I personally feel yes, the victories can be crushing the way it has happened in Maharashtra, or the way Yogi Adityanath or the BJP swept to power in 2017 in UP with 300 plus seats was a crushing victory. I don't know whether we'll call it a crushing defeat or not, but it has got great ramifications for Aam Aadmi Party in terms of their sitting chief minister trailing, even Kejriwal leading by some 300, 400 votes. I think it's a telling verdict. It's a strong verdict, greater ramification for people, 45-25. And then we have to also accommodate the fact that the BJP is making a comeback after 27 years. 27 years BJP have been out of power after Sushma Swaraj demitted office. Isn't that Neoma? Isn't that?
Sorry, Kartikeya, could you come back with the last two lines?
I'm saying that, I mean to say, it doesn't make a difference how you win. If you win the election, you have the state. And you are coming back after 27 years.
The BJP need not be told that. I'm sorry that the BJP knows very well how to win even after a loss.
I'll tell you something.
So, go ahead, Neema.
But I'll just come in here. In Delhi, BJP has been a brilliant opposition party in the last decade. We did not, we did not budge an inch or give up at any juncture. We did not get demotivated. We kept going to the people and exposing the AAP failures as well as presenting an alternate version of an overall governance. Okay, while Congress over here, which is, I don't have an adjective for them, to be honest. They were the ones who initiated the Liquorgate complaint, and then they were completely silent. And then when all the misgovernance and misendeavors of AAP were happening, they were so quiet. In fact, their silence was deafening. And then today, when they come and abuse each other on all these channels, like it's such a sad breakup. One sees through that, right? A Delhiite will see through that. That listen, they were just together in order to fight BJP. Was there any ideological symbolism between them? No. Was there any progress for them? No. They were saying we are fighting against because BJP is going against the Constitution of India. I mean, how inane is that? This is one political party who has been there for the people and is running the most vibrant democracy. I mean, the abrogation of Article 370 is testament to that. So today when I hear the Congress spokespeople coming on these different channels and saying, oh, they didn't clean the Yamuna and they didn't do anything about the pollution. What were you doing all this while? You were shaking hands with them, right? So this flip-flop stand doesn't sustain for either AAP or Congress party. So today, I hope we win, because I'm not going to be overconfident ever in life. But I'm seeing the direction go in the positive flow. But when it comes to these guys, they made a mess of Delhi. They made a mess of politics. I mean, using words like genocide from one state to another, using divisive politics, making people think on such micro level inane concepts is not something a Delhiite will receive. And this is showing today in the voters.
Clearly here, as the BJP has seen some record-breaking numbers in over 2 decades in Delhi, they seem quite exuberant. Nalin Kohli of the BJP joining us.
And Anil Anthony.
Hi, Mr. Kohli, Nabila here. Your take on BJP's winning margins here. 44 at the moment in the latest numbers.
These are the interviews our correspondent have done.
All right, okay,
Nabila.
all right. He's spoken to my colleague there on the ground. Let's hear it.
We have Anil Anthony with us at this given point from the BJP office. Mr. Anthony, looking at some of the opposition trends and the kind of allegations that they've had with regards to EVMs and all other disruptions that they have, spoken about every time in the last couple of assembly elections that they have not been successful in. What do you have to say today? Are we looking at such a trend from them yet again, such allegations from them yet again?
There's a historic mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party. For the first time in 27 years, our party is going to come back in Delhi also. And even when compared to our last mandate, this is an even bigger mandate. One common trend that we have seen after the Lok Sabha election, where that itself was a historic win for us, where just for the second time in India's history, Prime Minister came back for the third time. But after that, whether it was Maharashtra, whether it's Haryana and now Delhi, everywhere what we are seeing is people giving a very good, clear stamp of confidence for our Prime Minister's leadership and the people's desire to have a double-engine government, so that a lot of policies in the last 10 years, almost 300 plus policies and schemes have been specially created by a Prime Minister for our people, for empowerment, for development progress. And people are saying that they would desire double-engine governments in the states also that can implement it well on the ground. It is disappointing to again see the opposition cry about EVMs, etc. But occasionally even they do win elections. We have seen in 1-2 states in the last 2-3 years. But then EVM is not an issue. So these are all when people are giving a decisive mandate for the Bharatiya Janata Party, they don't have a counter for it. Lok Sabha election as well, there was a very opportunistic alliance that came in the name of this India Alliance members. Ironically, both the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress were members of this India Alliance. But 6 months later, now they are standing separately because that alliance only was created without a common vision, a common direction, common leadership. Nothing was there. It was just meant for one purpose, and that was an attempt to beat the Bharatiya Janata Party without any issues they stood for. So people have comprehensively rejected them during the Lok Sabha elections. And now in Delhi also, people saw through all that facade and they saw that Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, which 6 months back were in an alliance, now they are standing separately. They are trying to again defeat the Bharatiya Janata Party. But people are given a very clear sign of confidence that they trust our Prime Minister's leadership, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they would like a double-engine government here.
And what are we expecting in terms of the chief ministerial phase? The BJP hasn't given any hints so far with regards to who is it going to be.
See, one thing that is a guarantee is that it will be a very stable 5-year government where we will see a BJP chief minister, and it will be good governance, a double engine good governance you will be seeing there. Rest of them will be decided by leadership.
Well, we have Mr. Nalin Kohli with us here at the BJP office, and Mr. Kohli, the numbers not only seem promising, but it seems like a sweeping victory for BJP. People expecting change, and that seems to have played out for deciding the fate of Delhi today.
Well, many reasons for that. The Aam Aadmi Party and Mr. Kejriwal in particular came on very tall promises in 2013. India against corruption. We will not allow corruption to take place. I will not take accommodation to stay in. I will not use a government car. Delhi will be world class. I will remove the pollution of Delhi. I will solve the Yamuna's pollution. Health will be world class. And look where we are. I will not take a house. I will live in a sheesh mahal. I will not do corruption, and you have a liquor scam. Many of them went to jail, couldn't get bail for a long time. The Yamuna will be clean. It's more polluted. I will not allow Delhi's pollution. I will solve the problem of pollution. Why is Punjab not doing something today? Punjab is their government. So it's been a complete 10 years of fake promises, of bluster, no performance, lies. People of Delhi want to see the national capital to be world class. They can see what Prime Minister Modi's government is doing at the center in terms of, working to an agenda in a mission mode that India should be a developed country by 2047. It cannot be with this kind of a governance model in Delhi. BJP states are doing that. What the Prime Minister says, he implements. What the BJP states say, they implement. Except Mr. Kejriwal, who only has someone else to blame, find an excuse and make tall promises with no commitment to implement. So I think the people of Delhi have rejected him.
Just one last question with regards to the number we are looking at, the final number for BJP and the chief ministerial phase.
The chief ministerial phase is not an issue because we are Karyakartas first. Our Prime Minister also, when he came in 2014, said, I'm a Pradhan Sevak. He sees himself as the first Karyakarta of the party. When the party requests him, please campaign, he campaigns. So do they, all ministers, Home Minister, other ministers, everybody looks at themselves as a Karyakarta. So whoever is given a responsibility, it's a responsibility to serve. It's not a reward in the BJP.
There's still no name that's been
We don't need to look at that because ultimately we have a mechanism that looks at it, the Prime Minister, senior ministers, the party president, all of them.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kohli. Well, that was Nalin Kohli speaking to us at News9 with Riya Kundu.
सर जो रुझान आए हैं अभी तक जो अर्ली ट्रेंड्स दिखा रहे हैं उसके बारे में आपका क्या कहना है? आपको लगता है कि फाइनल रिजल्ट भी यही होने
हमें ये शुरू से ही लगता था जब हम चुनाव कैंपेन में गए थे, जिसके कारण से हमारे मन में कोई संशय नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी का बैड गवर्नेंस और करप्शन के कारण से और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्रेडिबिलिटी के कारण से, हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व की क्रेडिबिलिटी के कारण से, मोदी जी की गुड गवर्नेंस के कारण से इस बार दिल्ली की जनता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मौका देने जा रही है।
सर आम आदमी पार्टी जो है और कांग्रेस पार्टी भी है, ईवीएम पे तरह तरह के सवाल उन्होंने उठाए, इलेक्शन कमीशन पे भी काफी सारे सवाल हुए, पूरे इलेक्टोरल प्रोसेस के ऊपर उन्होंने सवाल उठाए। इस बारे पे आपका क्या कहना है?
जब वो पंजाब में जीत रहे थे तब ऐसे सवाल नहीं उठाते थे वो लोग, क्योंकि अब उन्हें पता है कि वो हार रहे हैं। इस कारण से अभी तो वो ईवीएम के बारे में भी रोना शुरू करेंगे, प्रलाप शुरू करेंगे। अभी देखिए आगे आगे।
सर 27 साल के बाद अगर भारतीय जनता पार्टी सरकार अपनी यहाँ पे बनाती है तो आपको क्या लगता है क्या कारणवश?
मुख्य कारण भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्रेडिबिलिटी, अन्य राज्यों में विकास के काम, पूरे देश में विकास के काम, पूरे देश में 140 करोड़ जन का मोदी जी ने जो ध्यान रखा है, ये क्रेडिबिलिटी जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बनी है, ये बहुत बड़ा मुद्दा है। और नॉन गवर्नेंस, बैड गवर्नेंस और करप्शन आम आदमी पार्टी का ये भी बड़ा मुद्दा रहा है।
और सर आखिरी सवाल, अगर हम चेहरे के बारे में बात करें, करें तो चीफ मिनिस्टर के चेहरे पे किसको देखना चाहें?
कमल का फूल चीफ मिनिस्टर का चेहरा है।
That was BJP MP Harsh Malhotra speaking to News9 exclusively. Again, not commenting about who is going to be the front runner. That depends upon the high command once BJP comes to the power. If the early trends converted into the final results, he also said that this is because of the corruption and bad governance of the Aam Aadmi Party that the people of Delhi are now going to select the BJP to form the government in the next tenure for the upcoming 5 years.
3000 की वोट की बढ़त है, मैं उससे वैसे सेटिस्फाई नहीं हूँ। जिस प्रकार का बुरा हाल कालका जी का था, सड़कों का बुरा हाल, पानी पीने का था नहीं, गंदे पानी की निकासी की व्यवस्था नहीं, 5 साल में कुछ काम आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया नहीं। उसके बावजूद भी 3000 की जो बढ़त है, तो मैं उसको ये मानता नहीं कि अभी भी पूरी तरह से नकारा है। आने वाले जो और पोलिंग बूथ खुलेंगे उसमें लोगों का क्या रुझान रहता है, लेकिन दिल्ली के अंदर जो अव्यवस्था 10 साल में देखी है लोगों ने, पॉल्यूशन को लेकर, पीने के पानी की समस्या को लेकर, इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए तो सफाया आम आदमी पार्टी का होना चाहिए था। मैं नहीं मानता कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको लाइक किया है, लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद डायरेक्ट कॉन्टेस्ट में कांग्रेस मुझे लगता है बिल्कुल 1000 पे सिमट कर रह रही है। कांग्रेस आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है, कांग्रेस को बुरी तरह से नकार दिया। नफरत है कांग्रेस से लोगों को,
और लोगों का विश्वास राजनीतिक लोगों पर ना रहे तो महादेव की कृपा रही। दिल से धन्यवाद कि आप लोगों को आजादी मिली नर्क की जिंदगी से। दिल्ली वालों, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की डबल इंजन की सरकार, अब वो सारी चीजें, कैपिटल कैसे होना चाहिए, एक राजधानी कैसे होनी चाहिए, वो आप लोगों को जरूर ये सरकार बनाएगी, क्योंकि मोदी जी की कथनी करनी में अंतर नहीं है। 27 साल का वनवास आप लोग काटें, उसके लिए मैं आप सभी लोगों को, जो रुझान अभी तक 42 सीटों का 43 सीटों का है, उस पर मैं आप लोगों को धन्यवाद देता हूं। और ये रुझान 50 सीटों तक भी जाएगा मुझे पता है, लेकिन अभी से एडवांस में समस्त दिल्ली वालों को एक अच्छी जिंदगी, एक अच्छी हवा, अच्छे पानी के लिए, अच्छे भविष्य के लिए, अच्छी राजधानी के लिए अभी से मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं।
हाँ, इस समय तो दिख रहा है, इस समय तो ये लग रहा है कि इनकी सरकार बनेगी। बाकी देखो, बट 6-7वां राउंड हो गया, 6-7 राउंड के बाद नॉर्मली पिक्चर ठीक रहती है, क्योंकि जो लीड्स है वो बहुत कम नहीं है। कुछ कुछ जगहों पे है, कहीं 200, 300, 500 की लीड है, लेकिन ज्यादातर तो मैंने देखा है कि 2-4 हजार से लेकर 10-15 हजार के बीच की लीड्स हैं। ये लीड्स मुश्किल है पूरी करनी। देखो था, लेकिन अगर लोगों में शायद भरोसा नहीं बना हो कि हम लोग सरकार दे पाएंगे, तो ठीक है, जो जनता का निर्णय है वो निर्णय है। हम लोग इतना कह सकते हैं कि हमने मुद्दे उठाए, और जो मुद्दे हमने उठाए उस पर काफी हद तक चुनाव बना। बाकी जो जनता कहे उसको स्वीकार है।
शुरुआती रुझान में बीजेपी बहुत आगे है, 40+ सीटों पे अपना रुझान में बढ़त है, और मुझे लगता है कि ये थोड़ा उधर इंतजार करेंगे हम, इससे भी बेहतर टैली आके रुकेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मगर अब आज तो बहुत ज़्यादा बोलने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता ने मोदी जी की गारंटी को स्वीकार किया है, और यही फाइनल टैली होगी ऐसे ही, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। देखिए, उसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। दिल्ली का प्रत्येक तबका अब आम आदमी पार्टी से दूर हो गया है। रुझान में वो दिख रहा है, एग्जिट पोल में भी दिख रहा था, और मुझे लगता है कि आज रिजल्ट वैसा ही होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार से अकर्मण्यता दिखाई, जैसे उन्होंने जनता को तकलीफ दिया, स्वयं भ्रष्टाचार किया, शीश महल की प्रवृत्ति रही, तो आज जनता उसका रिजल्ट दे रही है।
परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा करनी चाहिए, परंतु हमें पूर्ण विश्वास है कि जो रुझान दिख रहे हैं, अंतिम परिणाम इससे अधिक निर्णायक और प्रभावी रूप से भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में होगा। फैक्टर्स का विश्लेषण तो पूरे परिणाम आने के बाद किया जाएगा। विकास के पक्ष में मतदान किया है, और दिल्ली की गरीब जनता ने मोदी की गारंटी पर अपना यकीन दिखाया है, और जो मध्य वर्ग है उसके मन में विकसित भारत के संकल्प को लेकर जो मोदी जी का विजन है, आगे बढ़ने की लालसा है। और कहीं न कहीं अब यह दिखाई पड़ रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता विवाद की सरकार नहीं चाहती है।
माननीय यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में आज देश में विकास का काफी बहुत डेवलपमेंट काम हो रहा है। इसी आधार पर जहां विकास होगा वहीं मोदी जी का नेतृत्व में तो सरकार आने वाला ही है। उड़ीसा में भी आ गया, और दिल्ली में जो देश का राजधानी है वहाँ क्यों नहीं होगा। लोग समझ चुके हैं कि निश्चित रूप से मोदी जी जहाँ है विकास वहीं ही है, और भाजपा का सरकार निश्चित रूप से धीरे धीरे देश भर हर राज्यों में जैसे फैला रहा है, दिल्ली निश्चित रूप से विकास कैसे आगे बढ़ेगा। दिल्ली में जैसे अभी परिस्थिति बहुत क्रिटिकल है, कोई क्लाइमेट में हो या कोई पोल्यूशन के बारे में हो या कोई पानी का, और डेवलपमेंट के भी जैसे दिल्ली होना चाहिए विश्व का सबसे बहुत बड़ा राजधानी, इसी आधार पर जैसे विकास होने तक नहीं हुआ। इसलिए लोग आज परिवर्तन करने के लिए मन उनका हो गया। बस मोदी जी को लेते हुए विकास आगे बढ़ने के लिए आज जैसे लोग समर्थन दे रहे हैं, निश्चित रूप से भाजपा सरकार वहाँ आ रहा है और दिल्ली बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा।
मैं पहले से बताते हैं कि चुनाव लड़ते समय उम्मीदवार का आचार शुद्ध होना, विचार शुद्ध होना, जीवन निष्कलंक होना, जीवन में त्याग होना और अपने अपमान करने की शक्ति होना, ये गुण अगर उम्मीदवार में है तो मतदारों को विश्वास आता है ये हमारे लिए कुछ करने वाला है। मैं बार बार बताते गया, लेकिन उनके दिमाग में नहीं आया। और आखिर शराब के बारे में उन्होंने एक मुद्दा उठाया कि शराब की दुकान, उसमें शराब की बात क्यों आ गई? पैसा, धन और दौलत इसमें बह गया है। इस शराब के कारण तो बदनाम हो गया है। इसके कारण लोगों को भी एक मौका मिला कि ये चारित्र के बारे में बोलता है और दूसरे बारे में शराब की बात बता। मैं पहले से बता रहे हैं, आचार को शुद्ध रखो, विचार को शुद्ध रखो, वो उनके दिमाग में नहीं रहा और उसके कारण आज वो इलेक्शन में हार गया, कम वोटिंग हुई है।
Well, we are at the heart of BJP office right now, here in the heart of the national capital, and it is decision day for Delhi, as people have decided their fate going out to vote on February 5th. You can see the kind of celebrations which we were bringing to you before as well, and now it seems to have come right at the doorstep of the BJP office. Yes, we say doorstep because we are standing right outside the gate here of the BJP office in Delhi. Let me take you inside at this given point. The celebrations have reached the doorstep. They will in fact be coming in slowly with the mandate getting more decisive with each passing hour. But at this given point, let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the celebrations here have already begun with quite a lot of enthusiasm, with the spirits soaring high. We've spoken to several of the leaders of the BJP party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, and they have to say that it is a decisive mandate for the national capital. The BJP will be making a comeback to the national capital after 27 long years. Here, right around me, as you can see, we are inside the BJP office right now in New Delhi at this given point. Here are big cutouts and posters of Prime Minister Narendra Modi himself, Home Minister Amit Shah. We have JP Nadda at the back as well with the Delhi BJP President, that is Virendra Sachdeva. In fact, if we were to bring you the latest, Virendra Sachdeva and along with some other BJP leaders are currently inside a control room, which our colleague has brought you visuals of at this given point. But this is the kind of arrangement that's been done in the BJP office for this big day, as it seems at this given point that the BJP is making a comeback. Now, chief ministerial phase, all leaders have to say that the high command will be deciding that. It's too early to come up with a decision or at least declare what they have decided among themselves. But they are very hopeful, not just hopeful at this given point. They're very sure of not just a decisive mandate, but a big mandate by which, a big margin by which the BJP will be securing a sweeping victory in the national capital at this given point. As they have to say, they are inching towards, or rather the people of Delhi now want to inch towards the path of Vikas.
So can we call out the election, Brijesh?
I think Karthike, we'll have to wait for some more time, but I think the lead is solidifying, and it'll be very interesting to see how it pans out in the next half an hour. 45-25 is 46-24 rather is there, and I think now what it looks like is that the biggest challenge for the Aam Aadmi Party would be to make sure that its convener, its supremo Arvind Kejriwal wins, and they don't have the double ignominy. I would say that losing Delhi and also Arvind Kejriwal losing his own seat,
but
that'll be a double whammy.
The election commission site shows Arvind Kejriwal trailing by nearly 1,170 votes.
Yeah, I mean,
that will be huge loss
trail
of face.
That will be. That's what I'm saying. That they kind of lost the Delhi election, but losing Arvind Kejriwal losing his New Delhi seat will be a double whammy. And then once the Supremo gets defeated, then all kind of palace intrigue sets in, and then then Aam Aadmi Party will be one party which is up for grabs for other parties as well. Because if Arvind Kejriwal loses Delhi, then then he loses the unquestionable hold he had over Aam Aadmi Party, especially Delhi unit, and also Punjab.
Okay, we are joined by Asma Tasleem, spokesperson Congress Party, Aniruddha Pratap Singh, spokesperson Bharatiya Janata Party. Aniruddha, पहले तो आपसे लगता है जीत ही गए हैं आप, और बड़े नंबर से जीत रहे हैं आप दिल्ली।
जी अभी आधे एक घंटे में सीट का कंसोलिडेशन शुरू हो जाएगा। ये जो जीत है ये दिल्ली के लोगों की जीत है और मोदी जी की गारंटी की जीत है, क्योंकि जो हमने सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में, जो अन्य स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में मोदी जी ने जो प्रोमिसेस किए थे वो सारे प्रोमिसेस पूरे हुए, टाइम से पूरे हुए, स्पीड, स्केल, ट्रांसपेरेंसी के साथ में करप्शन फ्री पूरे हुए। आम आदमी पार्टी केजरीवाल जी की जो हार है, ये हार उनकी जो 11 साल का फर्जी वादे किए हुए थे, जो कमिटमेंट नहीं किया था, जो इन्होंने स्कैम किए थे, जो इन्होंने फ्री विच के नाम पे लोगों के साथ छला था, धोखा किया था, एक चिट फंड कंपनी के तरीके से आए थे और एक चिट फंड कंपनी के तरीके से समेटते हुए खुद को जा रहे हैं। जैसे एजुकेशन में इन्होंने सिंगल स्कूल नहीं बनाया, 30,000 बच्चों का पर ईयर ड्रॉप आउट है, जहाँ पे 97% रिजल्ट हुआ करता था वहाँ 64% रिजल्ट है। जहाँ पे ये मोहल्ला क्लिनिक में आए, आप ही के मीडिया के माध्यम से हम लोगों को पता चला कि इनके बड़े जितने भी लीडर हैं वो सारे बड़े कॉर्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल में जाते थे और लोगों को मोहल्ला क्लिनिक के नाम पे बेवकूफ़ बनाते थे। इवन 65 लाख फर्जी टेस्ट कराए, साथ में वहाँ पे 7 सालों से डॉक्टरों को सैलरी नहीं दे रहे हैं, न नर्सिंग स्टाफ को 2 साल से बिल्कुल सैलरी नहीं दे रहे, 7 साल से सैलरी बढ़ी नहीं। यमुना का जबरदस्त आंकड़ा मैं देता हूँ कि 83 करोड़ लीटर पानी गंदा यमुना के अंदर डेली गिरता, सिंगल सीवेज ट्रीटमेंट प्लांट इन्होंने नहीं बनाए, 23 नालों का गंदा पानी यमुना में गिरता है, 2% केवल यमुना नदी दिल्ली के अंदर है और 80% पॉल्यूशन पूरा टोटल यमुना का दिल्ली से कंट्रीब्यूशन है। तो ये है अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के खोखले वादे। कह के तो आए थे कि हम शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य और गुड गवर्नेंस में लेके जाएंगे, पता चला कि एजुकेशन के नाम पे लिखकर स्कैम दे दिया, जहां इन्होंने फ्री एजुकेशन देना चाहिए वहां इन्होंने फ्री लिख कर दिया। 22 किलोमीटर के रेडियस में 1.5 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन, 1.5 करोड़ वोटर हैं और साथ में हाई लिटरेट यहाँ पे वोटर हैं और अर्बन स्टेट है। तो लोगों को समझ में आया कि इनको कुछ करने को तो है नहीं, केवल फूफा जी के बन के बैठ के इनको इधर उधर टाइम पास करना। लेकिन मोदी जी की जहाँ गारंटी लोगों को दिखी, एक कमिटमेंट दिखा, डिलीवरेबल कमिटमेंट दिखा, स्पीड दिखा, स्केल दिखा लोगों को कि अगर आप जो भी हमारे हिस्से में रहा वो हम लोगों ने काम किया, तो जाहिर पर लोगों ने उसी पे मुहर लगाया है।
Also, John Asma Tasleem, very poor performance, madam. I'm really falling short of words. What to say? It's again 0, third time in a row.
First of all, thank you for having me here and congratulations BJP heading towards the victory. What I wanted to say here is from the last time our performance has increased to 6.63%. So, well, it gives a hope that we will bounce back on the next time. We need to put more efforts. So this time maybe we were not able to convince the people as much required to prove ourselves as the viable option. So we'll remain in the grounds and we'll work more and do the micromanagement work, whatever is required to get into our position and standing, like we used to have in Sheila Ji's Delhi before.
Reflection of you being a part-time opposition. If you would have opposed Aam Aadmi Party tooth and nail in last 10 years instead of having an alliance with them, perhaps people would have thought that you are the alternative. But if you are the part-time opposition, then people don't come to you. They have gone for the real opposition. That was BJP to Kejriwal.
The confusion happened due to the alliance which happened in the Lok Sabha, which I would say the party has already clarified our stand that was a mistake done by us. So the alliance made such confusion amongst the people. So this is what we wanted to make clear, that next time we'll not do any such alliance with the party, that people would get confused and carried away with such things. So they did not find us as promising as the other party.
What's shocking here is Mustafabad. Would you give us a understanding as to how the Congress has not even been an alternative there for the AAP? In Mustafabad, where we hear it's a Muslim-dominated area, the BJP is leading by 42,000 votes. Even if the Muslims thought a Congress is a fitting alternative, I mean, that hasn't happened. I'm asking you, why has the Congress not capitalized on that part? At least if not for AAP, their alternative should be ideally the Congress. You all should have aimed at that. But there too, we're seeing significant jump in favor of the BJP.
Yes, true. And now one factor there I would say is the entry of MIM there has made this dispersion of a community into where they are banking upon. So that was one thing which has helped BJP to gain more heading towards the victory. I can see that to an extent the polarization factor was prevailed in Mustafabad. That has actually made sure that BJP is won in that one particular constituency. And coming back to our performance, yes, we should have worked more there.
Across to Kabir Naqvi, my colleague, who is in newsroom with a lot of data which he needs to crunch for us. Kabir.
Well, that's absolutely right, Karthike. Just to tell you the quick numbers as to where the Election Commission data stands at this point in time. We're looking at 46 leads for the BJP, 24 for the Aam Aadmi Party, and the map, it is solidifying with that same saffron color like we're seeing, apart from a little bit in New Delhi, a little bit in Chandni Chowk and a little bit in South Delhi. I think it's all gone towards the BJP. At least that's what the trends are telling us. I'll quickly break down the vote share for you as well. Aam Aadmi Party at 43.01% vote share. This was 54 back in the year 2020. And the BJP at 47.15. The last time I spoke to the studio, the BJP was sitting at somewhere about 46.1% vote share. That has gone up. It has increased. Let me quickly take you through all the major and the latest seats, the neck and neck fights. Firstly, Arvind Kejriwal is now trailing 1170 votes. This is the 9th round of counting out of a possible 13 rounds. Just 4 rounds left. Arvind Kejriwal trailing by 1170 votes. When we're coming to Kalkaji, 7 rounds of vote counting has taken place out of 12. Ateshi, the Delhi Chief Minister, currently trailing by a margin of 2,882 votes. Very quickly taking a look at Jangpura as well, where again, things have taken a swift turnabout. Manish Sisodia is now trailing again. We've got Tarvinder Singh Marwa, the BJP candidate, now leading by a margin of 240 votes. Let's also talk about Greater Kailash, because take a look at this. Shikha Roy, the BJP candidate, has got 30,000 votes to her name. But the margin has again come down. We were talking about how Saurabh Bhardwaj is trailing by a margin of almost 5,000 votes. That has come down to just 1,000 votes. But then again, 8 rounds of vote counting that has been completed out of a possible 14. I also have with me numbers coming from Okhla, where it seems like Amanatullah Khan, the Aam Aadmi Party candidate, is solidifying his sort of victory in that particular constituency. We're looking at a margin of 10,000 votes that Amanatullah is leading by. A little bit of a number crunch here, Kartike, because not talking about 5,000 seats, but when you're looking at a margin of 2,000 to 3,000 votes, several seats that we need to take a look at. The Aam Aadmi Party, particularly leading on Timarpur, Model Town, you've got Sadar Bazaar, Delhi Cant and Sangam Vihar. Rajendra Nagar, where Durgesh Pathak is the Aam Aadmi Party's candidate. Aam Aadmi Party was in the lead, but then things again took a quick turnabout. Now the BJP candidate is leading in Rajendra Nagar, but then again that's also a mere 500 votes or so. For the BJP, what things, this constituencies that they could actually and potentially convert are of course Uttam Nagar, Dwarka, we're looking at Palam, New Delhi, like I mentioned, Parvesh Verma, he's up there. Malviya Nagar is another seat that needs to be looked at very crucially. You've got top Aam Aadmi Party leaders over there as well. Kalkaji, like I mentioned, Atishi, the current Chief Minister. Simapuri, Gokalpur, Badli and Jangpura. Manish Sisodia is, now trailing at this point in time. Now, just to give you a little bit of a demography breakup as well, the 12 reserved seats for the SCs, Aam Aadmi Party leading on 7, BJP leading on 5, and the Aam Aadmi Party has a 58% win rate when it comes to this. You've got 11 seats that has a population
just hold,
more than 25%.
Kabir, just hold yourself.
Yep.
SC seats, there is a fight. Why?
Well, apparently, you see, the economic reasons are certainly there. The freebies were certainly helping.
Manish Sisodia has lost. That's the big news coming in. Let's break that for our viewers here. We hear Manish Sisodia, the excise minister at one point, man who was seen as the right-hand man.
Fighting from Jangpura, he changed his seat.
Yeah. For Arvind Kejriwal, he has officially lost. So this really, I think, is of the first statement to what we see of the Aam Aadmi Party. Huge loss of face. Manish Sisodia, who was in Tihar, he served nearly a year and a half in prison, not convicted but still fighting on bail currently in the liquor policy case. Manish Sisodia officially has lost from Jangpura. Your take on that, Brijesh?
Well, I think it's a big setback, and I think this also reinforces the point which we were talking about in the morning. The fact is that the BJP started at and perhaps worked maximum on destroying the image of the Aam Aadmi Party, because without which, all the freebies or all the governance issues and all, they had taken a backseat, because Arvind Kejriwal had positioned himself after, getting out of this India against corruption bandwagon and forming a political party. Had positioned himself as, as a guy with no stains of corruption, as a guy who has also positioned himself as a David versus Goliath, him being the underdog and both the Congress and the BJP and the top industrialists going after him, gunning for him. So I think, the Liquorgate scam was perhaps one big nail in the coffin, and despite, them saying that enforcement directorate and everybody is being vindictive towards opposition leaders, I think the BJP was able to send a message that corruption has taken place, and it is not for political reasons that Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal have been, and Satyen Jain and Sanjay Singh have been put behind bars. And his loss, he was, used to contest from Patparganj. They thought of shifting him to Jangpura. I think it's a huge setback, and if Arvind Kejriwal is also not able to win the seat, I think this is going to be a double whammy for the rout will be complete. The man who formulated
the Delhi liquor policy has lost.
Not just that, it's a setback for the education policy which the the AAP had tom-tommed all over 16% allocation in budget, and the going to Europe and comparing it with the European model. So I think it and the BJP has been consistently saying, and even the Congress has been saying, that this is all propaganda, nothing actually is happening on the ground, and somewhere I think that it has certainly
But I beg to differ on that, because they started off on a great footing. Aam Aadmi Party, the schools, the education system, it was a model to reckon with.
But then it started off somehow, the follow-up
over time they fell out of track, and
then there were these allegations that only selected children were kept, the others were kept out, only the brilliant ones were. And all these narratives actually.
Okay, let's take this question to Anirudh Pratap Singh. Anirudh ji है हमारे पास, साथ हैं बीबी, बीजेपी स्पोक्सपर्सन.
जी.
अनिरुद्ध जी, मनीष सिसोदिया चुनाव हार गए. इस पे क्या बोलेंगे?
इस चुनाव में राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व की ओर से मीडिया के काम में हमारे साथ
मैं बिल्कुल एक छोटा सा ही कमेंट करना चाहूंगा, उसके बाद जाना चाहूंगा, जो कि आम आदमी पार्टी केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया जी पूरी टीम के लिए, उनके लिए है कि शराब के नशे में दिल्ली के मालिक अपने शीश महल के साथ यमुना में डूब गए हैं। यमुना की इन्होंने कीचड़ इतना किया कि वहां कमल खिला, और कमल जो होता है उसमें लक्ष्मी जी आती हैं, गॉडेस ऑफ प्रॉस्पेरिटी, जो दिल्ली वालों के लिए आ रही हैं, और आपदा मुक्त दिल्ली आज हो गई है।
Anuj ji for joining us.
What a big statement for Manish Sisodia to lose. This is the first big leader who's lost with multiple portfolios, including education, finance, revenue, PW.
More than multiple, portfolios. He was the designated number 2.
Yes.
Whether he was in prison, whether he was out of prison.
When everyone fell out of Kejriwal's favor.
He is the one who was the real number 2 of our.
When everyone fell out of Kejriwal's favor, it was Manish Sisodia.
He was in the original camp, the original team.
He was the original team. Or it's survivor of the original team.
Yes,
survivor of the original
ministers can win and lose, and the government can be an indictment. But a guy who is like a shadow to Arvind Kejriwal losing an election is, I think, one of the most telling comment on this.
I mean, he is what Amit Shah is to Mr. Modi.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely, a shadow.
I personally think that Brijesh made a statement that the BJP destroyed the Aam Aadmi Party. I don't think the BJP destroyed the Aam Aadmi Party. The Aam Aadmi Party destroyed themselves. All BJP did was take the opportunity of the destruction of Aam Aadmi Party by themselves, the arrogance that Aam Aadmi Party displayed, the theatrical politics that Aam Aadmi Party was playing, and BJP capitalized on that. That is as simple as it is. They decided to go after Aam Aadmi Party in a manner where they used strategy towards winning the voters that Aam Aadmi Party had worked towards earlier, and that's how they managed to get them back again. Like I said in the morning also, I was very precise on what the results would be, and that's exactly what the results are turning out. Because when you ask people on the ground and you spoke to the actual voters, not the ones sitting, who will talk on social media but not necessarily come out to vote, because the voters really, if you go to see, was only 58%. There should have been more people that came out to vote. But even with that 58%, you wouldn't realize that the people who have shifted are actually Aam Aadmi voters also who have shifted to the BJP, because they are fed up of theatrical politics.
Yeah. Is that the reason? Is that the reason, Vijesh?
They are, and I think, as it always happens, if on the hindsight now, if we analyze the 2024 general election, I think, the constitution comment of saying that that we will win more than 400 seats turn out to be the Congress movement for the BJP, and especially Modi government. But after that, that was
साक्षी से बोलिए लोगों से बात करें, सिंगल ज्ञान पे ना आए.
To hit out at Arvind Kejriwal, which was the strongest link of the BJP, the corruption facade. The Liquorgate, I think, was the first big blow to Arvind Kejriwal. Post that, then there is a series of development which kept on taking place, and it made it very clear that situation is not as honky-dory as Arvind Kejriwal or Aam Aadmi Party would like to project.
Okay, let's go across to Sakshi, our correspondent, BJP headquarters. Sakshi, I don't need to say that how's the mood, but definitely jubilant is the word.
Josh?
I think jubilant is the word.
Sakshi, if you can hear us. All right,
I think
seems to be a problem with the
a bit of a
connection there.
delay.
But if we have Shreya, do we have Shreya on the line?
No, I think there's a bit of a delay. There. If we have to count 7 mistakes of Arvind Kejriwal, Suresh, what will they be? Liquor, meddling with LG, alliance with Congress party,
losing focus of the capital,
not keeping to the promise that they will just focus on the developmental issues of Delhi,
playing victimhood or victim card.
I think 4 or 5 things just completely went awry for them.
I think, like LG and all would not go against Kejriwal, because Arvind Kejriwal politics right from the word go has been combative. It's not like, he has positioned himself like Congress party and all, where you talk about, oh, I do this and then there's no confrontation. He has been confrontational right from the word go, calling out the name of top industrialists, doing press conferences, calling out Sheila Dikshit Karab. So he has been in an extremely combative mood right from day one, and it has yielded him rich political dividend.
But that's what has led to his downfall also, because who spoke with conviction about corruption has become the face of it. That Shishma, like you rightly said, that became so symbolic, and that happened, by the way, towards the end.
Towards the end,
right? Very close to the BJP held its cards so tight. Towards the end, when elections were just around the corner, the BJP brought up Sheesh Mahal, released a video of it. I'm not saying BJP released it, whoever did, but a video came out, and we saw the kind of exuberance, the plush, the plush house, the money that was spent on a chief minister's home, while you have the Jaggi Jhopadi people who are still struggling for basic amenities.
And not just that, Nabila. Actually, you see, the Prime Minister also has a very big house. The other ministers, chief ministers in the country have. But he claimed things contrary. You see, he said, I will travel by metro. I won't take any security. I don't need these houses. Yes, I need only two. I mean, these statements were compared against his actions. You see, that is what he did not live up to the image or perception he himself had created.
The general image that finally got perceived by the people is that Arvind Kejriwal is
I think let's cut into Sisodia. Let's cut into Sisodia.
If you don't give me that space, then you'll feel
okay, sure.
Then don't feel offended if someone says something.
Sure.
जंगपुरा विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा। जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए। तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे, जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीजें हैं उनको हल करेंगे। बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं।
सर, काफी टफ फाइट रही है, कहां चूक हो गई?
नहीं, अब चूक तो आपको बताएंगे एनालिसिस करके।
Shreya, who's with us, she's right now at the BJP office. Shreya, we're looking at jubilant scenes there outside the BJP office with flags waving high. We know sweets are being distributed. This is a moment that the BJP was really waiting for. All their strategy has worked.
Absolutely. You know, it is 27 years that they have waited for this very victory. And every single party member, every single leader that we've spoken to till now, they have to say that, you know, this was not just something that was brought in by their own manifestos, but it was also the Aam Aadmi Party's own doing. That is what they have to say. That 10 years, the people here had given them a chance, and despite that, they failed to deliver. And that seems to have been the key narrative that played out on February 5th when the people went out to vote. As we were telling you earlier as well, people out there had all said that their demand is very simple. Good governance is what they demand. And it seems that they've gone with the BJP this time and sweeping trends at this given point. Earlier we had a lengthy conversation with even Tom Vadakan, who was in fact mentioning about how the women voters, just to take our viewers to the very comment that had been made by Arvind Kejriwal just on the eve of February 5th with regards to the women voters, appealing to them to come out and vote. And in fact, in the past few assembly elections, we had seen how the female voters had made a change, or at least the Ladki Behan Yojana had made a change both in Madhya Pradesh and in Maharashtra. And the BJP has said that, female voters now are very sure of the kind of change that they want and that the BJP can in fact bring about in the national capital, which is why they've decided to go that way. Very stark contrast that we see between the situations at the Aam Aadmi Party headquarters where we were earlier in the morning and now we are at the BJP office. All party cadres and party leaders. In fact, Virendra Sachdeva has just gone inside the auditorium. I can still hear him in the background as he's addressing the party cadres, congratulating each one of them. And at the same time, he's come out to give a list of what the Aam Aadmi Party had been doing wrong and what has been sort of a situation where they seem to have dug their own grave, is what is being said by all the leaders here.
He's the man of the moment here because he decided to really ditch this election, not contest this election and focus on strategy entirely. You know, Virendra Sachdeva, certainly the most popular man. Do you believe he could be the front runner here?
There are three things which are happening.
No.
Okay, you go. Okay,
no, Brijesh is laughing.
No, the reason I'm saying is that, like, yes, he's the Delhi BJP president, and BJP, he proved very lucky for the BJP because before that, you know, they've tried all kind of permutation and combination. Purvanchali vote Manoj Tiwari, it didn't work for them. It will be very interesting as to who BJP makes the Delhi CM because, you know, there are several people in contention. It'll be very, very interesting to see who they go for because, you know, right now there's no name which is doing the round because, you know, once the election and all will be done, only then
come on, Brijesh, I'm sure you have some inside information.
Nobody knows.
You've tracked the BJP for many years.
Last person to faff about this thing, so I'm being very honest about it. That nobody knows right now. I can bet my you know, career on this that not even 80% of the BJP leaders themselves know about it, and that is the reason why, you know, when you ask the question on Delhi CM, everyone is maintaining a steadied silence. I think, you know, a lot will be it will be very interesting to see that going by the Prime Minister's assertion, the BJP's assertion about, you know, to counter Rahul Gandhi's this OBC push and all. It'll be interesting to see whether they go for women or they go for OBC women. That kind of combo can be worked out. But nobody knows who's going to be who's in the reckoning.
If we look at the selection of, like, for example, Mr. Khattar's successor, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, Mr. Sharma, Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, and Chief Minister of Chhattisgarh.
Caste combination will play a very crucial role.
Most of them Khati organizational men have been pushed with very strong RSS BJP roots, not ABVP, proper RSS BJP roots. Do we have candidates like this in BJP in Delhi?
Karthik, I would slightly disagree with you there. You know that because Mr. Bhajanlal Sharma, who was made the first term MLA, and it's not like, you know, he was something
organization.
Something there's many people who are in the organization. So I'm just saying that it's not like, you know, he was a very organizational powerhouse. And when Mr. Khattar's name was also announced, you know, trust me, I was there. Even the Haryana BJP was stunned. So that who is Mr. Khattar? And then everybody started, you know, running helter skelter. I said, like, boss, everything is all right. Who is ML Khattar? So that is, I mean, you know, then everybody started saying that, oh, you know, the BJP gives you surprise, and everybody's taken aback by the kind of surprise which was there. It'll be very interesting to see how BJP elects, because Delhi is unlike, you know, Odisha or say Haryana and others. Delhi is not like your quintessential state.
BJP is one Balli Maran.
So
I'm sorry, I'm interrupting your flow. They have one Balli Maran.
I am figuring in, he still has managed to.
I'm saying they have one Balli Maran. So this is like, I think BJP has made inroads into certain other. And Kejriwal has lost.
Oh my God!
Arvind Kejriwal has lost election. Big breaking news. Kejriwal has lost election. Arvind Kejriwal, I think. This is the news.
That's what I'm saying.
This is the news.
This is the news. This is like super double whammy. I think
now we can say that the AAP has lost elections.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you can say that.
Now we can say that the Aam Aadmi Party has lost elections. Arvind Kejriwal has lost election. I think the strongest message has been sent by the electorate in Delhi by making Kejriwal lose. I don't think they can use message stronger than that.
Losing is AAP losing. There's no. He is. It was
like Rahul Gandhi losing in 2019 Amethi. That you have lost your resonance.
AAP losing not just in Delhi. This also means AAP losing across the country.
See, what I was trying to tell you,
because it is going to have its impact.
I was just showing Savio, you know, tweets of several Punjab reporters 10 minutes back of what I was saying in the morning. That if Arvind Kejriwal loses Delhi, if AAP loses Delhi, the next theatre of action is going to be Punjab. And in the last half an hour, 45 minutes, all the reporters of bureau chiefs of Punjab, they have started the next action is going to be in Punjab. Punjab is going to be the next place of action. Delhi is done and dusted, I think.
So I think the only action will be between Aam Aadmi Party and Congress, because BJP has no numbers.
No, BJP would love to have Congress.
And BJP would love to have Congress because even Akali Dal has a huge problem. You know, the Panthe vote in Punjab is shifted to Aam Aadmi Party. People don't realize that.
But you never know what is going to change now.
Yes, exactly.
After the Be-Adabi thing and what Badal, the apology that he rendered and the punishment that he took recently, so there could be a change,
For all you know, Parvesh Sahib Singh could be the next CM because he managed to trump Arvind Kejriwal.
In fact,
He could certainly be a front runner.
If you remember, that his name was the first one which came into controversy, the 2000 rupee note.
Yeah.
And after that, he has been, and if he has defeated Arvind Kejriwal, I think if you ask me, I agree with you, he could be one of the front.
We didn't see that sort of an elevation for Smriti Irani when she defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi.
Well, it's a different
no, but she's been given all the plum. She was given a cabinet.
She was a cabinet minister. She was an HRD minister.
But that you have to understand. That's a different election. No,
exactly because she got a cabinet.
But she was already a cabinet
it's a different game. It's a completely different game. It's a completely different thing. The reason I'm saying is that Modi was Kejriwal at that point of time. 95% of people who were winning.
All right,
Virendra
Sachdeva of the BJP has spoken to India Today's Nivritri. Let's quickly cut across.
News9's Nivritri, Nabila, News9's Nivritri. Please, let's play out the tic-tac.
मैंडेट को लेकर के उम्मीद थी हमें अपने काम पर भरोसा था, हमें हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी पर भरोसा था। मेरा फ्रेम में जान रहे थे कि उनका नेतृत्व जी लाइव मिलेंगे, दिल्ली को विकास दे सकता है, उनके नेतृत्व जी लाइव मिलेंगे, काट जीत का श्रेय किसे देंगे? एक ही एक है श्रीमान नरेंद्र मोदी। हो गया, हम सब कार्यकर्ता है, लेकिन हम कार्यकर्ताओं को चलाने का काम हमको करने दो, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री करते।
We have the happy man here, Virendra Sachdeva, State BJP President with us. Virendra ji, sir, we have the happy man here, the State President of BJP, Virendra Sachdeva with us. Virendra ji, सबसे पहले तो मुबारक हो आपको। काफी समय बाद, काफी अंतराल के बाद, more than 27 years बीजेपी फिर से आ रही है।
दिल्ली की जनता को बधाई देता हूं कि उन्होंने हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व पर भरोसा किया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की नेतृत्व पर दिल्ली की जनता ने भरोसा किया और ये जीत माननीय प्रधानमंत्री की, हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व की जीत है।
क्या मुद्दे रहेंगे, किन पर सबसे पहले काम शुरू होगा? फ्रीबीज तो पुराने मुद्दे रहेंगे।
देखिए, हमारा काम है कि जितने घोटाले हुए हैं उन घोटालों पे एसआईटी का गठन होगा। जितनी केंद्र की योजनाएं दिल्ली में रोकी हुई थी, चाहे आयुष्मान योजना हो, चाहे हर घर नल से जल हो, उन पे काम होगा। दिल्ली में यमुना सफाई हमारा एक मुद्दा है। दिल्ली में जितनी भी योजनाएं हैं जिनको रोका गया था उनको पूरा करेंगे, लेकिन दिल्ली को विकसित राजधानी बनाने के लिए काम करेंगे।
आम आदमी पार्टी के लीडर्स के खिलाफ जो करप्शन के मामले हैं उन पर जांच होगी, आप कह रहे हैं?
मैंने कहा कि वो हमने उसी दिन घोषणा की थी कि जिस दिन पहली कैबिनेट होगी उसी दिन।
We can call out the election. Aam Aadmi Party has lost Delhi to Bharatiya Janata Party. Kejriwal has lost. Manish Sisodia has lost. Atishi is still trailing. Brijesh.
And Saurabh Bharadwaj also trailing.
Saurabh Bharadwaj trailing. The top echelon of Aam Aadmi Party has been routed by Bharatiya Janata Party. That's the long and short of the story.
So the moral of the story is very simple. Okay, I believe Atishi is also going to go. The top three are
going by the popular sentiment,
right? The problem with the Aam Aadmi Party is that they were basically turning out to be charlatans, and that is what the people of Delhi have finally understood, and I'm glad that the people of Delhi have opened their eyes, because the Aam Aadmi Party is nothing but a party of theatrical politics and anarchists. And I'm glad the people of Delhi opened their eyes and they are moving forward to a progressive and an aspirational Delhi.
Well, let's hope this is for the better. And whatever said, change is always good.
Yes. And one more clear indication is that if you remember the first elections in which BJP came to power in Haryana, it was said that it was a non-Jat vote. Okay, but the last elections very clearly showed that the Jats and the non-Jats voted. Similarly, this is an inclusive mandate. Here it is not just the poor, the middle class, the Punjabis, the Purvanchalis. Across the spectrum, BJP has got votes.
Yeah.
So this is very clear. It's an inclusive mandate for BJP.
You know, tell us a little more about Parvesh, who's managed to trump Arvind Kejriwal. His background, he's a former chief minister's son. He brings some kind of political acumen himself.
He does. I think, I mean, he's son of Sahib Singh Verma, and Sahib Singh Verma was one of the tallest BJP leader And many believe that him being removed from the post and Sushma Swaraj being given or being put at the helm of affairs also proved ruinous for the BJP. And the fact is that Parvesh Verma was also a member of parliament, and this time as before, like say couple of months back, if you would have talked about Parvesh Verma being the giant killer or coming up with this, nobody would have agreed with you. The fact of the matter is that the first controversy which erupted, the way Parvesh Verma went after the BJP, after the Aam Aadmi Party, after being exposed by Atishi, and that he was distributing money and all. I think Parvesh Verma became one of the most prominent BJP figure, who was taking on Arvind Kejriwal, and many believe that Arvind Kejriwal is not going to have a convenient run against him.
And this seat, New Delhi, does not have a caste dynamic. He's a Jat. Parvesh Sharma, son of Sahib Singh Baba, is a Jat. Jats are only 4% in Delhi. For him, I think it's a general vote surge that has happened.
General vote surge, and it also points to a general disenchantment with Arvind Kejriwal per se. And I think, the falling back to the same old tried tested method of, that everyone is after me, victimhood, and I would say that, those Sheesh Mahal and Liquorgate policy, it drove a nail into the death of Aam Aadmi Party.
People have decided to teach him a lesson that's just shocking. Remember, as soon as he came out of Tihar, he says, he resigned. He said, I'm going to campaign, I'm going to get to the ground, go door to door.
I think he didn't
but
get it.
No sympathy shown.
I think he didn't understand that people have not appreciated the style of politics and the sort of way Delhi was governed. And I think that is why this voting pattern has emerged, whereby he has lost, I would say, swaths of land to Aam Aadmi Party. If you look at Delhi, from the side where Rohini is down to where Tughlakabad is, you have a Saffron surge. I mean to say, these are not spots. So there was no close contest. They were winning. It was a surge win. We have got Yash Goyal at Aam Aadmi's party's office. I think now it will be very clear, Yash, they must have conceded defeat. It's pretty much clear. Sisodia loses, Kejriwal loses, Saurabh Bharadwaj trailing, Atishi Bandlena trailing. The top four is out. I think the mood must be...
Absolutely, Karthik. The mood here, I have seen the temperaments of the Karyakartas going from top to the bottom here. In fact, not even bottom now. In fact, I can tell you that I can't see even a single Karyakarta of the Aam Aadmi Party around this area. I just moved out of the visuals to show you. These are all just media personals. And in fact, if I go any side of this place, you'll find no AAP Karyakartas talking even to the media, remotely giving their reaction to it. Because what has happened today was unexpected, because they've said that at least the top guns of the Aam Aadmi Party were safe. They were contesting vociferously, and in fact, but like the exit polls have told, none of them were sitting pretty at any given point from any of the seats. So they have actually now lost, because Arvind Kejriwal has lost. And let's jog our viewers' memory also here. Arvind Kejriwal had categorically said he'll return to the CM's chair once only if he comes by winning, and in fact if the people of the national capital votes him in. But none of things are happening. The party seems to be losing, and also the top guns of the Aam Aadmi Party couple of them have lost, and in fact not a good picture for the others as well.
Not a good pitch, it's a disastrous
pitch. For the first time, in a try contest, there are two parties which are extremely happy. BJP, for obvious reasons, for coming back to Delhi after 27, and Congress, despite scoring a hat-trick of 0, they are also ecstatic that, that someone has taken a revenge for them. Because if you remember, the Sheila Dikshits of the world and the entire Commonwealth Games scam, the 2G, Arvind Kejriwal went after Aam Aadmi Party, I think, and after Congress Party, and destroyed most of its political credibility. Like even the BJP couldn't do it. And that is the reason why I think today, when he's staring defeat and staring at a very bleak political future right now post this defeat, the Congress Party is also as happy as the Bharatiya Janata Party is.
I still want to know if this was a close fight in some of the seats, or was it a huge margin?
I mean, 1,200 seats, 1,200 votes is a very, very close
margin.
fight.
It's not small.
It's a very close,
especially in a population as small or a state as small as Delhi.
They lost by very small margins.
Yeah.
I think Manish Sisodia lost by some 600 odd votes and Arvind Kejriwal losing it by 1200 votes. I mean,
You're saying the margin is small.
Margin is very small. Yeah, the margin is not great.
So if the margin is small and seeing a similar trend to what happened in Haryana, there seems to be some kind of micro engineering that the BJP has done in Haryana. It's worked. It's worked in Delhi. What could be that, Savio?
So one of the things that BJP has done extremely well after they realized what happened in the Lok Sabha was to build bridges with the RSS first. But what they also did with the Karyakartas is they started mapping each and every booth. So besides your booth in charge, under each booth you have different leaders now, each one of them. So just like you had say a Mandal president, for example, you would have heard that the Mandal president is the highest, and under the Mandal president you would have a vice president. No, they've gone a step beyond, and it's happening all over the states, all over the country. So what they do is now each booth has got a booth president kind of a person, and under the booth president you have your office bearers of that booth, and that is how micro they've gone into. And if you are going to see this all over, it's not something that's new. The next election also that happens, you will see that kind of booth management. So a booth person now, the Pramukh, Pama Pramukh as we are calling it, is the person who's going to be like your president of that particular booth. And so his responsibility, he's given encouragement, he's given training, he's given, a facility like an app to keep track of, how many people are a part of it, how to send birthday wishes, all those kind of things. At least in Goa, I know that's how they work it, right? So I believe that kind of micromanagement is what gives BJP an advantage, and they started to go extremely assertive after the Lok Sabha results. So everyone at a ground level is where they're going to reach out to. Every person is mapped, every person is understood, every person's birthdays, anniversaries, everything.
And Nabila, let me give you my personal experience.
Yes,
I decided to vote after lunch. And once lunchtime was over, I started getting calls from the local BJP guys, Sir, aapne vote nahi dala hai. You had people coming home, and they were doing this to every voter. And they were coming and they are saying, I did not see that the Aam Aadmi Party did not even come to the house during the entire campaign. There was a door-to-door outreach on the part of BJP.
I think BJP didn't take anything to chance. I think Aam Aadmi Party was slightly overconfident.
Yes.
If you're saying this door-to-door, we are joined by Dr. Anil Gupta. Dr. Gupta, Delhi to aapki ho gayi.
Yeah. जी नमस्कार.
नमस्कार. दिल्ली तो आप जीत गए.
I did not hear your question.
Dr. Gupta, I am saying दिल्ली तो आप जीत गए. वैसे मैंने बोला था दिल्ली तो आपकी हो गई. So you chose not to respond. You chose not to respond to my question. It was in Hindi. I said दिल्ली आपकी हो गई. And then you became silent.
So you're trying to say दिल्ली हमारी हो गई.
अब सर अब आपदा से मुक्ति का समय हो गया है. आपदा से मुक्ति मिल गई है. And now it is a time that we make Delhi the best capital in the world. Now it is a time that whatever we have promised in our Sankalp Path to start working on that. And now I'm telling you that we congratulate our leadership. We thank the citizen of Delhi for having faith in us. And now the 10 saal Delhi behal, the word will go, and now Delhi will prosper. Delhi will be free from pollution. Delhi will have water. Delhi will have electricity. Delhi will have the good roads, and the corruption which were there in the Kejriwalism will go away. And under the leadership of Modi ji, we have the zero tolerance for corruptions, and definitely the 6 lakhs crores of rupees which the citizen of Delhi has given to Kejriwal Sahab in last 10 years, we will definitely have an inquiry what he has done to those money, how much corruption he has done. Now it is a time not only of the celebration but for the commitment to the citizen of Delhi that whatever we have committed in our Sankalp Path is the time to start working on that. I am telling you, Delhi will have the Ayushman Yojana right in the first cabinet meeting what we have promised. And not only the single Ayushman Yojana, Delhi will have the double, the 5 lakhs from the center, the 5 lakhs from the state, and the
the road leading start will work, the colleges will be made. I mean, we will have, when there is a double engine government, the Delhi will be the capital of the, in actual terms, the Delhi will be the capital of the India, and I think the Delhi will prosper. The bad faces of citizen of Delhi is over, and we will start working.
Bit of a breaking news, Atishi has won. She has managed to scrape through. So Atishi has won the elections. Well, it's like a silver lining.
Yeah, but cloud. No silver lining. I'm sorry. She won with a where is the silver lining?
The chief minister. She doesn't carry the kind of political bandwidth which say a Saurabh Bharadwaj or Manish
I think she'll get
and others do.
I think in absence of Kejriwal and Manish Sodhi, she'll get to be the LOP. She'll get to be the LOP and she will retain the bungalow. She can retain the other big bungalow.
Wait and watch, because you usually make, when you're in a situation like this, you usually make LOP a person who is very combative and who knows the nuances of politics.
But Atishi has been fairly combative. In fact, she's held fort when Kejriwal was in prison. So due credit to her.
But I'm saying that let's see how it pans out. Because there are people like Gopal Rai and others who have won with huge margins, and they are like the the real old war horse as far as Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Could be Atishi, because Arvind Kejriwal reposed his faith in her when he went to jail, and
that did not go well with a lot of
Okay, let's play out couple of bites, couple of political reactions have come. Let's play them out, all of them.
दिल्ली की जनता ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के नेतृत्व पे भरोसा व्यक्त किया है और दिल्ली की जनता माननीय प्रधानमंत्री के साथ है।
सर, कितना बड़ी जीत आप इसे मानते हैं, क्योंकि 27 साल बाद जो है बीजेपी
ये बहुत बड़ी जीत है हमारे लिए, दिल्ली की जनता की जीत है और इस पूरी जीत के शिल्पकार हमारा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय गृह मंत्री, माननीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष।
ये मेरी जीत है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है और कहीं ना कहीं उनका बहुत आशीर्वाद रहा दिल्ली के सभी कैंडिडेटों पे। जिस प्रकार उन्होंने रैली करी, जिस प्रकार दिल्ली के लोगों को उन्होंने समझाया, बताया उन्होंने कि आपदा को हटाना जरूरी है दिल्ली में, तो उसकी वजह से आज दिल्ली में हम लोग जीत के आए। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अमित शाह जी और अपने शीर्ष नेतृत्व का जेपी नड्डा जी, वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी, सबका धन्यवाद करता हूँ और मैं आश्वस्त हूँ कि हमारी सरकार बनने जा रही है और कहीं ना कहीं इस बार दिल्ली के लोगों का विकास होगा और जनता का विकास होगा और क्षेत्र में काम होंगे।
With the governor's leadership attending the RBI Central Board. So going from what you say, I am responding.
मैं सभी का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी, सभी नई दिल्ली वासियों का धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी। हाँ जी, आप सबका आशीर्वाद, आप सबका प्यार, आज पापा जो जीत रहे हैं वो आप सबके समर्थन के साथ जीत रहे हैं और एक बार फिर आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। देखिए, जब 11 साल झूठ से कोई सरकार चलाएगा, जब लोगों को फुसलाएगा, उनकी बातें नहीं सुनेगा, तब लोग उसको एक बार मौका और दे सकते हैं। दूसरी बार मौका देना, ये गलती दिल्ली वाली नहीं करेंगे और उन्होंने नहीं करी है। हमारी जो बहुमत से सरकार बनी है वो बहुत एक्सपेक्टेड थी। जब आप लोगों की शिकायतें सुनते हैं, उन लोगों की जो दिक्कतें सुनते हैं, उसके बाद एक्सपेक्टेड था। मीडिया वाले कह रहे थे कि शायद पलट जाएगा इलेक्शन, लेकिन जैसे हम देख सकते हैं बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है। पापा की भी बहुत क्लियर कट विक्ट्री है, सुबह से लीड में चल रहे हैं और आप सबके समर्थन के लिए वापस धन्यवाद। थैंक यू।
सबसे पहले तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लोगों को जीत मिली है, उन्हें बधाई, और आशा करता हूं कि जो जनादेश दिल्ली की जनता ने उन्हें दिया है उसकी वो प्रतिपूर्ति करेंगे और वे सब आम आदमी पार्टी के लाखों करोड़ों कार्यकर्ता जो अन्ना आंदोलन से आए, जिनके बहुत ही निश्चल, निष्पाप और बड़े भारत की राजनीति को बदलने के सपने की हत्या एक निर्लज्ज, नीच, मित्रहंता, आत्ममुग्ध और चरित्रहीन व्यक्ति ने की, उसके प्रति तो क्या संवेदना। दिल्ली को उससे मुक्ति मिली और मैं ये जानता हूँ कि अब जो आम आदमी पार्टी में लोग बच गए थे सत्ता के लोभ में, लालच में, पदों के लिए, उस पैसे के चक्कर में, वे सब भी अब वापस जाएंगे, लौटेंगे, कुछ अपने व्यवसायों में लौटेंगे, कुछ पार्टियों में चले जाएंगे और पतन यहाँ से प्रारंभ हुआ है उन लोगों का। मेरे लिए कोई प्रसन्नता का और दुख का विषय नहीं है, मैं बीच में खड़ा हूँ। प्रसन्नता इस बात की है कि करोड़ों लोगों ने आशा लगाई थी, करोड़ों लोग अपनी नौकरियाँ छोड़ के आए थे, व्यवसाय छोड़ के आए थे, दुश्मनियाँ ली थी लोगों ने, उन सब की हत्या एक आत्ममुग्ध आदमी ने, एक चरित्रहीन आदमी ने अपनी निजी महत्वाकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति के लिए की। उसको दंड मिला, ईश्वरीय विधान से दंड मिला। प्रसन्नता इस बात की भी है कि न्याय हुआ। आज जब कहना नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन आज टीवी पर जब जंगपुरा का निर्णय आया और सामने दिखाई दिया कि मनीष हार गया, तो सदा तटस्थ रहने वाली और राजनीति से विरत रहने वाली मेरी पत्नी जो है उसकी आंख में आंसू आ गए, वो रोने लगी, क्योंकि उसी से उसने कहा था कि अभी तो है ताकत, और उसने कहा था भैया ताकत सदा तो नहीं रहती। तो ये अहंकार आशा करता हूँ अगले लोग नहीं करेंगे, जो बाकी दल है वो नहीं करेंगे, इससे सबक लेंगे। और दिल्ली के नागरिकों को मैं अच्छे शासन के लिए बधाई देता हूँ। अब भारतीय जनता पार्टी अपने नेतृत्व में सरकार बनाकर दिल्ली के जो दुख थे पिछले 10 वर्ष के उन्हें दूर करे। और आम आदमी पार्टी के समस्त कार्यकर्ताओं को कहता हूँ कि आपने जिस किसी भी लोभ लालच में सब कुछ जानते हुए एक ऐसे व्यक्ति के समर्थन में काम किया जिसने अपने मित्रों की पीठ में झुरा घोंपा, गुरु को धोखा दिया, अपने साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला के लड़ने वाली महिलाओं को अपने घर लाके पिटवाया, अपनी निजी सुख और साधन के लिए जनता का पैसा खर्च किया, अब उससे आशा लगानी छोड़ें, अब बाहर निकलें, अपना अपना जीवन देखें। मुझे राघवेंद्र सरकार राम की कृपा मिली, जिनका ये घर है, जिनकी कृपा से मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ। मुझ पर कृष्ण कृपा हुई कि मैं इस निर्लज्ज सर्कस से बाहर आ सका। मैं उन सब से भी अच्छे भविष्य की कामना करता हूँ कि वो कोई गंदगी ना फैलाएं कहीं भी, वो लौट जाएं अपने शिविरों में। जिस तरह माधव को, कृष्ण को दूत देखकर भी भरी सभा में अट्टहास करने वाला दुर्योधन जो ये कहता था सुचिग्रम नैव दास्यामि बिना युद्धे न केशवः, बिना युद्ध के 5 गांव भी नहीं दूंगा, आज वो अपनी सीटों के लिए तरस रहा है। और मुझे पता है कि इस दुर्योधन का अंत भी टूटी हुई जंघा के साथ बड़ा ही दारुण होगा और भारतीय राजनीति एक कलंकित अध्याय के रूप में इस बौने दुर्योधन को और इसके दरबार के तमाम शकुनियों को याद करेगी। मैं उनकी मुक्ति की कामना करता हूं कि ईश्वर उन्हें इस दुख से बाहर निकाले और समस्त लोगों को बधाई देता हूं कि चलिए अंततः न्याय हुआ।
ये मेरी जीत है, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है और कहीं ना कहीं उनका बहुत आशीर्वाद रहा दिल्ली के सभी कैंडिडेटों में। जिस प्रकार उन्होंने रैली करी, जिस प्रकार दिल्ली के लोगों को उन्होंने समझाया, बताया उन्होंने कि आपदा को हटाना जरूरी है दिल्ली में, तो उसकी वजह से आज दिल्ली में हम लोग जीत के आए। मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री अमित शाह जी और अपने,
ये मेरी व्यक्तिगत हार है, मैं लोगों से कनेक्ट नहीं कर पाया, मेरे पास कम समय था। 1 महीने में मैं जितने लोगों से कनेक्ट कर पाया उतना वोट मुझे मिला, तो ये मेरी व्यक्तिगत हार है।
दिल्ली में आम आदमी पार्टी की बुरी हार हो रही है, इस पर क्या कहना?
मुझे अभी इस बारे में कोई सूचना नहीं, मैं सूचना मिलने पे इस पर बाइट दूंगा।
अन्ना हजारे ने भी बयान दिया है कि ये शराब नीति मामले में घोटाले का,
अभी मुझे इस बारे में, ये मेरी व्यक्तिगत हार है जिसकी मैं खुद जिम्मेदारी ले रहा हूँ।
बने रहिएगा
एकदम कल से जा रहा हूँ, पहले लोगों से मिलूंगा और अपना काम शुरू करूंगा, अगला विधानसभा चुनाव फिर पटवर्धन से लड़ूंगा।
We have Radhika Khera with us from the BJP at this given point. Radhika ji, we're seeing quite a, not just a positive trend at this point, but from what we see, it's a sweeping trend for the BJP.
It's a sweeping trend for the people of Delhi, and this is a victory of the people of Delhi. They have earned their relief and won their relief from the dirty water that they were drinking, the dirty polluted air that they were breathing. Their children, the Delhi children were going to schools and toilets were being shown as classrooms. So that's a win for Delhi. They've come out of 15 years of misgovernance of Sheila Dikshit and 10 to 12 years of misgovernance of Arvind Kejriwal, full of bhrashtachar, only filling pockets of himself and his mantris, not fulfilling any of the promises that he promised by swearing on his children. So it's a victory of people of Delhi, and badhai ho Delhi walo.
And at this given point, you know, we have been trying to guess who the chief ministerial face will be from the BJP side.
See, once the results are out, after that there will be a day after that there will be a Vidhayak Dal ki Baitak, which is the norm in every state, and the party collectively will decide who is going to be the chief minister face.
Magic number that you're hoping for, or rather looking forward to at this point?
I believe that we will cross 50.
You will cross 50. And you know, allegations, counter allegations, we've always seen the Congress and the opposition, the Aam Aadmi Party as well, levelling all sorts of charges, be it EVM, be it disruptions, gundagardi, hooliganism. We've heard it all during the campaigns this time.
अभी तो देखिए, अभी तो शुरुआत है, अभी तो और बहुत सारी चीजें आएंगी. I've heard that the Aam Aadmi Party has stopped its spokespersons from going to television channels because they're planning to create a ruckus on the EVM issue, on the EC issue. But एक कहावत है हिंदी की, अंगूर खट्टे हैं. So that and नाच ना जावे आंगन टेढ़ा are fitting to these results, and this was expected.
Shahnawaz Hussain with us, sir. स्वीपिंग विक्ट्री बीजेपी के लिए अभी तो लग रही है. आप लोगों का मैजिकल नंबर क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं?
चाय पी रहे हैं जीत की खुशी में. जीत गए हैं, मोदी की गारंटी चल गई है, किसी की गारंटी अब चलने वाली नहीं है. कांग्रेस ने तो हमसे भी बड़े बड़े वादे किए थे, क्या हुआ उनका? 0 पे आउट हो गए. राहुल गांधी, अरविंद केजरीवाल की विदाई हो गई. अब वो कभी भी सत्ता में नहीं आएंगे यहाँ।
और 27 साल के बाद हम बीजेपी को वापस देखेंगे नेशनल कैपिटल में। चीफ मिनिस्टरियल फेस कौन होगा? कोई अभी तक कोई ऐसी खबर?
बीजेपी का ही मुख्यमंत्री बनेगा, इसमें कोई शक नहीं।
बट कौन होगा अभी तक? कोई
होगा वो तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड बताएगा।
Well, we have BJP's Tom Vadakan at this given point with us on News9. Sir, sweeping trends for the BJP is what we see today on the decision day for Delhi. People have chosen for change, it seems.
We welcome the decision of the people of Delhi. They have voted a mandate, a decisive mandate. And this almost seems like a referendum against the AAP government, the Congress government and the India alliance. I think the message is loud and clear because Delhi essentially is a combination of people from all over the country. It's a pan-Indian city. Under the circumstances, last 2 decades there have been different governments here, but they failed to deliver. We have a river that's polluted, Yamuna. We have the air pollution at such a dangerous level that it's difficult to go out without a mask. You had a situation where the Chief Minister was building his nest, which is the Sheesh Mahal, while people of Delhi were suffering from COVID. There was no oxygen available. One single rain, and you had floods in the situation, no silting was happening. So these are conditions that people have suffered. So there was a writing on the wall. If you did move out of Delhi or you went around Delhi, you'd see the difference. And I think this is no miracle that has happened. It's your performance that has failed. The guarantees of the government led by Modi ji is the visible factor, where there a double engine government has been on performance all the time, and that has been established in all the states. So the Abda, the great disaster that was waiting to happen has happened. So the writing on the wall is very clear. If the message is received properly, the Congress will introspect. They have done many launches of Rahul Gandhi that has failed. There's a need for change of leadership in the Congress party. And if the congressmen desire that their party needs to survive in this system, they need to have an ideology. You cannot win elections on the base of hatred. Hatred and venom doesn't take you anywhere. You need to deliver. You need to have good governance. These are important factors to survive in a democratic setup. This, I think, is a message to Congress Party, to ABDA and the India Alliance, especially to SP, which accuse the Election Commission of being dead.
Yeah.
So these are things that doesn't happen.
Ajay, Tom Vadakan, the former AICC secretary who defected to BJP, saying there's a lack of ideology. Is it correct?
Well, you know,
is ideology making a difference? I mean, he said it.
Look, I wouldn't call it lack of ideology, but I would certainly call it Kejriwal is a tough nut to crack. Sometimes with his moves, it's difficult to figure out what is his ideology on the issue of, let's say, secularism, for example. Brijesh was pointing out, right, that during the CAA sort of agitation, he just kept kept mum. We didn't know where he stood. Similarly, if you remember recently, he sort of gave, 2,500 rupees to temples ka, pujaris, and same thing with gurudwaras, but he didn't do with other religion. So again, he's very difficult to figure out. Does he, in BJP's case, we know they stand for Hindutva. In Kejriwal's case, you don't know. He'll talk at one place in secular terms, in another place in non-secular terms. So he's a tough nut to crack. Also, he talks for the poor, but the moves we saw after 5 years, he was busy hiring, rich businessmen into the party. Obviously, he was sort of shifting grounds. He didn't attract the middle class so much, but he tried to attract a lot of traders, right? Now, so again, was he making an ideological compromise? Did he need to make it? Was he shifting ground because he felt that the ground was shifting beneath his feet? I mean, do remember from 2015, his numbers did come down a bit in 2020, right? 5 seats he lost. Same thing with percentage vote came down. But these compromises he had begun to make. The last of all, this liquor scam, that brought out a complete sort of a different Kejriwal. Also, that Sheesh Mahal. I mean, think of the Kejriwal that most of us saw in 2012, 2013, even after he became the chief minister, during the agitation, in that car of his he would sit, it would be raining. All of us thought, wow, a revolution is taking place. And suddenly we see a 180-degree shift in this man. So yes, not lack of ideology, but ideological inconsistency. You cannot figure out you cannot pinpoint your finger. Rahul Gandhi has moved leftward completely, right? Towards caste survey, towards protection.
He is defined.
So,
you can actually pinpoint Rahul Gandhi's politics and economic thought now.
Absolutely.
You can say this is what he is. That's what he has. I mean, you have to give it to him. You can say that he's left of center, he's doing a lot of OBC politics, he's doing a lot of social justice politics, but you can say this is what he stands for.
But Kejriwal is ambiguous, right?
Yeah, he is ambiguous.
And is it intentionally ambiguous, or is it simply...
Like for example, whether you like it or not, his position on Savarkar has not changed, even at the expense of others.
See, Karthikeya, I would say that he was perhaps one of the most challenging adversary. I completely agree with what he was saying at the start, that BJP was not able to figure out who Arvind Kejriwal is. If you remember, he was the first one because we were inside the parliament at that point of time, and news came that he started calling Prime Minister psychopath and all. Yeah. And it created a furor, people saying that, you can't call Prime Minister that. And he was also one of the first one, like, everyone kept on egging Priyanka Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi.
Okay, let's cut across to Pravesh Sharma.
और मैं ये जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देता हूँ।
कौन होगा अब मुख्यमंत्री?
आपको इस बात का भरोसा था? मैं दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूँ, और ये जीत, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये सभी दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
Giving the credit to Prime Minister as usual, everyone would be. Please complete your argument, Brijesh.
So I'm saying that, and he was the first one, everybody kept on egging or asking Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi that if you're so sure you want to turn around, why don't you take on Prime Minister Narendra Modi? Kejriwal was the person who took on Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He went and fought election and lost in Varanasi. But the fact is that it, reinforced his image as someone who is not shy of taking on. That's why he, very carefully constructed this David versus Goliath, and a person who is not afraid to take on even the topmost industrialist. At that point, all the press conferences against, Mukesh Ambani and calling everybody and all. But I think, somehow in the last 2-3 years, he lost the Midas touch he had with the people. Usually one announcement by him would see the entire Delhi and the Aam Aadmi party scurrying over, and the BJP would be at a loss of word. I think his justification in what led to Liquor Gate and complete dismissal of that, and also the kind of, the kind of defense they provided for Sheesh Mahal, that let's go to see what Prime Minister house is, or let's see what other Chief Minister is. No Chief Minister said that I'm going to live in a 2-bedroom house. No Chief Minister said. Arvind Kejriwal said, this is what I will do once I become the Chief Minister. And what helped BJP also is that what exactly was Sheesh Mahal, nobody knew till a video leaked. And then many were aghast at the kind of opulence which was there at the official residence of Arvind Kejriwal, and how this same person was talking about, I will never enter into this, I will always travel into the car. I think the disconnect started happening in the last couple of years, and this is what has resulted in this.
The word I think that captures Kejriwal is he's a political chameleon. That's what he is, right? I hope I'm not being unparliamentary. I'm saying political chameleon. You can't
shapeshifter.
Sorry?
Shapeshifter.
A chameleon that changes colors.
Yes, absolutely. Every time you try to pinpoint, he switches around.
Yeah, but
that's what is Achilles heel, which proved today.
Sharath Trivedi, BJP spokesperson, continues to be with us. Mr. Trivedi, 46-24-0.
Well, it's a comprehensive defeat. They cannot say that there was a mixed mandate. The Delhi people have comprehensively put him in his place. There is a saying in English, there are lies, there are greater lies, and then there are statistics. He has changed that definition. There are lies, there are greater lies, and then there is Mr. Arvind Kejriwal. He lies from his ears, he lies from his hair, he lies from his, you name it, he lies. He said that Delhi did not get the right quantity of oxygen. He needed 1,500 tons. When the oxygen audit was done, it came out that Delhi only needed 700 tons of oxygen a day. He said that he cannot fix the problem of pollution in Delhi because the Punjab is the source of pollution, and once his government is in Punjab, then he's going to fix it in Delhi. Once he had his government in Punjab, then he says that the problem is not in Punjab, the problem is in Haryana. Then he came out with this crazy idea that the Chief Minister of Haryana was mixing poison in the Yamuna. He said that he's going to clean Yamuna thrice over. He said he's going to have bath in Yamuna. He's going to drink the Yamuna water out right out from the river itself. When did that happen? He said that he's going to get 15 lakh cameras in Delhi, and RTI comes out with the information that he has only installed 250,000 cameras. Samajwadi Party is a very natural ally to the Aam Aadmi Party. Samajwadi Party had sent Atiq Ahmed, a legendary leader of theirs, to the chairman Noida Authority's home to beat him up. Arvind Kejriwal has beaten up his own chief secretary. It is unprecedented. Never before in the country has happened that senior government officers are being beaten up. Swati Maliwal was beaten up because this is a party with a difference. So they do everything differently. They are going to come out with accusations. Then he came out with sorry to Arun Jaitley ji. He came out sorry with Nitin Gadkari. He can lie like nobody's business. And there is a saying, another saying in English, that you kick the ladder with which you climb. He used Anna Hazare, he used Prashant Bhushan, he used Kumar Vishwas, he used Ashutosh to climb up, and then he kicked the ladder. He kicked everybody of note who supported him during his years of struggle. When he came to power, he kicked out everybody. I know there are people who have sent their own hard-earned money on a monthly basis to his party coffers. What did he do with them? So this is to nail this person in this liquor scam was one of the toughest things that the central government probably ever faced, because we are dealing with an IATN with being an income tax officer to boot. He knew how to escape the clutches of the law because he was the one who used to enforce it. He's the one who who created this party while still working as an income tax officer, and he was drawing salary from the income tax department. Then when the income tax department launched a prosecution against him, then he had to pay 9 lakhs back to them. And the ultimate irony was that he is the one who went to meet the French president wearing Hawaii slippers. He was so honest and he was so poor and garib and so Aam Aadmi that he could not even afford a pair of shoes. So we are dealing with one of the most brilliant minds the country has ever seen, who landed up on the wrong side of law and who landed up in politics.
Right, sir. If you can hold on with us, let us bring in the voice of the AAP spokesperson as well. Babbi Badal, was this voter fatigue, or was this a clear rejection of AAP governance in the state of Delhi? This debacle for you, how do you read it?
Ma'am, first of all, whatever it was, we bow our head in respect of the mandate. We gracefully accept it. But let me clarify 2-3 things. First of all, my friend from BJP, he goes on and on about Kejriwal being a liar, Kejriwal being corrupt, and he says it was very difficult to nail him in Liquorgate. So I think that gets the cat out of the bag. They were from the first day that Kejriwal founded the Aam Aadmi Party, they were trying to nail him, because they could not tolerate any party which said it was a party with a difference. Their whole strength was spent.
Logical reasoning coming on the Delhi Liquorgate scandal. There's no clarification from the Aam Aadmi Party on many of the points that have been highlighted by the Enforcement Directorate. So we know conviction hasn't happened, but leaders are still on bail. Those charges will continue to be probed.
Mr. Babbi Badal, I think there's a bit of there's a bit of a problem with the line.
Anshula Vijay also with us.
Joined by Anshula Vijay, spokesperson Congress Party. It's a very disappointing performance by Congress Party, Anshul. This is the third time in a row that you have failed to secure a single seat in Delhi.
Well, good to be on your channel. Yeah, it's the first time I'm coming here, so congratulations. Listen, for the Congress Party, I'm not, I'm not beside myself with joy with the results coming out. I think there are a few positives. I think we have marginally improved our vote share. We ran a very, very positive and a very spirited campaign, I should say, with all our top leadership of Delhi actually fighting the elections. Sometimes it's very important to fight, to reorganize, to rejuvenate party cadres and build that organization. Look, things can happen. It's been disappointing, I know, but things can turn around very quickly. And I will give you the example of Telangana, where just a year before the Telangana Assembly polls, nobody gave Congress a chance. And in 1 year, you quickly turn things around and look at where you are. So things happen very quickly in politics. These are shifting sands of fidelity and loyalty. They can happen. It's much more important to build organizations and work on them, build cadres, things you might have lost. Remember that we were the party in power for 3 terms in Delhi. Right.
You're reminding yourself that?
Sorry?
You're reminding yourself of the rules of the game. It's important to connect with a cadre. It's important for an organization to come together.
We're doing that. We did it in Telangana, Nabila. We've done it throughout. Sometimes it's important to do it in other places where perhaps it's not been done that adequately. And here the top leadership of the Congress party actually fought the elections.
But what explains your third term duck?
Sure. I am admitting there are things to be done, and this was a step forward in that. In politics, time actually collapses when you actually win, and the times of defeat are lost. So this can happen very quickly. Turnarounds can happen very quickly, as proved by many states. You keep losing, you think there is no chance, you think that the opposition is ascendant, but things turn around. It has happened. This is what history tells us. This is politics. And as for, the Aam Aadmi Party, we fought against their negative politics. They were continuously wrangling with the BJP. The BJP was throwing allegations after allegations, weaponizing the state, throwing top leadership in jail. And here, the AAP was playing victim politics.
Right. But
saying that, and while the garbage on the streets was piling up.
Just to say that the turnaround time to take 15 years for a turnaround and yet not happening is slightly disturbing, because you are the biggest national party. Any opposition to the BJP can and should ideally come from the Congress, because you have that kind of footprint and a network across the country like no other party. So Congress should ideally build itself to be the principal opposition. If you want to be the leader, the big brother of the India alliance, then prove it, show it. But from what we see here, as we see, BJP has come back so quickly. He says turnaround time, it takes time. But look at BJP, 2024 Lok Sabha polls where they nearly lost. They've come back to win 3 states in less than 6 months.
Bharatiya Janata Party has broken the momentum. Anshu, my question to you is slightly different. My question is, will you ever get into alliance with Aam Aadmi Party?
Just did a press conference about what happened in Maharashtra. So
will you ever get into alliance with Aam Aadmi Party? Will you ever get into alliance with Aam Aadmi Party, the Congress?
I'm sorry?
Will you ever get into alliance with Aam Aadmi Party again?
No, look, the problem is, Karthikeya, that, the obituary of the India Alliance after this seems to have been, many people are talking about it across channels where I've been right now. The India Alliance, I think that's where the real story is. The India Alliance is a kind of an ideological compact based on social justice, as some of us spoke about, on secularism. I think that the alliance is bigger than any single election. Right? So this is an election where party cadres, where the party decided that you have to fight it alone. Otherwise, your organization at that level won't build up. You cannot keep making compromises. And there are ambitions of party workers as well. They want to fight. We have been making compromises. We have been in alliances, and very good alliances. Jharkhand is a case in point, often not quoted enough. In the din of that spurious Maharashtra victory, Jharkhand was not quoted. I think it was a very complementary alliance and a Mahagathbandhan, where our weaknesses between the parties was covered and our strengths were worked upon. So alliances, yeah.
Jharkhand is also not often talked about because the fact that Rahul Gandhi didn't went there even once. And it was talked about that the reason.
I was there in Jharkhand.
And it was talked about how do you how do you look at the fact that, you know, it's like when you say that there's an India alliance, it's like running with the hare and hunting with the hound. You're saying that in one state you decide to go alone and in another state you decide to go together. How does this strategy work, and how does then the cadre work or the party gets built? If you're not able to take a decision of how you want to deal the situation in Delhi. If the voter chose BJP as an alternative to Aam Aadmi Party, but nobody went to Congress Party. And this is the third time when there's a duck.
I do admit that there are contradictions in every alliance. It's not a perfect sort of symmetry between them.
Okay.
There are seats you have to contest. There are compromises made. There are sacrifices made. There's give and take. Sometimes things don't work out. Sometimes they do. There are ambitions of party workers. There are things to reconcile. But the broad idea
there are ambitions of Congress party workers' ambitions are certainly not being catered to. From the looks of it, it seems like there's no reshuffle in the party structure, hierarchy, and I think this is what has really led to...
There are multiple states where DCC has not been formed. There are multiple states
so that,
where the organization below
PCC,
for example, in Odisha. But I'll just give you an example, you know. I know it's a tough state, but look at the organization at the level of DCC. That's where the organization functions. It's not been organized. There are multiple states like that. But today is not the day when we discuss Congress.
Correct.
Let me go back to Sharath Trivedi. How will you streamline? You know, this is a question I'm taking you in a little ahead of the time. Delhi needs to be restructured financially. Will you continue with all the freebies which Kejriwal had given, water, electricity, which were criticized as revedi by Bharatiya Janata Party? Will there be a restructuring of Delhi's exchequer, sir?
No, we are going to do whatever we have promised. There's an old saying of Bharatiya Janata Party ki jo kehte hai so karte hain. So whatever we have said, we are going to do. And like we did not end up with bankruptcy in the states where we offered these services to the people or to the needy. But Delhi, we are going to reorganize the things. We are going to reorganize the finances or the mess that has been created. We are going to fix the problem. The first time in the history of Delhi government, in the last 31 years, Delhi government went into debt by 2,000 crores. So now we are going to fix the problem. Whatever we have promised will be delivered, and we are going to work the finances to ensure that it happens.
So you're going to reorganize the finances. I think it's going to be, Mr. Prasad, it's going to be a tough thing for any new chief minister to do. 10 years of free electricity and water, it has changed the template.
Yeah, of course. But remember, in the run-up to the campaign, the BJP had constantly maintained. Of course, Aam Aadmi Party said it's a revenue surplus state, so they're by and large meeting all the commitments and went on to promise a little more. And now you have a situation where probably the revenues and the expenditure, there'll be a mismatch. This was a question, I think, on your channel, the BJP spokesperson said, no, BJP does its calculations before it promises. So now is the time to walk the talk. We'll see how it happens, because just yesterday, in one of the conferences, the Congress party and Shiv Sena and others pointed out, and probably when a report came from Maharashtra, that the scheme for women welfare, that Ladki Bahin, it is being restructured or rejigged for whatever reason. And after the payments were made in the initial phase, the second tranche of payments are still in the works. So obviously that tells that this is an issue which is going to resonate with the Indian population and Indian states in different states where your budget mismatch. We have a FRMB which we have passed almost 2 decades ago, but the revenue deficits keep on increasing, and with the kind of debate that is happening around freebies that we've been talking about in every, I mean, how do you, where do you go from where we are?
Let me just take this discussion for a minute. I'll take a deviation. I'll go to Brijesh in Milkipur. BJP is having a lead.
Thank God for them.
BJP is having a lead. How am I supposed to read that?